The Bitter Road to Freedom, A New History of the Liberation of Europe, by William I. Hitchcock. Narrated by Mel Foster. Copyright 2008 by William I. Hitchcock. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Free Press, a division of Simon & Schuster, Inc., and was produced in the year 2008 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Preface. A Cemetery in Luxembourg. The Luxembourg American Military Cemetery in Ham, 3 miles east of Luxembourg City, serves as the final resting place for 5,076 Americans killed in the battles of the Ardennes and Rhineland in late 1944 and early 1945. Like all the American war cemeteries that dot the European countryside, from the British Isles to France, Italy, Belgium, and Holland, it is a beautiful, serene, melancholy place. Perfect rows of white crosses and stars of David are pegged out on an immaculate emerald lawn. American flags snap in the wind. One of the great soldiers of the Second World War, General George S. Patton, Jr., is buried here, though he died just after the war in December 1945 in a road accident. His tomb stands at the head of the soldiers, facing them, eternally reviewing the troops. But his barking exhortations to battle have long faded. It is always quiet here. This cemetery is more than a memorial. It aims to educate as well. Upon entering the grounds, visitors come to a series of large engraved maps that visually lay out the last year of the Second World War in Europe in exquisitely bold, enameled colors, with flashing red and blue arrows indicating the knifing progress of the Allied armies across the continent. Visitors also encounter a monumental tablet that narrates the war's final year. Small groups gather here with necks craning upward and eyes squinting against the bright granite. They read a story about the liberation of Europe that is literally inscribed in stone. On 6 June 1944, the text begins, preceded by airborne units and covered by naval and air bombardment, United States and British Commonwealth forces landed on the coast of Normandy. Pushing southward, they established a beachhead some 20 miles in depth. On 25 July, in the wake of paralyzing air bombardment, the U.S. First Army broke out of the beachhead and was soon joined by the U.S. Third Army. The text tells readers that the British and American forces eventually crushed the Germans in a great pincer movement in Normandy, and the enemy retreated across the Seine. The Allied armies, sustained by the Herculean achievements of Army and Navy supply personnel, pursued the enemy vigorously. At the borders of Germany, progress was slow and the fighting bitter, but inevitably the superb fighting qualities of American soldiers won out. The Americans turned back the last desperate German attack in the Ardennes in December 1944. Sweeping across Germany, the Allies met the advancing troops of the USSR to force the complete surrender of the enemy on 8 May 1945, 337 days after the initial landings in France. There, the text concludes. The brief synopsis on this imposing stone slab might be considered emblematic of a great deal of historical writing about the last year of the war in Europe. Quite naturally, given its location in an American cemetery, this text emphasizes the actions of American armed forces. It deploys muscular, active verbs like land, repulse, break out, pursue, seize. Air bombardments are paralyzing. The efforts of supply personnel are Herculean. Armies do not move, but sweep. This text, like so many popular historical accounts, depicts the Allied armies as irresistible, constantly on the move toward victory. The tablet neatly assigns a precise number of days between start and finish, 337. The hushed, dignified confines of a military cemetery are no place for a detailed prose account of the human experience of war. In any case, the 5,000 headstones laid out row after row offer an enduring, wordless testimonial to that. Yet too often, when Americans think about the liberation of Europe, we take our cues from such monuments. We have fixed our gaze upon battles and armies, and taken refuge in a well-worn and predictable narration of the war that stresses the ennobling quality of the fight for freedom. In doing so, we often overlook the fact that for European people, liberation came hand in hand with unprecedented violence and brutality. Desirable as it was, liberation proved also to be a bitter chapter in the war's history. To understand this paradox, we must look beyond the military history of the war into the experiences of the liberated peoples themselves. In the chapters that follow, I have tried to give voice to those who are on the receiving end of liberation, moving them from the edge of the story to the center. This history of liberation gives detailed attention to the interactions of soldiers and civilians, to the experiences of non-combatants, to the trauma of displacement and loss, and to the unprecedented destruction that liberation required. This book, I believe, offers a new history of liberation, told largely from the ground up. It is a surprising story, often jarring and uncomfortable, and it is one that does not appear in our monuments or our history books. The keynote of this European story of liberation is violence. However much we wish to assign it a benevolent nature, liberation came to Europe in a storm of destruction and death. On D-Day alone, Allied bombing killed about 3,000 French civilians in Normandy, roughly the same number of American servicemen who would die on that day. And the civilian death toll only mounted during the last year of the war. To liberate Europe from the extremely powerful, well-trained, and superbly equipped German army, the Allied powers were obliged to use massive, overwhelming, and lethal force to destroy and kill Germans in large numbers. Because these Germans occupied towns, cities, farms, schools, hospitals, hotels, railway stations, ports, bridges, and other strategic points across the European continent, much of Europe was churned into rubble by American, British, and Soviet military force. Allied armies made little effort to spare civilian lives. They shelled, bombed, strafed, and attacked towns and cities in full knowledge that civilians would die. This was a conspicuously accepted dimension of the war of liberation that the Allied armies waged. Liberation was therefore both a glorious chapter in military history and a human tragedy of enormous scope. European accounts of liberation also have much to say about liberating soldiers themselves. Contrary to what we might expect, liberated civilians viewed their liberators with anxiety and even, at times, fear. Of course, some Western capital cities like Paris and Brussels saw their fair share of kissing and delirious flag-waving as liberating troops arrived. But if we dig a bit deeper, we find a more troubling story. The young American, British, or Russian soldiers who defeated the Germans were seldom as virtuous in their behavior as the cause for which they fought. They frequently abused their power and authority, making life for liberated civilians something close to misery. "Deliver us from our liberators," was the cry on the lips of the residents of one Belgian town, where Americans were still encamped in the fall of 1945, after the war had ended. The power that liberating soldiers possessed over the civilians whom they freed opened up enticing avenues of privilege and temptation for those young male troopers. Even the best of the greatest generation consumed scarce food and drink, billeted themselves in homes and private dwellings, and were capable of profligate waste, drunkenness, carousing, and vandalism. Some soldiers went further, and looted homes, seized property as trophies, and sexually assaulted women of all ages. For all the elation that oppressed Europeans felt at the demise of the Nazi regime, they often found it difficult to comprehend the destructiveness and rapacious acquisitiveness of their liberators. Europeans who lived in Central and Eastern Europe tell of a liberation denied. 1945 brought no liberation to Poland. That woeful nation saw its borders redrawn by Stalin's imperious demands, and millions of Poles were incorporated into Soviet Byelorussia and Ukraine. Poland endured half a century of communist rule that made a mockery of the promises of liberation that had issued from Soviet propagandists throughout the war. In Eastern Germany, the arrival of the Red Army occasioned such fear and panic among Germans that about 5 million people fled on foot, rushing away from the wrath of the Soviets. They were wise to do so, for those that remained behind were mistreated, abused, raped, or murdered by rampaging Red Army troops. Millions of Germans were expelled from a large swath of Germany that was in turn transferred to Poland, while millions of Volksdeutsche, the ethnic Germans long settled in borderland communities in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia, were forcibly removed from their homes and pushed westward. In the East, then, the abiding symbol of liberation was the open cattle car slowly rattling along the rails of Europe, bearing a cargo of frightened civilians away from their homes. In the western part of Germany, life among the liberators was far more tolerable, so much so that many European observers came to think of the Allied occupation of Western Germany in bitterly ironic terms. After 4 years of trying very hard to kill Germans and to destroy German cities and towns, American soldiers who set foot on German soil in the late fall of 1944 quickly grew fond of the German people. They were, in the parlance of the GIs, just like us. The girls were pretty, the women looked something like Mom, the houses, those not burnt in Allied bombing, were clean and invariably full of such comforts as feather mattresses, books, preserved foods, wine, and spirits. Germans in the western part of the country quickly tried to turn American good nature to their advantage, and thanked these troops for liberating Germany. British and American leaders struggled mightily over this problem. They knew that Hitler had won full-throated acclaim from the racist, aggressive German population, yet in their guise as benevolent liberators, they did not wish to be seen as punitive, repressive, or unduly harsh. Within months after the end of the war, British and American armies of occupation had transformed themselves into massive social and humanitarian agencies, caring for Germans, doling out medicine, food rations, clothing, and shoes, while working overtime to restart water pumps, electricity generators, coal mines, and railways. By the fall of 1945, British and American military officials, rejecting the idea that they were occupiers, set themselves the goal of winning the Battle of Winter on behalf of the hungry and cold German people. The Anglo-American forces were indeed magnanimous in victory, but it remains a startling irony that the Western Allies worked harder on behalf of the defeated enemy than they ever did for the liberated people of France, Belgium, the Netherlands, or Italy. Europe's Jews also have a liberation story to tell us. It is as pointed as it is poignant. It has become common for American readers, or at least American viewers of made-for-television war dramas, to assume that the greatest generation fought World War II to rescue Europe's Jews from destruction. Sadly, nothing could be further from the truth. The discovery of the German concentration camps by American GIs in the last weeks of the war occasioned revulsion and pity among the soldiers, as well as anger. But at no point was the cause in Europe framed as a bid to save European Jewry. That may help explain why American and British officers and soldiers in Germany at the close of the war had little knowledge of the plight of the Jews, and failed to treat the survivors they found there with anything like the sensitivity or sympathy they deserved. At first, the surviving remnant of Jews that Allied armies freed from concentration camps was seen simply as another group of wayward political prisoners, their predicament no worse than that of others who had suffered. Only after extensive and energetic appeals from incarcerated Jews and from international humanitarian agencies on their behalf did the U.S. and British armies begin to comprehend and respond to the crisis of Jewish survivors. These forlorn Jews, now homeless, without resources, bereft of family or kinship networks, remained in Germany, dependent on an unfeeling military bureaucracy for aid and help. They ended up in barbed wire encampments, often in the very same places in which the Nazis had incarcerated them, desperately awaiting a transfer to Palestine. Over 250,000 Jews spent time in camps in Germany after the war, and some remained in these temporary shelters for as long as 5 years. Jewish survivors who talk about liberation, therefore, speak with some bitterness about a liberation deferred. An account of liberation would be incomplete without the voices of liberating soldiers, and this book presents their perceptions as well. These men speak little of heroism, or of their crusade in Europe, as General Dwight D. Eisenhower's post-war memoir was called. Instead, they offer cautious, humble, at times evasive accounts of their experiences. Reading through countless memoirs, diaries, letters, and oral testimonies of British and American soldiers who fought in Europe, the historian can immediately perceive the profound ambivalence of these young men in combat. They understood the importance of the job they had been asked to do, but seemed to hate every minute of it. Fighting on behalf of others in a faraway land of foreign customs and languages, amid filth, death, and destruction, occasioned in most liberating soldiers a profound distaste and disgust with the whole business of war. Few soldiers in combat were motivated by idealistic objectives. Most fought simply because they had to fight in order to end the war and go home. As Sergeant John Babcock of the 78th Infantry Division put it in his memoir, "Our bunch of GIs was not fighting for mother, country, and apple pie. Bullshit. We wanted to live. Our ties were to those unfortunates fighting next to us, sharing the same fate." This would seem to be a more honest assessment of the soldier's experience than the hortatory text on the monument in Luxembourg. The material presented in these chapters bears directly on our own times. When I began this research in 2003, Americans and Europeans were then embroiled in a bitter dispute about the proper role of military force in the world and the responsibilities of wealthy democratic nations to use their armies to wage war on repressive nations. At that time, many American leaders, drawing on popular conceptions of the liberation of Europe during the Second World War, argued that the United States had an obligation to use its power to advance the cause of democracy and freedom in the world. As in World War II, the argument ran, when America had led the world in a war against fascism and won the world's gratitude, so in our own times could America overthrow dictators, free oppressed peoples, and bring the blessings of liberty to others. Some American leaders even implied that war itself, while undesirable, might offer a test in which we could measure ourselves against previous generations of honored warriors. Europeans generally viewed these claims with skepticism, and I now know why. They began from a different premise than Americans, for they had lived through liberation and still carry the scars. The year 1945 taught Europeans a lesson they have never forgotten, that a war of liberation is still a war, and no matter how noble the cause, mothers and children will die, houses of worship will be burned, disease will spread, refugees will tramp the roads. And then, after all these horrors are over, liberators and liberated alike will still face the hard work of constructing freedom and restoring human dignity. Liberation in 1945 entailed such destruction and social upheaval that it came to be seen by those who were liberated as a time of cruel paradoxes, a time of high hopes and profound disappointment, of cherished freedom and new threats, of full-throated celebration and echoing silences. This is why those who have lived through liberation are often slow to wish the experience on others. Of course, Europeans remain enormously grateful to Americans for the liberation they helped secure. To see the sincerity of this gratitude, one need only visit the humble coastal towns of Normandy in early June upon the anniversary of the D-Day landings. There one could admire the hundreds of Allied flags unfurled in the sea breeze, witness the warm reception accorded to the proud elderly veterans who returned to these hallowed precincts, and bask in the genuine sense of transatlantic solidarity that these ceremonials evoke year after year. These people who ritually gather and shake hands and march to the fading strains of martial tunes are bound by a common project, a common commitment to those four simple freedoms Franklin Roosevelt had named in 1941: freedom of speech and religion, freedom from want and fear. But those who lived through these times have no illusions about war. They recall all too well the terrible destruction, the countless deaths, and the appalling violence of the Second World War. They know, too, that military victory over Nazism was only a preliminary act in the longer struggle to restore peace to Europe, to rebuild order and stability, and revive the civic, humane traditions that the Nazis had trampled in the dust. They have a clear memory that liberation was a time of valor, but also a time of unceasing toil, bitterness, and death. As these aging witnesses now pass from the scene, we will have to rely on other sources to inform us about this war. If we want to recover the reality of the final stages of the war, in all its ugliness and its ecstasy, we shall have to turn our eyes away from maps and monuments and explore the lives of ordinary men and women, Europeans and Americans, civilians and soldiers, as they struggled to survive these tragic hours of liberation. Part 1. Liberation in the West. Prologue. D-Day. The liberation of Europe may have begun as early as November 1942 on the banks of the Volga River at Stalingrad, when the Soviet Red Army checked Nazi Germany's advance into Central Asia and began the long, murderous fight that would expel the German invaders from the Soviet Union and bring the Russians across 1,500 bloody miles to Berlin. Or it may have begun with the Anglo-American landings in North Africa, also in November 1942, a deft operation that pointed the blade of the Allied spearhead into Germany's southern flank and opened the way to the invasion of southern Italy in July 1943. Perhaps the liberation began in earnest when the Red Army crossed the pre-war Polish border in January 1944, or when American troops entered Rome in June 1944. These are all plausible candidates for the status of starting point, for the liberation of Europe was a global process, the pressing inward toward Berlin of millions of soldiers from all directions, gradually tightening a chokehold on the Third Reich. Yet, in popular imagination, and most historical writing, the liberation of Europe commenced on that wet gray morning in the rolling surf off the coast of Normandy on June 6, 1944. Here, in France, came the long-awaited, long-planned Second Front, designed to complement the massive thrusts of the Red Army into Germany from the east. This was the moment that European civilians, suffering under German occupation, had awaited for years, the moment when the decisive battle against Germany would be opened, the start of a continental campaign that would bring about the final defeat of the malevolent, depraved Nazi regime. This is where our story of liberation begins. The great Allied armada that set out across the English Channel on June 6 comprised some 5,000 vessels of all sorts, from hulking, monstrous battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, to a vast array of small landing craft. On board they carried over 100,000 soldiers, American, English, Welsh, Scotch, Irish, Canadians, Poles, and a few Belgians, Dutch, French, and Norwegians, to landing sites along 20 miles of coastline in the French departements of Calvados and Manche. The overall supreme commander of Operation Overlord was General Dwight D. Eisenhower. The ground commander of the landing forces was an Englishman, General Sir Bernard Law Montgomery. On June 6, the landing forces were all grouped together in the 21st Army Group under Montgomery's command. The British Second Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Sir Miles Dempsey, took aim at 3 beaches, codenamed Sword, Juno, and Gold, running from the villages of Ouistreham in the east to Arromanches in the west. The Anglo-Canadian forces that splashed ashore here faced moderate resistance, but within a few hours had established 3 beachheads and made contact with the British 6th Airborne Division, which had been dropped across the Orne River to secure the eastern flanks. The British suffered approximately 1,000 casualties on Gold Beach and the same number on Sword. 600 airborne troops were killed or wounded, and 600 more were missing. 100 glider pilots also became casualties. The Canadians at Juno Beach suffered 340 killed, 574 wounded, and 47 taken prisoner. 24 hours after the landings, British forces had taken the town of Bayeux almost unopposed and were pushing on toward the city of Caen. To the west, Lieutenant General Omar Bradley's U.S. First Army landed on 2 beaches, Omaha and Utah. Utah Beach was on the western flank of the Allied assault, running along the coast of the Cotentin Peninsula. The beach here was thinly defended. 3 regimental combat teams of the 4th Division faced negligible fire from the German positions, and they moved inland in search of the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions, with whom they were supposed to link up. These airborne landings, which had commenced late at night on the 5th, had been badly scattered, and it was some days before any cohesion came to this sector. Yet the losses sustained on Utah were relatively small. The picture on Omaha Beach was far more serious. The 1st and 29th Divisions of Bradley's landing force, hitting the beaches between Port-en-Bessin and Villers-sur-Mer, ran straight into the teeth of well-defended German batteries that had not been softened up by the preliminary air and naval bombardments. The cliffs along Omaha, running up from a stony beach, rise some 100 to 200 feet, and provided excellent cover for the defenders, who had created extensive trenches and concrete pillbox firing positions. Moreover, 27 out of 32 of the swimming amphibious DD tanks that were meant to provide armor support for the infantry sank in choppy seas during the landing. The beach and waters were packed with obstacles and mines on which landing craft snagged, blocking the way for those behind. Many heavily burdened soldiers whose craft spilled them into the water sank and drowned. With extraordinary courage, small numbers of soldiers, realizing that to remain on the beach under German fire would surely get them killed, began to fight their way up the craggy hillside and into the narrow ravines that led from the beaches up the hills. Slowly they gained a foothold. The horror on Omaha, which had seemed an eternity to those pinned down there, had lasted less than 4 hours. By 11 a.m., Verville was in American hands. At the end of the day, a narrow beachhead had been established, but it had cost the Americans dearly. While there had been but 197 casualties on Utah, over 2,000 men were wounded or killed on Omaha Beach. Overall, 1,465 American soldiers were killed on D-Day, 3,184 were wounded, 1,928 were listed as missing, and 26 were captured. The Omaha landings had been something close to a catastrophe, and the broad territorial objectives of the Allied landings had not been attained anywhere on any beach on D-Day. Even so, the overall strategic picture 24 hours after D-Day was good. The landing successfully created a beachhead that could be defended against counterattack, and the planned buildup of additional Allied forces could proceed apace. Casualties totaling some 10,000 men had been far smaller than General Eisenhower had anticipated, but over the following weeks and months, the realities of the huge task that lay ahead began to sink in. The first disappointments came on the eastern flank, where the British, whose landings had gone so well, were unable to seize the city of Caen, which lay on the axis that the Allies had hoped to follow farther into France. In the 3 days after the landings, Canadian and British forces were badly mauled by the 12th SS Panzer Division, which tried desperately to push the invaders back into the sea. By June 10, the Germans, bolstered by the swift arrival of the Panzer Lehr Division and the 21st Panzer Division, took up defensive positions in front of Caen. In the coming weeks, repeated efforts by Montgomery's forces to outflank Caen at Tilly-sur-Seulles and Villers-Bocage failed, and the struggle for Caen turned into a desperate yard-by-yard fight that many likened to the Western Front in the First World War. The daring and surprise of the D-Day landings had been completely lost. The picture was only marginally better on the western flank. After consolidating the Utah and Omaha beachheads, the American 7 Corps, under Major General J. Lawton Collins, attacked westward to cut the Cotentin Peninsula in half, then thrust north to capture the port of Cherbourg on June 27. Despite this success, the picture across Normandy was discouraging for General Eisenhower. The Germans had systematically, expertly reduced Cherbourg to rubble, which interfered with the logistical supply plan. By late June, conditions on the ground had settled into a bloody stalemate, as the Germans made superb use of the defensive advantages they possessed, particularly the thick ancient hedgerows that divided the countryside up into nearly impenetrable squares. The Americans found themselves fighting for every yard across a landscape that looked something like a gigantic ice cube tray. Each square had to be penetrated and seized one by one. This slow, costly fighting made June and July a difficult period for all of us, General Eisenhower wrote later. Yet gradually, 2 elements in the Allied arsenal began to tell in the battle: the steady build-up of men and materiel through the massive Anglo-American naval forces that continued to pour supplies through the beachheads, and the punishing blows delivered daily to the Germans by the dominant Allied air forces. By July 2nd, there were about 1 million Allied soldiers in Normandy, including 13 American, 11 British, and 1 Canadian division. Over 560,000 tons of supplies had been landed, along with 171,000 vehicles. While the Germans proved able to outfight the Allies on the ground in Normandy, they could not easily replace the men and materiel they lost. Nor could they hide from the Allied tactical air attack. The battle in Normandy settled into a long, slow battle of attrition, just what the Germans could not afford. By late July, the Allies fielded 1.4 million soldiers in Normandy, about twice the number of German soldiers engaged in the battle, yet were still stuck in positions they had planned to occupy just 5 days after D-Day. The battle had been far slower and bloodier than expected, with the terrain of Normandy inhibiting Allied maneuvers. But on July 25, with the bulk of the German forces engaged in the Caen area, the American First Army, deployed along a line running west from St. Lo to the coast, staged the great breakout that would change the dynamic of the campaign and the war. Following a colossal and sloppy carpet bombing of the German defensive positions just west of St. Lo, the Americans ripped open a gap in the German line and plunged forward, rushing south and west toward Avranches, thus opening the way into Brittany and, more importantly, threatening to envelop the German army in Normandy. Fending off a ferocious German counteroffensive at Mortain between August 7 and 12, the U.S. First and Third Armies punched eastward and caught the Germans in a massive pincer, between the Anglo-Canadian forces in the north at Falaise and their own troops in the south at Argentan. Under sustained air and ground attack, the German army was caught in a rapidly constricting pocket and brutally pummeled. The Germans lost 10,000 men killed in the furnace of Falaise, and another 50,000 were captured. But brilliant German defensive fighting kept the Falaise pocket open just long enough to allow perhaps 100,000 Germans to slip away and escape across the Seine River. They joined a massive exodus of all German forces in France, some 240,000 troops, who rushed headlong through France and Belgium on into Germany itself, where they would regroup behind the Siegfried Line and fight another day. Though victory in Normandy had not brought about the total destruction of the German army in France, it dealt it a severe blow and clearly signaled that the liberation of Europe was at hand. By August 25, when the Allied forces reached the River Seine and marched into Paris, the American and British commanders could look with satisfaction on the victory they had achieved since the landings in early June. The Germans had lost 1,500 tanks, 3,500 guns, and 20,000 vehicles. There were 240,000 German soldiers dead or wounded, and another 200,000 had been taken prisoner. More than 40 German divisions had been destroyed, and Hitler could not make good this scale of loss. By the 1st of September, virtually all of France had been cleared of the German forces, and on September 4, the Belgian capital Brussels and vital port city of Antwerp were liberated. The Allies paid for their victory in Normandy with the lives of 36,976 of their own soldiers. Chapter 1. Too Wonderfully Beautiful. Liberation in Normandy. About 10 days after the Allied landings on the beaches of Normandy, Ernie Pyle, the legendary American war correspondent, took a jeep ride through the Norman countryside. "It was too wonderfully beautiful to be the scene of war," he wrote. "Someday I would like to cover a war in a country that is as ugly as war itself." Of course, Pyle saw more than the gently rolling pastures, the wheat fields, and the fruit trees. The region had been shattered by heavy bombardments before and during the D-Day invasion, and he wrote about the ruined hamlets and towns eloquently. But he also told stories that neatly framed the basic American understanding of what the war was really about. Arriving at an old school that was being used as a prison for German POWs, he got out to have a look around. At this time the French in that vicinity had been liberated less than 12 hours, and they could hardly encompass it in their minds. They were relieved, but they scarcely knew what to do. As we left the prison enclosure and got into the jeep, we noticed 4 or 5 French country people, young farmers in their 20s I took them to be, leaning against a nearby house. We were sitting in the jeep getting our gear adjusted when one of the farmers walked toward us, rather hesitantly and timidly. Finally he came up and smilingly handed me a rose. I couldn't go around carrying a rose in my hand all afternoon, so I threw it away around the next bend. But little things like that do sort of make you feel good about the human race. Ernie Pyle's newspaper columns for the Scripps Howard Syndicate, written from North Africa, Italy, and France, sketched out for avid readers in the United States detailed portraits of average American soldiers, their concerns and their personalities, their uncomplicated nature and basic kindness. Pyle was honest enough a reporter to write about screw-ups, about wrecked French towns, about how frightened soldiers under fire normally were, and about the moment he found himself caught under the massive American bombing run near St. Lo on July 25 that inadvertently killed over 100 GIs. But Pyle became treasured for his ability to paint moving portraits of these good boys and the cause for which they fought. He traveled with these young soldiers, slept out in the cold with them, cooked eggs for them, shared anxieties with them, and in April 1945, while in the Pacific, Pyle died with them, the victim of a Japanese sniper's bullet. He was mourned by the nation precisely because his writing reflected a tone that American readers found comforting, unpretentious, gently ironic, and filled with quiet assurance that the cause was just, and that democracy would win through in the end. Pyle, in writing the Rose story, told Americans that the liberators had been welcomed to France warmly, and that through the horrors of war one could glimpse some basic human decency still alive in Europe. And yet, Pyle doesn't tell us much about that young man who offered him the rose. What had become of his family? Had his home been damaged in the invasion? What became of him after the Americans had passed through? Was he indeed a Norman? Pyle might not have known if this young farmer was a refugee from any one of the cities nearby that had been evacuated during the fighting, or even if he had been a Pole or a Russian transported into France to labor on behalf of the German occupiers as they built up their now breached Atlantic wall. In fact, Pyle didn't write much about French civilians in Normandy. In his articles, civilians remain, like that farmer, mute, decent, but alien. Pyle offered no insight into how civilians in the region viewed these gun-toting American boys who arrived in such huge numbers, or how they dealt with the soldiers' petty thefts, periodic looting, and frequent drunkenness. Nor did he write much about the shocking violence of the battles that left thousands of French civilians dead. Pyle didn't mention a feature of the battlefield that almost every war diary written by soldiers in Normandy stresses repeatedly: the overwhelming stench of rotting flesh, both from unburied livestock killed in the heavy and constant bombing, as well as from decomposing human remains that carpeted great swaths of Normandy for months after the D-Day landings. And Pyle, like the bulk of the Allied soldiers, moved out of Normandy in August and pushed eastward toward Paris, so he never was able to see what life was like in Caen and St. Lo and Falaise and dozens of other liberated towns that had been ground to powder by Allied bombing. If he had gone there and talked to the inhabitants, he probably would have found very few who, in the summer of 1944, felt good about the human race. Of course, Ernie Pyle can be excused. Like all war correspondents in World War II, he wrote under the constraints of censorship, and could not truly depict the awful face of war. But even long after these restrictions had been lifted, American writers and scholars who wrote about the D-Day battles continued to give pride of place to soldiers and to events on the battlefield, and neglected the complex experience of the liberated peoples. In the richly detailed official histories produced by the Army, or the many moving journalistic accounts, or the anecdotal histories that have always been popular to American tastes, little, if any, attention has been given to the local peoples of Normandy. Instead, popular writers of military history return like salmon to the rich breeding grounds of Ernie Pyle's language and imagery. By far the most popular kind of writing about Normandy has long been those that give a picture of combat as told by those who were there, to use the inaccurate subtitle of one such work, for these accounts rarely include French voices. It is possible to write military history without attending to the experiences of non-combatants, but we cannot write the history of liberation without paying attention to the voices, experiences, and travails of the liberated people themselves. For liberation is more than victory on the battlefield. It is a forcible, often brutal destruction of one kind of political order and its replacement with another. Historical accounts of liberation that start and stop with a soldier's experience all too easily ignore the social and political aspects of the war, the complex interactions between soldiers and civilians, and especially the after-battle conditions that liberating armies leave behind. They also overlook the patient daily work of recovery that transforms victory at arms into something that looks like peace. Not surprisingly, the French have their own ways of talking about the events in Normandy. They tend to emphasize the civilian experience because the role of organized French military force was minimal in Normandy in 1944. Drawing on detailed local analyses of casualties, French scholars have determined that about 20,000 French people were killed in Normandy during its liberation, most as a result of Allied bombing. This represents 29% of the 70,000 French people killed in Allied bombing attacks in France during the entire Second World War. Along with the deaths, civilians endured a profound social upheaval. In Normandy, hundreds of thousands of townspeople and farmers were displaced by the fighting. They fled the scene of their liberation bearing tattered bundles in rickety wheelbarrows, trying to avoid shells and bullets, while all around them the armies churned up fields, leveled homes and barns, killed off cattle, ruined crops, destroyed roads and bridges, and cut off electricity and water and sewage and basic services, making life a misery not just in June and July, but for years to come. French writers of memoirs and contemporary accounts likened the dolorous scene to cavalry, the setting of the crucifixion, and frequently invoked the martyrdom of their villages and towns. The emphasis here has been on loss, death, destruction, and the bittersweet recovery of freedom after the horrible ordeal of German occupation. Even today, in the Norman départements, local residents cannot tell the story of the liberation of France without bowing their heads and grimacing. "It was rather a shock," wrote Corporal L.F. Roker of the Highland Light Infantry in his wartime diary, "to find that we were not welcomed ecstatically as liberators by the local people, as we were told we should be. They saw us as bringers of destruction and pain." Fellow soldiers concurred. Ivor Astley of the 43rd Wessex Infantry Division noted in his memoirs that, far from waving flags and handing out bottles of bubbly, the French peasants to whom the shell-torn villages and ruined farmlands belonged were sullen and silent. If we had expected a welcome, we certainly failed to find it. Some of the people looked utterly bewildered. Major Edward Elliot of the Glasgow Highlanders, whose diary is studded with acute observations, noted that "the French are having a pretty thin time at present. First the Germans dig holes all over the place and pull down houses, then we shell and bomb their homes, and drive their vehicles all over the fields. Naturally their attitude to us is inclined to be a bit stiff. However, I think they are mostly for us, though they are desperately tired of the war and the misery it has caused them." In Crully, on June 16, Major M.H. Cook of the Royal Scots noted that the people came out in force, but for the most part they stood gravely and seriously watching us. Many nodded, and once or twice there was a little clapping, and once a Frenchwoman rushed forward crying, "Welcome, monsieur, welcome to France." It was still a little disappointing. Why such a chilly reception? Some observers tried to explain this French reticence as typical of the Norman character. A.J. Liebling, the war correspondent for the New Yorker, noted the foolish talk in the British newspaper about the Normans' lack of enthusiasm, and chalked up such stories to correspondents who acquired their ideas of Frenchmen from music-hall turns and comic drawings. One might as well expect public demonstrations of emotions in Contoocook, New Hampshire, or in Burrillville, Rhode Island, as in Normandy, where the people are more like New Englanders than they are like, for instance, Charles Boyer. A British civil affairs officer also relied on such typologies to explain the surly civilians. Taking into account the naturally reserved disposition of the Norman, we have received an enthusiastic welcome. But there may have been something else behind the diffidence that Allied soldiers encountered among the liberated peoples of Normandy. Though Normandy looked to Ernie Pyle like a peaceful rural idyll, this was an area that had endured 4 years of a bitter occupation. Consider the Département of Calvados, home to 4 of the landing beaches, Sword, Juno, Gold, and Omaha. A productive region of cider, apples, brandy, butter, and milk, Calvados had some 400,000 inhabitants at the start of the war. It was one of the most politically conservative parts of France, and Calvadosians were known for their independence, their dislike of state intervention, their pro-business attitudes, and strong Catholic traditions. In the national elections of 1936, when France voted for a left-center Popular Front government, Calvados bucked the trend and went further rightward. The department actually became a recruiting ground for the far-right Croix de Feu, which strongly opposed the rise of the Popular Front. Whatever the pre-war inclinations of the region, however, opinion in Calvados during the war was firmly anti-German and grew distinctly more so as the war went on. The reason for this was geographic. Calvados, like all the northern coastal departments, was heavily invested with German soldiers whose role was to prepare for an expected cross-channel Allied attack. By the fall of 1941, the Germans had stationed 15,000 to 20,000 troops in Calvados alone, and this number had trebled by June 1944. This meant that throughout the war, local inhabitants lived literally side by side with the occupiers. Germans took over hotels, public buildings, and schools for barracks and headquarters, and requisitioned furnishings, beds, and all manner of domestic equipment. Their soldiers were billeted upon the population, taking up living rooms, barnyards, and stables, and displacing local families. German requisitions of food for their troops and forage for their animals hurt the economy, as did military maneuvers through the heavily agricultural countryside. To the depredations of the foreign troops were added the indignities of France's own policy of collaboration. The Vichy-based government of Marshal Henri-Philippe Pétain pursued an obsequious policy toward the Germans, through which, in exchange for integrating France into Hitler's new order as a vassal state, the French authorities gained a measure of independence in running internal affairs. But the burden of this policy fell upon the French people. The attitude of Calvadosians, who, like many of their countrymen, had once admired Pétain as a war hero and a man of steadfast patriotism, sharply deteriorated after the June 1942 announcement of La Relève. This program, initiated by Vichy, sought to secure the release of 1 French prisoner of war from German camps in exchange for every 3 French civilian workers that could be delivered to German hands. It was blackmail, and was met with stupefaction and shame in France. Worse, Calvadosians quickly learned that the Germans had reneged on their end of the deal. In exchange for 600 volunteers from the Calvados, the Germans returned only 11 POWs to the department. The Relève was only one form of conscription. In addition to labor in Germany, the occupation authorities sought French labor for work on the Atlantic Wall. The Todt organization, under the direction of Albert Speer, started work in the middle of 1942 on a defensive wall running from Brittany to Holland, with particular strength in the Pas-de-Calais, the region considered most likely to be assaulted by the Allies. From October to December 1942, the German headquarters demanded 2,450 workers from Calvados alone to be set to work on building these defensive ramparts. Workers had to be withdrawn from construction and agricultural sectors. They worked directly under German overseers in deplorable conditions alongside Russian and Polish POWs, living in harsh work camps with little medical care. Combined with workers sent into Germany, Calvados had lost 4,500 workers by the end of December 1942, and an additional 1,679 workers were called up by the Germans in April 1943. The local skilled workforce was being systematically stripped bare. In the context of growing German labor demands and an improvement in the fortunes of the Allied war effort in Africa and Italy, the year 1943 was decisive for the growth of the local resistance. 40% of those who would join a Calvados underground network did so in that year. The resistance was never large in Calvados. No more than 2,000 people were formally associated with resistance networks by the start of 1944, precisely because the German military presence was so heavy there, and reprisals against civilians were severe and frequent. Yet resistance networks played an important role in aiding downed Allied pilots and sheltering young men who were in hiding from forced labor conscription. Resistance networks also acted as a means of promoting periodic civilian acts of defiance, from tearing down of German posters to the scrawling of the V sign in public places. As the prospect of an Allied invasion of France neared, the German occupation of Calvados intensified, with profound consequences for the local inhabitants. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, commanding the German armies in the west, possessed 60 German divisions, and he deployed 4 in Calvados. Added to other occupation authorities and labor services, this meant there were 60,000 to 70,000 foreigners in the department by June 1944, all of whom had to be fed and housed. From the late fall of 1943, the Germans massively increased the pace of defensive preparations along the coast. Mines, obstacles, tank traps, barbed wire, and concrete gun emplacements popped up all along the coastline. The Germans laced local fields with mines and flooded lowlands. Open areas were studded with Rommel's asparagus, tall poles designed to shred any troop-carrying Allied aircraft that might attempt a landing. The Germans banned commercial fishing so they could control all sea-based activity, and halted all local building so that supplies could be channeled toward the construction of defensive positions on the beaches. 30,000 hectares, or 7% of the arable land of Calvados, was taken out of cultivation by flooding, mines, or defensive preparations. The Germans made still further demands for local labor details, forcing village mayors to produce able-bodied men between 18 and 50 years old to work on the fortifications. In February 1944, Vichy passed a law making women between 18 and 45 subject to immediate labor for the Germans. Inevitably, economic life of the region ground to a halt as the fevered work on the Atlantic Wall sucked in local labor and materials. In the fields, labor disappeared, crops were not sown, and horses were requisitioned by the Germans to pull wagons. The countryside, one of the richest and most productive regions of France, was largely abandoned. Cereals and grain supplies that Calvados relied on could not be transported into the department because the train lines were now given over exclusively to military use. By the spring of 1944, Calvados, normally an abundant supplier of meat, faced a severe shortage of this staple. Even the meager official meat ration of 100 grams per week per person could not be filled, largely the result of the lack of fodder and the heavy demands made by German troops. The black market became the only way to secure sufficient supplies of butter and meat, and prices soared, This, in turn, heightened social tensions, as farmers naturally hoarded their goods to get a better price and assure their own needs. Workers in the towns and cities went increasingly without. The Vichy-controlled prefect reported a sharp rise in morbidity due to typhoid, tuberculosis, diphtheria, and scarlet fever. The behavior of the Germans toward the civilian population worsened with the likelihood of an Allied invasion. In January 1944, Hitler's chief of conscript labor, Fritz Sauckel, demanded that France produce yet another 1,000,000 laborers to be deployed for the German war effort, but virtually no one complied. In Calvados, of the 1,370 men called up, a mere 104 responded to the order. The desperate Germans resorted to the use of roundups and arrests in cinemas and public places to secure recalcitrant labor conscripts, and shipped off their quarry to camps in Germany. Prisons bulged with civilians arrested on the least pretext. In response to stepped-up resistance attacks on local officials, collaborators, and German soldiers, the Germans violently cracked down. In March 1944, all radios were ordered to be surrendered so that BBC emissions could not be heard. Through arrests, torture, and infiltration by collaborators, the Germans managed to crack open many of the local resistance networks. Over 200 resistors were killed in the 6 months before the D-Day invasion. And, as if these travails were not enough, the Anglo-American bombing of France, as part of the preliminary preparations for the invasion, intensified throughout the spring of 1944, making life a constant misery for millions of people in towns from the Pas-de-Calais to Normandy. Rouen, a city on the Seine and a rail junction that Allied planners knew the Germans would use to reinforce Normandy, was devastated by repeated attacks. On April 19, 1944, there were 900 people killed in Rouen by British bombing, and in the first week of June, a series of attacks by American bombers killed an additional 200 people there. In Calvados, the prefect's reports reveal the constant and enervating presence of Allied aircraft in the skies. Air attacks struck the department on March 2, 13, 26, 27, April 9, 11, 20, 23, 25, 27, twice, and 29, May 9, 15, 19, 21, 22, 23, and 27, and June 1st. The ostensible targets were railway junctions, barracks, airfields, and crossroads, but these preparatory attacks killed many French people. The attack of April 27 on the coastal village of Ouistreham killed 17 people and wounded 40. Between March 1 and June 5, 130 people were killed in Calvados by these bombings. It is perhaps no wonder that the Normans, who yearned for liberation, had the appearance of a broken, tired people when the Allied soldiers splashed ashore on June 6, 1944. When liberation did arrive, it came not all at once, but in a series of devastating, prolonged, murderous blows, delivered by air, sea, and ground bombardment, and by the lethal weapons of the Allied soldiers. On D-Day, 1,300 civilians were killed in Calvados alone. On June 7, another 1,200 died. Added to the deaths in other Norman departments, it appears that 3,000 civilians were killed on June 6 through 7. Thus, roughly the same number of French civilians died in the first 24 hours of the invasion of Normandy as did Allied soldiers, and the killing had only just begun. Between June 6 and August 25, Normandy would be chewed into a bloody, unrecognizable mess. In the 5 northern departments that saw the most fighting, Calvados, Manche, Orne, Eure, and Seine-Maritime, 19,890 French civilians paid for liberation with their lives. Calvados got its first taste of liberation a few minutes before midnight on June 5, when 946 aircraft of the Royal Air Force, RAF, struck targets along the coast of the landing beaches. The RAF dropped 5,000 tons of bombs on German defensive positions in 10 towns, 7 of which were in Calvados: Mézy, Saint-Pierre-du-Mont, the location of the massive guns perched on the promontory of La Pente du Hoc, Lange-sur-Mer, Le Mont-Fleury, Ouistreham, Merveille, and Oulgat. This was the largest tonnage of bombs yet dropped in a single night in the entire war. Fortunately, these sparsely populated towns had been largely evacuated in the weeks before the landings by order of the Germans and of local authorities. The Germans wished to defend against any resistance activity by the local population, while many civilians, after the bombings of the early spring, had fled of their own initiative. Even so, these initial bombardments killed at least 40 civilians. At dawn on the 6th, 1,083 B-17s and B-24s of the United States 8th and 9th Air Forces took their turn, hammering the general vicinity of what was to be Omaha Beach. Many of the bombs were dropped too far inland, leaving the coastal batteries on Omaha untouched, while Port-en-Bessin, the coastal village on the far eastern flank of Omaha, was struck hard, as were most of the surrounding hamlets. Naval gunnery joined in, aiming at German batteries, but inevitably hitting the surrounding villages. Verveil, Bernier, Kersel, Saint-Aubin, Lyon-sur-Mer, Ouistreham. These are towns that ring down the ages as the site of great heroics by invading Allied soldiers who wrested them from the Germans on June 6 and after. Yet they also ran with the blood of at least 100 non-combatants. Throughout the 2 days of June 6 and June 7, many Norman communities received devastating bombardments from both air and sea. The purpose of these assaults was obviously to kill Germans and to impede the movement of any reinforcements from the Pas-de-Calais, where large concentrations of Germans had been placed in anticipation of Allied landings there. Yet air power was at best a crude tool. Allied aircraft did not possess the accuracy required to destroy a bridge, a rail yard, a crossroads, a telegraph station, or an artillery position without also destroying a great deal of the surrounding area. The results were predictably awful. Dozens upon dozens of hamlets were heavily bombed, and their lovely lyrical French names are now as synonymous with death in the minds of Normans as places like Coventry, Dresden, and Hiroshima are dolorous place names for the British, Germans, and Japanese: Argentan, Aulnay-sur-Odon, Avranches, Colombelles, Condé-sur-Nureau, Coutances, Dives-sur-Mer, Ivrecy, Valais, Lisieux, Mézidon, Montville, Montebourg, Ouistreham, Saint-Lô, Thury-Harcourt, Tilly-sur-Seulles, Valognes, Villiers-Bocage, Villiers-la-Sec, Vire. More than any single location in Normandy, however, the city of Caen offers testimony to the brutality of Normandy's liberation. Caen was the chief target of the British and Canadian landings on D-Day, but for a number of reasons that still stir controversy, General Bernard Montgomery's men failed to take the city. Partly it was because the German 21st Panzer Division put up a stubborn defense just north of Caen. Partly it was because the British tanks got bottled up on the beaches. Partly it was because the plan was simply too ambitious an objective for units that had crossed the Channel and undertaken an unprecedented amphibious landing the same day. Yet it was not for lack of trying. From June 6 to June 8, Anglo-Canadian forces tried to bash their way into Caen, and the skies filled with bombers to help them. At 1:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. on June 6 and 2:30 a.m. on June 7, Caen was pummeled from the air by RAF and U.S. 8th Air Force bombers in an effort to destroy the city's bridges across the Orne and slow German reinforcements from moving through the city. Yet for all the bombing, at least one bridge over the Orne was still intact, while concentrations of German troops were not hit. The 21st Panzers were already established north of the city, and were soon joined by the 12th Panzer Division. On June 9, the Panzer Lehr Division arrived in the field, and now there was a strong defensive shield to the north and west of Caen. There had been little military value in the air attack on Caen. The rubble in the streets impeded passage of military vehicles, yet even the jaunty official history by the U.S. Air Force admitted the bombing was insignificant. The effect upon the enemy was small, it concluded, since detours were easily established. Caen did not see any liberating soldiers for another month. The effect of the bombing upon the enemy may have been small, but the effect upon the 60,000 inhabitants of Caen was great indeed. In a matter of 36 hours, the city was shattered. The attacks on June 6 killed 600 people. The attacks on June 7 left 200 more dead. Thousands were wounded. The city lay in ruins, ablaze. 39-year-old Bernard Goupil, a member of one of the Défense Passive, civil defense, teams in the city, recalled just after the war, in a detailed account, that he and his family, who had built an air raid shelter in his garden, heard the initial bombing on the coast in the early hours of June 6. He reported to his command post with his helmet and white armband at the ready, only to spend most of the morning in anxious anticipation of liberating soldiers. When none came, he returned home for lunch. At 1:30 he heard a powerful throbbing. Running into the garden and looking up, he cried, "The bombers are coming at us!" Before he could get his family into the shelter, the terrifying, thunderous explosions crashed upon us. Our poor little dining room shuddered. The chandelier fell onto the table. The door of the house was blown in from the force of the blast. The sounds of the neighboring houses crashing down under the bombs followed the great hammer blows from these horrible engines of death. All around us was nothing but violence and infernal noise. Clutching one another, we prayed. Goupil, conscious of his duty, tried to return to his civil defense post in the Rue de Caumet, but at 4:30 another wave of bombers struck the town, and he ran for shelter in a stout 18th-century stone building. In the evening he made it to his post, saw after the wounded, and helped transfer them to the Bon Sevier Hospital. In the eerie, smoke-filled evening, in the ruins of a burning city, Goupil wondered if it was over. There were already enough ruins and victims. Hadn't the Allies attained their objectives with these savage bombings? Could they not now leave things to the ground forces? We hoped, in short, that the city would now be taken by the Allies a few hours after the landings. It was not to be. At 2:30 in the morning of June 7 came the heaviest attack yet. How can I describe with words my experiences in this infernal noise, the shrieking of the falling bombs, the incredible shaking of the ground and of the buildings? The explosions kept coming. Through the doors and windows we saw the flashes and felt the brutal blows. We felt nearby the falling of roofs and material of all sorts in a great deafening cascade. The walls against which we had gathered truly moved under the shock of the bombs. Then, at 3 in the morning, the bombers disappeared, the skies emptied, and a sinister quiet settled upon the town. Quiet except for the sounds of the wounded. One of the most powerful accounts of these 2 awful days was written by the deputy mayor of Caen, Joseph Poirier. Nothing had prepared us for the swiftness of the attack, he wrote 6 months after the liberation of the city. We knew well that our deliverance was at hand, that the hour of liberation had sounded, but selfishly we thought that the landings would happen elsewhere, and that our region would be spared. Providence had decided otherwise. The first bombing raid at 1:30 p.m. struck the central quarters of the city. It was of an unprecedented violence. There was general consternation about the suddenness of the attack. Despite later and wholly ineffectual attempts by the Allied command to warn the citizens of impending bombing, no warning had been given on June 6. The raid had lasted no more than 10 minutes, but the damage was enormous. The Monoprix stores were shattered, and at least 10 fires burned in the downtown. The next attack at 4:30 p.m. struck the prefecture headquarters and other municipal buildings in the center of town, as well as the church of Saint-Jean. Some of the buildings of Le Bon Sévère, the 20-acre Benedictine hospital complex in the northwestern quarter of the city, were hit by shells. One nun was killed, trapped under falling stones. By now, a quarter of the city was in flames. The attack of 2:30 a.m. on June 7 proved even more devastating. The first bomb load fell on the central fire station, killing the chief, his deputy, and 17 firefighters. More than 20 bombs hit the town hall, in whose basement Poirier had sheltered. The hospital clinic of La Miséricorde, located on the Rue des Carmes in the center of town, took a direct hit. 72 people, mostly nuns and their patients, were killed, their bodies buried under the rubble. 171 others were wounded. Emerging into a nightscape illuminated by dozens of fires, Poirier saw dead bodies in feeble air raid trenches, body parts, dead children, the corpse of a close friend on the ground, headless. The electricity, telephone, and water lines were cut, making it difficult to coordinate aid to the wounded. The firefighting equipment was destroyed. The population was literally crazed, seized by panic, and trying to flee the city into the countryside. People were running about in nightshirts, barefoot, without having had the time to put on the least clothing. The city was enveloped in a yellowish smoke and dust from all the shattered buildings. It was an infernal scene. The best he and his civil defense teams could do was try to get the wounded to La Bon Sévère, and gather up the horribly mutilated corpses and pile them up at the Central Commissariat. Where, when, how would we bury them? Had the liberating troops arrived in Caen on June 9 or 10 with offers of aid, food, medicine, bulldozers to clear rubble, manpower to restore public services, then perhaps Caen's liberation would have gone down as merely one of many sad chapters in a war that took so many civilian lives. But Caen's travails were far from over. By June 10, the Anglo-Canadian troops north of Caen were no closer to taking the city than they had been at midday on June 6. Indeed, with the Germans pouring reinforcements into Normandy, and especially north and west of Caen, the city lay just behind an ever-strengthening German perimeter. With the Americans heavily engaged in the Cotentin Peninsula, where they were trying to seize the port of Cherbourg, the British slugged it out with the Germans for every inch of ground around Caen. After the initial assault of June 6 through 8 had failed, General Montgomery directed another major attack in an attempt to outflank Caen, aiming his tanks at Villers-Bocage, a small town some 12 miles southwest of the city. Historian Max Hastings has called this battle a wretched episode, in which the British were thoroughly outfought by the German defenders. But Monty tried again on June 26, sending 3 divisions, 60,000 men, and 600 tanks, crashing into the German line west of Caen, running out toward Tilly-sur-Seulles. This was Operation Epsom. It, too, failed. The implications of these military operations on the western outskirts of Caen were grave indeed for the civilians in the city. German concentrations in and around the city were under assault from the air or from artillery, and the city endured near constant fire. Thousands of the city's inhabitants sought shelter in the hospital of Le Bon Sévère and other points designated as welcome centers, centres d'accueil, by the city's authorities. The thick walls of the old churches, like Saint-Étienne, offered shelter to thousands of citizens sprawled amidst the pews on beds of straw. But operations to provide basic services, shelter, and medical care were severely compromised by the shelling. Aid workers painted red crosses on the grounds and buildings of Le Bon Sévère and on the Lycée Malherbe, a school across the street whose cafeteria had been turned into a hospital ward. Even so, on June 9 through 10, 200 artillery shells intended for German positions on the outskirts of town landed on Le Bon Sévère, and 57 hit the Lycée. More than 50 people were killed. On June 12, a huge artillery shell struck the superb steeple of the church of Saint-Pierre, a beloved landmark in the center of town. It crashed down in pieces, a Gothic masterpiece wiped out in a flash. On June 13 and 14, the shopping districts, cafes, and hotels of the center of town were all set ablaze, and without water, the firefighters had no hope of containing the flames. Le Bon Sévère, which in normal times handled 1,200 patients with a staff of 120 nuns, was now packed with 2,000 refugees and 1,700 wounded. Working around the clock with few supplies, no electricity, and only what water could be pumped manually from the wells, a handful of doctors tried to treat the worst cases. They achieved great things, conducting some 2,300 operations between June 6 and August 15, relying on a patched-together staff of 31 doctors, 22 interns, 114 nurses, and 46 French Red Cross personnel. Across the street in the Lycée Malherbe, over 500 wounded people and thousands of homeless refugees, installed on makeshift pallets in the hallways and basements, received basic treatment from a skeletal staff of 12 doctors and a handful of Red Cross workers. As residents fled the city, Cannes' population dwindled to about 17,000 by mid-June. In the search for shelter from the bombing, thousands of people made for the large stone quarries 2 miles to the south of the city, in the suburb of Fleury. Here opened up another astonishing chapter in this saga of Cannes' destruction. During June and July, as many as 12,000 people huddled in the extensive networks of vacant caves in the old quarries, where the pale yellow limestone used to build many of Cannes' churches had been quarried since the 11th century. The Germans, in mid-July, tried half-heartedly to evacuate the caves, perhaps to prepare them as a defensive redoubt for their own troops. Yet thousands of homeless Canais took little notice, and continued to dwell in the dark, dank network of caverns. Small villages sprang up overnight. The ill and elderly were grouped together in makeshift beds. Women set up laundry and cooking facilities. The men took on heavy labor on a rotating timetable, digging potatoes in the fields, hauling water, sawing lumber for the communal kitchens, gathering supplies from the nearby villages. Bakers and butchers from Fleury delivered supplies of bread, meat, and occasional vegetables. But the conditions of life in the close, airless caves were dreadful. There was no electric light. The floors of the caves, which had been used lately for the cultivation of mushrooms, were constantly damp and muddy. There were no toilets or running water. Within days, fleas and bedbugs infested everyone. Food was always in short supply, and the tension of living underground during constant bombing took a toll on the refugees. One young girl, who with her family sought shelter in the caves at Fleury, recalled the misery of it all. Apart from the fleas, our heads were alive with lice, scratch all day. Hygiene was non-existent. There were no toilets in the caves. We had to make do with corners or heaps of stones. Yet there was protection from the incessant shelling, and there was communal solidarity. 500 homeless refugees actually remained in the caves for 2 weeks after the complete liberation of Cannes, since the city itself had become a shambles. As the people of Cannes clung to life in and around their besieged city, the British Second Army continued its efforts to break through the German line blocking its advance into the interior of France. Having tried twice to outflank Cannes, Montgomery now thought he might go straight at it. He called on the RAF to lay down an intense bombardment of German defensive positions and artillery to the north of Cannes to open the way for an assault by I Corps directly into the city. What followed was one of the most futile air attacks of the war, according to historian Max Hastings. Although it was well known that most of the Germans were deployed north of the city, Bomber Command, in its care not to hit the closely engaged British troops, altered the plan and moved the bombing area farther into Caen itself. With dreadful precision, RAF Mosquitoes and Pathfinders flew in first and dropped their smoke bomb markers on the northern half of the already ruined city, a city quite free of German units. On July 7, under a clear evening sky and facing Little Flack, 456 Lancasters and Halifaxes dumped 2,276 tons of bombs on Caen. It was afterwards judged, concludes one laconic account, that the bombing should have been aimed at the original targets. Few Germans were killed in the area actually bombed. The sight of so many friendly aircraft in the skies over Caen was a great morale booster to the thousands of British soldiers in the field who had been badly beaten up by the Germans for over a month now. "What a lovely sight we saw at about 10 p.m., wrote one soldier in his diary. Hundreds of Lancasters passing over on way home. Could see them on their bombing run somewhere over Caen in more or less single file. One can now understand the term, they queued up to bomb. Could see the flak, a grand sight which inspires confidence." Of the same raid, Captain W. G. Keynes of the 43rd Wessex wrote with boyish enthusiasm, "On the hillside which we were occupying, we had an excellent grandstand view of the raid. Bombers just flew in, unloaded their deadly cargo, and turned and made off across the channel. This was indeed a pleasant sight for us. The sky was literally black with bombers." Gunner J. Y. White of the Royal Artillery was no less animated in his diary. July 7. This evening about 1,000 of our brave bombers came over in a continual stream and bombed Caen. The bombs could be seen leaving the plains through field glasses. It was a grand and awe-inspiring sight to watch our bombers passing overhead for over an hour in a continuous stream, right through the heavy flak, drop their load, circle around, and make for home. One can hardly blame these beleaguered soldiers for the pleasure they took in seeing someone else take a turn at plastering the Germans. They could not know that few Germans were actually being hit. Still, it is quite unimaginable that words such as lovely, grand, and pleasant would have occurred to the citizens of Caen at that moment. From within the buildings of the Lycée Malherbe, Joseph Poirier too saw the bombers overhead, blocking out the sky. He was then thrown against a wall by the force of the explosions. He tried to calm the screaming women and children at the Lycée, but what can you do to calm these poor people who had already experienced the bombings of June 6 through 7, and who for a month had been living the lives of soldiers on the firing line? As reports came in, Poirier learned that the university and its wonderful library were in flames. The church of Saint-Julien was destroyed. The battered remains of the town hall were crushed. A shelter on the Rue Vageau, near the church of Saint-Julien, took a direct hit. 54 people, including many of the church staff, were killed. Fires erupted across the city. "I feared that I would lose my mind in the face of such a calamity," Poirier wrote. Another 250 names were added that night to the lengthening rolls of the dead. On the morning of July 9, Poirier noticed a new development. The few Germans still in the city were withdrawing. This was an organized retreat to higher ground south and east of the city. But for those Caennais in the northern quarter around Le Bon-Sauveur, this marked the start of their liberation. In the afternoon, along the Rue Guillaume le Conquérant, Poirier encountered a column of Canadian infantry, French Canadians, who handed out sweets and cigarettes to the bedraggled citizens of the quarter. In a gesture indicative of the continuity between pre- and post-war France that most local officials insisted upon, Poirier now withdrew from safekeeping his tricolored sash, the symbol of his municipal office, and put it on so as to be prepared to greet the British commanders. I was overcome by emotion, for I recalled at this instant that on the morning of 18 June 1940 it was I that had had the sad privilege of greeting the first German officer who arrived in Caen. But today the man who would soon present himself was our ally, one of the determined British who never lost faith in victory, and who now returned to us the right to wave our flag and to sing the Marseillaise. Poirier greeted the commander of the 201st Civil Affairs Detachment. They shook hands warmly, and Poirier acknowledged that they both had tears in their eyes. Yet the meeting took on a tragic-comic air when, after a long discussion about the desperate civilian needs in the city, the British major asked if Monsieur Poirier could suggest a good hotel where he might have a hot bath. Poirier, stunned, gathered his composure, and gently informed the good major that there were virtually no buildings at all left standing in the city. The liberation of the dead and ruined city of Caen now unfolded over the course of 10 days. The British Second Army pushed up to the northern bank of the Orne, but then stopped, as the Germans had strategically redeployed in a fortified line to the south on higher ground, and were able to shell with perfect accuracy the center of Caen. For the civilians in the northern half of the city, this was finally the time to evacuate, and Poirier, along with the wounded and refugees of Le Bon Sever and other shelters, were transferred by the Anglo-Canadians to Bayeux and elsewhere in liberated territory. Not until July 18 did the British, deploying carpet bombing on the German positions to the east and south of the city, manage to push the Germans out of Caen altogether. Again, the scale of the bombing was titanic. 2,100 aircraft from the RAF and U.S. 8th and 9th Air Forces dropped more than 8,000 tons of bombs on the German lines, following which British 8th Corps managed to push the stunned German defenders a few miles south. Though the Germans remained entrenched along the Bergobue Ridge, from which they would not be dislodged until early August, the city of Caen was at last free. It was also a largely uninhabited, stinking, burning wreck. By the time the Canadians entered the northern part of the city on July 9, the survivors of Caen were unable to show a great deal of warmth for their liberators. Caen had suffered an undeserved fate, said one clergyman. The Canadian and British armies have been received in Caen without great enthusiasm, wrote one of the Benedictine sisters of the Abbey of Notre-Dame des Bon Sever. The residents have been too shaken by the memory of days of agony and mourning which we have experienced, and by all the civilian dead, by all the grief. There was not on this day the joy that we might have had if these friends had saved the women, the children, the old people. There has been too much suffering. Caen was the largest city in Normandy to be destroyed, but dozens of smaller towns and villages met a similar fate. Some were badly hit on D-Day itself. Others, like Falaise, would be chewed to pieces toward the end of the Normandy campaign, as the Germans were slowly, brutally hammered during their retreat eastward. The extent of the destruction in Normandy profoundly shaped the way that soldiers, those sent to France to liberate civilians, came to understand the war. It was impossible, after some of the things these men saw, to think about the war as a great crusade, as General Eisenhower had called it on D-Day, or to speak of killing Germans, as Monty had done on D-Day, as good hunting. Those soldiers who wrote diaries, letters, and memoirs, and thousands did so, uniformly avoided such clichés. The experience was simply too lugubrious for any but direct and accurate description. Villers-Bocage was a sight I'll never forget, wrote one British trooper. There was just enough room for 2 lorries to pass through between 2 heaps of rubble, which once were houses. The whole place was absolutely razed to the ground, and just outside, in the fields, was a complete mass of bomb-holes. The once lovely town of Lisieux, home to a glorious cathedral and a site of many religious pilgrimages, was absolutely flat. Words can't describe the destruction. Coventry and London are nothing compared with this. If a bomb had been placed in every house, the damage could not have been greater. Lisieux had suffered the second highest death toll in Calvados, after Caen, 781 killed. "We traveled by jeep through Tilly-sur-Seulles," recalled another soldier, "now not so much a village as a scrap-heap with every house and shop shattered. The once well-tended land was filled with orchard trees broken, blackened, and stripped of foliage, the ground blasted, buildings razed, and carcasses of horses and cows lying in the open, grossly inflated, putrescent, and beset by swarms of blood-avid flies, feeding on their exposed flesh and tender parts. In village after village, roofs gape, houses lie in amorphous heaps, and church spires, reduced to skeletal shapes, stand out like interrogation marks above surrounding debris. Streets are choked until bulldozers force a track through them, shoveling the rubble aside, temporarily blocking entrances to alleys and side streets. Villers-Bocage appeared dead, mutilated, and smothered, a gigantic sightless rubble heap so confounded by devastation as to suggest an apocalypse. The small hamlet of Aunay-sur-le-Dent, where 145 people, 9% of the population, had been killed by Allied bombing, had no civilized shape, and was little more than a succession of crumpled ruins. Sergeant R.T. Greenwood saw only a barren wilderness of destruction that resembles the battlefields of the last war, a few gaunt trees standing up, leafless, lifeless. For sheer carnage, nothing matched the 20-mile stretch of ground known as the Falaise Pocket, in which the retreating Germans had been nearly encircled. Between Falaise and Argentan, the RAF's murderous Typhoon fighter bombers, with rocket projectiles and machine guns, had laid waste to the penned-in Germans. The town of Falaise itself was churned into rubble. Of 1,637 homes in the town, 950 were destroyed. A few miles to the southeast, between Gupré and Villedieu, K.W. Morris saw the terrible results of the Allies' saturation bombing and fierce fighting. The Germans had suffered heavy casualties, thousands of prisoners had been captured, but many more lay dead in the fields, hedgerows, and woods. Animals, too, had suffered. Cows, rigid and bloated, lay as they had fallen in the fields. Much of the German transport had been horse-drawn. Dead horses still in their traces, sometimes with fearful injuries and intestines blown apart, blocked every road, the contents of their wagons strewn in the ditches. The stench of death was dreadful. Captain W.G. Keynes passed through the same area, where mass slaughters had taken place by Typhoon fighter bombers. We traveled along one road, and actually our vehicles traveled over the top of many hundreds of crushed German dead bodies and horses. Vehicles of all types of German transport littered the whole area. I could never express here on this page, or many others, how that lot looked and stunk. Dead bodies were running over with maggots and flies. It was indeed a ghastly sight seeing those dead Nazis bursting in the blistering heat of the day. This road was about 1.5 miles long, and never before had I smelled anything like it. The nearby village of Chambois stank of dead men and cattle, recalled Lieutenant William Green. Our Typhoons and guns had wrought havoc all along the road which led through the smashed village. German dead were being buried. Stiffened corpses lay in the roadside fields awaiting burial. Dead horses and cows cluttered up the farmyards. and down the road, unmoved by the carnage, 3 small girls wandered in their Sunday clothes. I thought of my own little girl at home, and thanked God she had been spared this sight and experience. In this environment of devastating war damage and upheaval, soldiers tended to see civilians as simply another feature of a foreign, strange, and frequently bizarre world. In no sense did civilians put a human face on the events of liberation. On the contrary, the sufferings of civilians only made Normandy all the more inhuman and weird. In the midst of heavy shelling in the Falaise Gap, A.G. Herbert recalled a surreal encounter with 2 women, barefoot and dressed only in night-clothes, their hair streaming in the wind as they ran. As they drew near, I could see the leading woman was carrying a large picture of Christ in a frame, still complete with glass. They were both hysterical and clutched at my uniform, begging to know where to go out of the fighting. Although I spoke no French, I was able to point out the way down and said, "La Rogerie." At that moment, a tank had made its way up the hill, and was in the act of forcing a passage up the narrow track, when it ran over a donkey which had followed the women down. The noise of the tank and the sight of the squashed donkey caused the women's hysteria to rise to a new crescendo. They took to their heels, and in a moment were out of sight, running like the wind. No less chilling was this scene near Falaise. By the roadside, one small boy stood alone on a dead horse, flies from the carcass around his mouth, a national flag in his hand, stunned by the desolate scene. In Caen, a few days after its liberation, a few elderly women in funereal black moved around the debris, some accompanied by children whose faces appeared equally ashen or dust-gray. To these Allied soldiers, civilians were dirty, strange, and mostly unwelcoming. Roscoe Blunt of the U.S. 84th Infantry Division noted that in every bombed-out village he entered, the villagers were suspicious, their faces sullen and silent. Even the friendly ones were off-putting because of their filth. Blunt was stunned to find a family of Norman farmers dwelling in a home with a dirt floor, no plumbing, no electricity, and a pit in the ground for a toilet. I had never been in such a barren home, and I felt a slight twinge of sympathy, he wrote later. Civilians were also distanced from liberating soldiers by their vulnerability. From June 6 onwards, at least 100,000 Calvadosians fled their homes and flowed along the roads and dirt tracks of the countryside, seeking safety from the fighting. To the liberating soldiers, this only diminished them. They looked dispirited and frightful, wrote Sergeant Greenwood of these refugees. Some had prams containing all their worldly goods, others had wheelbarrows. 2 very old ladies were being wheeled in these things, 3 tiny babies and a few children included. Some of them had been trekking for 3 weeks. Soldiers felt pity, but also disgust for this wretched refuse of war. Soldiers and civilians, in short, had little use for one another, except as sources of exchange. Soldiers constantly sought to barter soap, cigarettes, or tinned bully beef for eggs, butter, poultry, potatoes, or fresh meat. But bartering was certainly not the only way to secure desirable French luxuries. The theft and looting of Norman households and farmsteads by liberating soldiers began on June 6 and never stopped during the entire summer. David Kenyon Webster, who parachuted into Normandy on D-Day with the U.S. 101st Airborne Division, recalled stealing a fifth of Hennessy cognac from a farmhouse within hours of landing. In Colombières, a town just a few miles from the landing beaches that was liberated on D-Day, one woman recalled that her house was thoroughly looted by Canadians. "It was an onslaught throughout the village," she recalled. With wheelbarrows and trucks the men stole, pillaged, sacked everything, and as the Germans had abandoned everything, there were large stocks. There were disputes about who got what. They snatched clothing, boots, provisions, even money from our strong box. My father was unable to stop them. The furniture disappeared. They even stole my sewing machine. This went on for a number of days, and had a predictable effect. The enthusiasm for the liberators is diminishing. The soldiers are looting, breaking everything, and going into houses everywhere on the pretext of looking for Germans. A soldier who came into our rooms while we were eating searched the rooms, and my gold watch was stolen. The locks on the cupboards were all broken, the doors busted open, the closets emptied, and the underclothes stolen, all the contents thrown on the floor, the towels stolen. And all the time they drink our Calvados and champagne, which they haven't tasted since the start of the war. On August 8, to the south of Caen, Major A.J. Forrest saw the 7th Battalion of the Green Howards Infantry Regiment looting and ransacking a farmhouse, sawing up furniture for firewood, and feasting on every living creature in the place, from hens to rabbits, ducks, and even pigeons. A disgraceful business, he thought. 300 Germans, apparently, had lived hereabouts and respected the owner's property, livestock, and goods. How would he, on his return, react to this outrage except to curse his liberators? In fact, this sort of behavior continued right on through 1945 in Belgium, Holland, and Germany. Looting and theft were constant features of the liberated landscape. Within days of the massacre in the Falaise pocket, U.S. and British divisions were moving rapidly east across the Seine River and toward Paris. On August 25, they, along with the French 2nd Armored Division, under the command of the dazzling Lieutenant General Philippe Leclerc, entered Paris. In a mere 2 weeks more, they would be on the Belgian border. At this point in the grand narrative of the liberation of Europe, historical works normally shift their focus and follow the Allied armies into the grateful, delirious capital city and down the Champs-Élysées. And why not? The arrival in Paris signaled a new phase of the war. Paris, symbol of civilization and romance, had been freed unharmed, and its people gave the weary American, British, and French soldiers an unforgettable welcome. The same warmth met the liberators across northern France right up to the Belgian border, where the fighting had been light or had passed by altogether, and where the infantry was at last riding in trucks, moving 40 miles a day and more. Here at last liberation began to look and feel the way it was always supposed to be: flowers, girls, crowds, cheers. The battalion stopped at the village of La Ferté to the east of Paris, recalled A.G. Herbert. We now felt at last that we had left Normandy and were meeting the real French people for the first time. Unlike the people of Normandy, these folk made us feel welcome, and it seemed worth fighting for their freedom. Major G. Ritchie reveled in that change from Normandy. I have never before been treated as these French peasants are treating us, and it is a rather amazing sensation, and rather brings a lump to one's throat. Everyone without exception waves to you. Flowers are thrown into the vehicles, and I remember particularly the sight of one oldish man standing at his gate with his family, waving his arms and shouting, "Merci, merci." At every little cottage I have stayed, when the inhabitants have been there, they have produced everything of the best, wine, cider, etc., and given it away liberally to the troops. This appears to be the true spirit of France. Major Edward Elliot vividly recalled the rapturous welcome. Wherever we stopped, crowds ran forward to shake our hands and clamor for autographs. Fruit and flowers were thrown into jeeps and carriers as we drove past dense and enthusiastic people. In return, we threw out cigarettes and sweets onto the pavements, where they were immediately seized upon by an arguing swarm of townsfolk. The windows and shops were bedecked with colors and flags, and patriotic slogans hung across the main street of every town and hamlet. This was victory indeed. Now, for the first time, we understood why the British Western Expeditionary Force had been renamed the British Army of Liberation. At first, it had sounded a little cynical to us, toiling and fighting amongst the frigid Normans, who only half seemed to appreciate our presence among them. Now we understood full. It was as if a veil draping the inner soul of France and hiding her true visage had suddenly been lifted to reveal a shining and cheerful countenance. A menace which had hung over her life for 4 long, weary years was gone. Gone, they hoped, forever. Normandy's countenance, however, could not have been described as cheerful or shining during and after the summer of 1944. An initial assessment of Caen found that in this city that had once housed 60,000 people, there was habitation left for a mere 8,000, and that returning refugees would have to be evacuated again. Meanwhile, the area between Tilly, Falaise, Argentan, and Vire had only 1/5 of its previous houses left standing. As one somber report by a British official put it on August 30, there will be no greater war problem in the whole of France than exists in Calvados at the moment. About 125,000 people in this department alone were designated sinistrés, or war victims. Of those, 76,000 had lost everything they owned, including their homes. By the end of August, over 1,000 civilians had been hurt or killed by stepping on buried mines. Allied military authorities set up temporary refugee camps to try to limit civilian movement in the war-torn areas, but refugees avoided them, only desiring to be allowed to return to their towns and assess the scale of the damage. They did so regardless of whether their homes still existed, of the danger of booby traps, and of the availability of food. Normandy, a region of ancient traditions and habits, had not changed much in the previous century, yet in the summer of 1944, 2 million foreign soldiers laid waste to its once placid precincts. Caen and Lisieux and Vire and Falaise were permanently altered. The familiar markings of an ancient countryside, the church spires, the schoolhouses and civic halls, the roads, the trees, the parks, and the extensive farmland, all had been ground into dust, and were literally unrecognizable. One survey of the damage to the cultural heritage of Lower Normandy connected the loss of these familiar buildings with the loss of communal orientation, as if some sort of cultural compass had been knocked off course. The church spires which sprang from the midst of our gray houses, and rose straight up to the heavens, like prayers rising from the dried lips of our ancient ancestors, have disappeared by the dozens. A return to normal in such circumstances was quite obviously impossible, for large parts of Normandy could never be recovered. The task that French and American authorities set themselves was to restore order as quickly as possible. The Anglo-American military authorities had made the restoration of political order a principal aim of the liberation, and it had occupied a good deal of the pre-invasion planning. An entire military echelon was created and labeled G5, or Civil Affairs. Within each division, civil affairs officers were tasked with the work of imposing order, that is, finding reliable local political authorities, identifying police forces and empowering them to keep order, enrolling men into labor brigades to clear roads and port facilities, and militarizing all local transportation, fuel, food, and medical supplies. Even the official history of the British civil affairs effort noted that this treatment seemed quite similar to German behavior during the occupation. The French did not warm immediately to such robust foreign political intrusion, even at this time of desperate need, Planning for civil affairs in France was hampered by the extreme touchiness of the Free French leader, General Charles de Gaulle. In fact, a formal agreement between de Gaulle's provisional government and General Eisenhower's supreme headquarters was not signed until late August 1944, almost 3 months after the invasion of France. This document settled the large political questions of sovereignty and control of liberated territory. The French agreed to do nothing to inhibit the powers of the supreme commander to prosecute the war on French soil, while the Allied armies agreed to restore French political control over liberated territory promptly and to cede political control to French authorities. If de Gaulle's Free French had worried that the Anglo-American military forces sought to gain a permanent political control in France, they were soon put at ease by the practical work that civil affairs officers undertook. British units set up command posts in Ouistreham and in Bayeux with little difficulty, and began to grapple with the basic problems of food distribution, rationing, and the search for fuel to get water pumps going again. The civil affairs detachments in Bayeux tried to sort out refugees, arranged for hospitals to accept civilian casualties, and directed emergency medical supplies from the beachheads to the clinics where they were needed. Within 3 weeks of the landings, the civil affairs units had arranged for the publication of the Renaissance du Besson, France's first post-liberation newspaper, written by Allied publicity staff. American units of civil affairs, some of whom dropped into Normandy with the 82nd Airborne, followed similar procedures in Sainte-Mère-Église and other towns on the Cotentin Peninsula. Not the least urgent of their first tasks was the procurement of civilian labor for grave digging and the disposition of cattle killed during combat activities. Cherbourg, liberated by the Americans on June 27, offers an excellent example of the convergence of thinking between the French and Americans. Civil Affairs Detachment A1A1 of the U.S. Army 7 Corps quickly went to work with the city mayor and other French officials, who were all at their posts and gave wholehearted cooperation to the detachment. Although the port facilities had been wrecked by the Germans, the American engineers got quickly to work to prepare the quays to receive offloaded military supplies. Another daunting problem was the state of public health. The civic affairs medical officers found sanitation in the city to be deplorable, lacking basics like potable water and adequate sewage. The American soldiers in the city made it worse by indiscriminate dumping of their trash, which added to a fly nuisance and a rat nuisance. The hospital facilities used by the Germans were, by the time the Americans arrived, in a disastrous state. Same old story, according to Major Harry Towsley of the 298th General Hospital in Cherbourg. Toilets flooded with crap, no water, cockroaches black on the walls and floors. The civil affairs team restored power to the water pumping system by July 3. The enormous stocks of food that the German garrison had piled up in Cherbourg were duly distributed. Civil affairs got the local cinema opened up, put out a newspaper, and even launched Radio Cherbourg. Civil affairs officers helped arrange the resumption of train service, obtained coal to run the power plants, organized road traffic, seized motorized transport, assured adequate supply of French currency in circulation, and tried to restore telephone service. Of course, they also imposed controls and restrictions on civilian life, such as blackouts, curfews, travel passes, and limits on telephone usage, all of which prompted the frequent complaint that the Americans were far more interfering than the Germans had been. But such friction was inevitable. Cherbourg was being refitted to serve as a major supply and transport base to funnel goods from the port to the armies in the field, and in this effort the civil affairs officers needed and found partners among the French authorities who themselves were eager to restore order. Civil affairs men acted as a spark to revive the confidence of local authorities and galvanized into action all available municipal services and prefectural services by identifying and gathering judges, teachers, administrators, and town officials, and providing them the tools to govern. A British civil affairs official felt that after 48 hours the detachment could have left Cherbourg altogether, so well had French authority been re-established. Is there more to be said, however, about the nature of the order that French and Allied authorities imposed on liberated Normandy? The events of July 14, 1944, in Cherbourg offer intriguing hints of the various ways order could be imposed on liberated space. On that day, July 14, Bastille Day, and France's national holiday, Allied and French military and civilian officials arranged for a handsome public ceremony designed to consecrate the alliance and the transfer of power from Vichy to Gaullist France. According to the American commander of the Civil Affairs Unit who was present at the ceremony, salvos of artillery and ringing of church bells took place at intervals during the day. In the afternoon, a big parade assembled in the Place Napoleon, made up of French military, naval, and civilian services, U.S. Army units, and British RAF and Army. This parade marched to the public garden to pay respects at the Memorial of the Dead. It was accompanied by M. François Coulet, the political representative of the Free French, Admiral Georges Thierry d'Argenleu, and all the notables of the city. These Frenchmen were presented by the Allied soldiers with hastily made national flags that the soldiers had sewn from the cloth of parachutes. Next on the program was the renaming of the Place Pétain, Cherbourg's town square, to Place Général de Gaulle, a symbolic gesture to indicate the clear break with France's wartime past. There followed a public concert on the square that featured many of the old songs and tunes of France, which had been prohibited for 4 years. The people of the city turned out in large numbers, waving hats and singing with all the pent-up gusto that a liberated people naturally felt after such a prolonged period of bondage. Not far from these official celebrations on July 14, at precisely the same time, another kind of public ceremony was unfolding. About 12 women, publicly accused of consorting with the German occupiers, were dragged into a public square where they were harangued by a number of self-appointed judges from resistance groups. Then their hair was shaved off, as smirking young men gazed on with evident satisfaction. The women were placed into the back of a truck and paraded through the town under a sign that read, "The Collaborationist Wagon." As the truck rolled through the streets of the town, a man sat on the cab of the truck, beating a drum to call attention to these shorn captives. The public shearing of adulterous women in this manner was an ancient tradition, though kept alive more in folklore than in practice. The resistance members had whispered such threats to the French girlfriends of German soldiers during the war, and now they made good on the threat. These women had, according to their persecutors, smiled gaily as they paraded down the streets arm in arm with their foreign masters. Now their world was to be turned upside down. Their treachery had been public. Their humiliation, too, would be put on display. Such was the power of the ceremony that it was repeated across liberated France in August and September. As historian Fabrice Virgili has shown, in the summer of '44 some 20,000 French women felt the cold steel of the shears slice across their scalps, and watched as their tangled locks fell at their feet. In a public square renamed for the conservative Catholic nationalist General Charles de Gaulle, American and French officials asserted their claim to shape the political order. In the back of a truck, amidst tears and curls, Cherbourg's men and boys asserted their claim to shape the social order. French women who had once used access to Germans as a form of social power were made once again subservient to French men. The new order was marked out in public, on the bodies of these unfortunate women. Both ceremonies occurred on the first post-liberation Bastille Day in the first liberated city in the country. The new order in liberated Normandy also reflected racial prejudices, both of the local French people and of the liberating American army. After the bulk of the Allied combat units left Normandy on their way to Belgium and Germany, the Americans established large supply operations in Cherbourg, on the Normandy beachheads, and in Le Havre, and linked these supply bases via road to the front lines. This was an enormous operation that grew steadily during the fall of 1944, right until the end of the war. Most of the materiel shipped to Normandy from Britain and the United States was loaded onto trucks and transported across northern France to Paris, Brussels, Liège, and onto the front. This logistical supply effort fell onto the soldiers of support troops, many of whom were African American soldiers who were generally barred from combat duty. In the famous Red Ball Express, the trucking route that ran from St. Lo to the front lines, many of the drivers, as many as 70% in some trucking units, were African American, and were in frequent contact with local French civilians. Calvados was, politically and socially, a conservative region of France. It was also rural, distant from any major city, and had little contact with people of African descent. The evidence from the Calvados archives suggests that French civilians, and certainly the French police, found the presence of African American soldiers in their community unsettling. Indeed, the Calvados police reports reveal anxiety not only about black soldiers of the U.S. Army, but about North African soldiers in the French army, who were also being used as support troops in Normandy. French people of rural Calvados would have perceived black and North African men as exotic and foreign, normally visible only as colonial subjects. But French preconceptions of these men of color as exotic strangers were surely reinforced by the way the U.S. Army treated its own black soldiers. French officials observed American racial prejudice on display in liberated Normandy in the division of labor that relegated black servicemen to subordinate roles and segregated them from whites. This atmosphere of racial tension and hostility that emanated from both American and French authorities became a common point of understanding for those officials charged with creating order in Normandy. This mutually reinforcing view of an appropriate racial order had grave consequences when local French and American authorities addressed questions of law, order, and punishment. U.S. Army soldiers, black and white, who were in rear support units and far from the imminent danger of the battle lines, tended to misbehave in ways that ranged from the predictable, carousing, drunkenness, shouting at women, and so on, to the brutal and revolting, including robbery, sexual assault, gang rapes, and murder. However, African American troops were more frequently punished for these acts than whites. Evidence from U.S. Army records show conclusively that although blacks were a small statistical minority of U.S. troops in the European theater, less than 10%, they were targeted by French and American authorities alike as the scapegoats for widespread American misbehavior and sexual violence. Black American soldiers were charged and convicted and punished for crimes against French people in numbers vastly disproportionate to their statistical presence in the American army. White soldiers, by contrast, were far less likely to be the subject of official scrutiny and punishment. The monthly French police reports that local authorities compiled invariably described official French-Allied relations as correct and cordial, yet exceptions to such cordiality always in local police reports involved alleged misbehavior of black troops. Does this mean that white soldiers behaved well while black soldiers did not? No. The Army's own records show plainly that white soldiers repeatedly were brought up on charges of all kinds. Rather, local French sources show that the comportment of black soldiers was monitored by the French police far more than the comportment of whites. A local French police report from Trouville, near the Deauville Logistics headquarters, said the proprietors of the cafes and restaurants have been informed not to serve alcohol and food to American soldiers, and especially to soldiers of the Negro race, race nègre. A police report by the Departmental Police Command noted that the attitude of the Allied military is correct, except as concerns the black Americans, who seem to need greater supervision. In Vire, through which the Red Ball Express ran, and where a large contingent of black troops was based, one police report named various incidents involving black soldiers, and concluded by saying, "There is no longer a unit of military police in Vire, and it would be desirable, if the blacks continue to be stationed here in the area, that MPs be placed here as a means of dealing with such situations." Another regional overview of Calvados declared wryly in March 1945 that the comportment of the black American soldiers has improved. We note only one rape in Brûle-en-Bessin. The victim was 82 years old. But in Mézidon, according to another report, black American soldiers have become the scourge of the region. They get drunk and run after the women who no longer dare to set foot outside after nightfall, and the town of Vire remained a constant trouble spot, according to police. The people of Vire continue to complain about the actions of colored American troops stationed in the vicinity. The emphasis by French authorities upon race when discussing public disorder was not limited to African American soldiers. From April 1945 on through the summer, police reports, while emphasizing the continued cordiality between Allied and French authorities, reported extensive complaints about the behavior of French North African soldiers in Calvados. The French units stationed in the region now number at least 1,500 men. Most of them are North African soldiers. If the general relations between the civilians and the soldiers are correct, and even sometimes cordial, the same cannot be said of the relations between the population and the North African troops. Such incidents included the following transgressions, according to one report in mid-April. A melee between a woman of loose morals and a Moroccan soldier resulted in the knife stabbing of a civilian onlooker. North African soldiers brandished firearms in public to rob locals of wine, leading to scuffles and injuries among civilians and soldiers. In Cannes, a North African, described as un soldat indigène, stabbed a passer-by in the neck with a razor after being refused a cigarette. Gendarmes stopped and searched 2 North African soldiers because they looked suspicious and found they were carrying 2 English bayonets under their uniforms. Another report depicted a full-fledged conflict between French police and North African soldiers, triggered by an incident in a bar. 2 North African soldiers felt they were not served quickly enough, and slapped the daughter of the proprietor in the face. The mother and father intervened, but at this moment one of the soldiers drew a knife and pursued the daughter into the bakery next door. While the baker was fending off the soldier, an officer of the gendarmerie arrived and helped the baker overpower and disarm the soldier. As the 2 soldiers were being arrested, however, a truck bearing a dozen North African soldiers arrived, and these men used force to free their comrades. The police called reinforcements, but could not prevail upon the soldiers to surrender the 2 soldiers, so the police followed the truckload of soldiers back to their base. There, after a serious scuffle that led to injuries to the police, the men were overwhelmed and arrested, with the aid of other soldiers at the base. Clearly, public disorder involving African American and North African troops occurred in Calvados. Yet it also appears that French police were far more likely to report incidents involving soldiers of color than incidents involving white British or American soldiers. French police, it seems, saw armed black and Arab men, even if wearing American or French military uniforms, as threats to their efforts to restore order to Normandy, an order in which non-white people did not figure. The French police may have emphasized the racial dimension of public disorder to establish a point of solidarity with the purveyors of American military justice. Indeed, one of the reasons why French and Allied relations at the top levels of official authority were so correct and cordial was their shared racial prejudices, especially when dealing with allegations against black troops. The records of the Army's Judge Advocate General show plainly that while less than 10% of American troops in the entire European Theater of Operations, ETO, were African American, 22% of all criminal offenses brought before the courts were attributed to black soldiers. More telling, 42% of all offenses involving sexual assault were attributed to black soldiers, and in France, 77% of the soldiers charged with rape were African American. Furthermore, black men accused of sexual assault received far harsher punishment than whites. Of the 151 soldiers in the ETO who were actually condemned to death by courts-martial for the offense of rape, 65% were black. Still more astonishing, of the 151 capital sentences for rape, only 29 were actually carried out, but of those, 25 soldiers were black, while a mere 4 were white. Put another way, 87% of the U.S. soldiers hanged on the charge of raping women in the ETO were black. All these numbers, and others relating to other crimes, can be summed up fairly simply by stating that of the 70 men the U.S. Army hanged for crimes in Europe, 55 were African American. The evidence presented at the courts-martial sheds light on the hidden underside of the liberation and occupation of northern France. It's plain from these records that some American soldiers, how many can never be known, assaulted French people, in some cases with sadistic and lethal force. The evidence shows that sexual violence against women in liberated France was common. It also shows that black soldiers convicted of such awful acts received very severe punishments, while white soldiers received lighter sentences. Why the disparity in sentencing? Simply, it was much easier for a condemned white man to get a capital sentence reduced than it was for a condemned black man to receive the same leniency. This is because the Army, at the express request of General Eisenhower and the War Department, gave weight to an accused soldier's combat record during sentencing. The War Department, in an order of August 2, 1945, stated that while a creditable combat record does not endow the individual with any special immunity, neglect to give it due weight is equally an injustice and an impairment of public respect for the Army's administration of military justice. Yet, not only a creditable combat record was required. Even combat fatigue and exhaustion on the battlefield were considered as mitigating circumstances. Since African American troops rarely saw action on the front line, they usually had no combat record to shield them. A second reason for the severity of sentences toward black troops is that Army justice saw sexual violence by African American troops as dangerous and threatening not simply to French women, but to the moral order that the Army wished to establish in France. The Judge Advocate General Board of Review, in considering the conviction for rape by 2 privates of a woman in Brick, Quebec, near Cherbourg, just 3 weeks after D-Day, made plain its opinion that the rape of French women by colored American soldiers was part of a pattern which has made its unwelcome appearance with increasing frequency. This alleged pattern was denounced by the Provost Marshal of the Normandy-based section as well. The reputation of American troops was badly besmirched at this time by the misbehavior of a small percentage of troops, and he noted that most of these undisciplinary attacks were caused by colored troops, and great efforts were made to bring this situation under control with special attention to the colored units. In short, black soldiers were targeted for special measures, to deflect scrutiny away from white soldiers' misbehavior, and to deflect criticisms aimed at the American Army. In the context of liberation, this evidence, when placed alongside police reports from French archives, suggests a broader conclusion that French and American authorities collaborated to impose a racial order onto liberated Normandy. Some American soldiers pillaged, robbed, raped, and murdered French people during 1944 and 1945, but black men paid a far higher price for such transgressions, and French and U.S. authorities found a degree of common cause in exacting that bloody toll. As the war moved onward through France and into Belgium and to Germany itself, the interest of the Allied armies in Normandy's fate waned, and the citizens of Calvados felt bereft. The region's housing shortage was severe, and food was still strictly rationed in Caen, with bread down to 100 grams per day and 120 grams of meat per week. A particular grievance of the locals was that the 12,000 German POWs in Calvados, who were put to work on road-building crews, were given better rations and clothing by the Allies than the French themselves enjoyed. People compare their appearance when the two groups, French and German laborers, arrive for work at the various public works, wrote the prefect of the department. The Germans arrive by car or truck clothed in raincoats with good shoes. The French arrive on foot with bad shoes and an assortment of cast-off clothing, some civilian, some military. With no summer and fall harvest, cattle lacked fodder and straw, and in December the sub-prefect of Bayeux termed the condition of livestock in the region critical. Petty theft and looting of emptied or damaged houses was a constant problem for municipal police, as the crime blotter in the daily newspapers reveals. Basic services, such as streetcars, buses, and trains, and electricity, were not in place until December, and even then were intermittent at best. The region was beset by a criminal racket that trafficked in stolen military goods, which the police found impossible to control, since Allied soldiers were deeply involved. And prostitution, a trade that was legal in France when practiced in licensed houses with regular inspections, had become a major public health problem. Women had begun to ply their trade secretly among a desperately eager military clientele, leading to rampant venereal disease. Caen residents wondered why they had been forsaken. Drawing on a vocabulary rich in suggestive overtones of Christian suffering, an editorial in the Caen-based newspaper Liberté de Normandie, one of the first dailies of liberated Normandy, cried out that martyred Calvados must not be forgotten. For the success of our allies, the paper wrote, Calvados has paid an unbearable tribute. Entire villages have been pulverized, towns razed, cities wiped out. We do not complain. Fate determined that we should become the ransom for liberty, and we have strong enough hearts to accept this holocaust with pride. We only ask that we not be forgotten, and yet we are being forgotten. The editorial appealed for aid from the rest of the country. We, in our murdered towns, we have nothing. Liberated France, which has happily avoided our tragic condition, will you not come to our aid? Caen, it seemed, had suffered so that France might be resurrected, but there had been no recognition of the sacrifice. In October, General de Gaulle made his first visit to Caen, and promised immediate aid to Caen mutilé. Caen, mutilated in the service of the nation, he said, Caen more proud and resolute than ever, I give you my word, you will have the support of the public authorities. Yet in December, Raoul Dautry, the Minister of Reconstruction, visited the region to inform local leaders that due to shortages across the country, it would be many years before Calvados would be rebuilt. Indeed, in January 1945, 6 months after D-Day, the local director of the Office for Refugees and War Victims described the desperate plight of the homeless in the department and begged for an immediate delivery to the region of 50,000 blankets, 20,000 cots and mattresses, 40,000 suits of clothing, and an equal number of shoes. The face of liberation in Normandy, then, was ugly and bruised. Local authorities and their allied patrons worked diligently to impose their ideas of order on this liberated space, but they operated in an environment that they themselves had violently uprooted. Not only had liberation shattered the long-settled Norman countryside, demolished hallowed churchyards, and razed towns, but the presence of millions of armed soldiers with enormous power and few constraints unsettled the local inhabitants and invited criminal misbehavior of all kinds. In the wake of liberation, Normandy remained disoriented, disfigured, and disordered. 6 decades after the liberation of Normandy, few visible traces of the trauma of war remain. The green fields and small towns have long been put to rights. The natural beauty of the land is evident at every turn, and Ernie Pyle's description of Normandy as too wonderfully beautiful to be the scene of a war seems more apt than ever. Caen, so badly mauled in June and July 1944, is today a quiet, tidy city of 117,000 people. Its inhabitants make their living in a variety of industries, including auto manufacturing, electrical engineering, and, of course, agriculture. The steeples of 3 handsome churches rise up above a modern cityscape of straight boulevards and pedestrian walkways, and the thick walls of William the Conqueror's castle, which withstood the bombing of 1944, dominate the town center. The River Orne still bisects the town, running slowly northeast on its path toward Ouistreham and the sea. A series of low, stout bridges cross the river, and restaurants and cafes crowd along the riverfront boulevards. Everything seems perfectly normal, and it is, even though the Caen of today is entirely a modern fabrication. The historic town of small wooden Norman homes and ancient churches died in June 1944. Caen, today, is a city of absences. The city's haunting character is emphasized each June as hundreds of thousands of British and American tourists, many of them veterans or the families of men who fought in Normandy in the summer of 1944, come to the city, fill up the hotels, and make their pilgrimages to the D-Day beaches and the cemeteries that dot the countryside. The American cemetery at Colleville-sur-Mer is a popular destination. In 2005, 1.4 million people, 500,000 of them Americans, visited this immaculate ground, which overlooks Omaha Beach. Here, amid tall, gracefully arched pines and the sound of the rolling surf below, 9,387 Americans lie buried. An additional 1,557 names have been engraved on a semicircular wall in the Garden of the Missing. Yet all is not quiet. Every hour, a loudspeaker plays an eerie, warbling recording of Stars and Stripes Forever and God Bless America. Even in death, the Americans are cheered along to the strains of patriotic songs. In Caen itself, many small plaques affixed to the city walls honor French men and women who assisted the wounded or who died fighting the German occupiers. The principal site of memory, however, is called Le Mémorial de Caen. It was erected in 1988 and opened by President François Mitterrand, himself a former member of the French resistance. Though its original purpose was, like the Colleville Cemetery, to honor the sacrifices made during the liberation of 1944, the Caen Memorial has emerged as something altogether different, un musée pour la paix, a peace museum. The museum is surrounded by the flags of all the nations who fought in the battle, including the German flag. Indoors, the central galleries are dedicated to images and ideas of world peace. A Hall of Peace asks visitors to contemplate how world civilizations across time have thought about peace and tolerance, to examine fractures to that peace brought about by nations and hate groups. And one corridor offers tribute to all the winners of the Nobel Peace Prize. Rotating exhibits feature, for example, discussions of the geopolitics of oil and the violent practice of civilian hostage-taking in various global conflicts. Monthly seminars are held on moral philosophy, and adult education courses examine human rights law. One might, of course, see the construction of this sophisticated peace museum as a sign that the people of Caen do not wish to dwell too much on their past, or do not wish to be associated only with the tragedies of D-Day. Yet the epigrammatic words engraved in stone on the outside of the building suggest not so much a turning away from the past as a particular stance toward it. La douleur m'a brisé, la fraternité m'a relevé, de ma blessure a gelé un fleuve de liberté. Sorrow broke me, brotherhood has raised me up again, from my wound has sprung a river of freedom. The Caen Memorial has come under fire in recent years from Anglo-American veterans groups for its peacenik pretensions and its apparent abandonment of its role as a memorial to the Battle of Normandy. But museums and memorials tell us more about how and what we choose to remember than about historical events themselves. On these now placid, verdant Norman fields, Americans come to pay homage to their soldiers amidst the somber grandeur of a military cemetery. The people of Caen prefer to gather in a museum of glass and steel, and consider the human cost not just of their liberation, but of all wars. Both sites are fitting tributes to the varieties of liberation and the universality of mourning. Chapter 2. Blood on the Snow, the Elusive Liberation of Belgium. Our journey into Belgium, wrote Sergeant Richard Greenwood of the 9th Battalion, Royal Tank Regiment, was an interesting experience. I felt that here we were really welcome. But at Brussels, it is difficult to describe the scene. It may have been a royal procession, so great was the acclamation. We passed through the principal streets of the city at a time when there were many business people about, 6 p.m., and what a contrast with France! Here there were well-dressed civilians, fine shops, cleanliness, order, and intelligent-looking people. And girls! There were so many, so clean, healthy, fine-looking. What a sight for our lads! The city was a blaze of color. Every shop, every house, every window carried a flag. We were bombarded with fruits and flowers on a greater scale than ever. Major Edward Elliot of the Glasgow Highlanders concurred. The contrast between Belgium and France struck me at once. The people dressed better, clothes seemed more plentiful. Everyone looked clean and healthy, whereas France gave one the impression that everyone was shoddy and tired. The enthusiasm for our cause seemed more genuine and spontaneous in Belgium than anywhere else we had been. A rapturous welcome, yes, yet the reality of the war hung over the proceedings like a shroud. Major Maurice Cook of the Royal Scots recalled that he and his second-in-command were billeted with a Belgian family in Courtrai, just a dozen miles from the French border. Troughton and I were invited into a big house, beautifully furnished, whose owner, speaking English fluently, invited us into his drawing-room and opened a bottle of red wine. We noticed a couple dressed heavily in black, and our host explained that his brother and sister-in-law had lost their 3 young sons when the RAF had destroyed the station area earlier in the year. It was a most embarrassing situation. Our host was most kind, but the atmosphere was strained. We departed to bed early to find pictures of the 3 little boys, aged 7, 9, and 11, and a family biography of them on mourning cards on the mantelpiece. An apt summary of the experience of liberation, a warm welcome, mixed with the bitter taste of loss. After the trauma of Normandy, Allied soldiers basked in the glories of Belgium's apparent peace and prosperity. The British and American forces that dashed across France from the Seine River to the Belgian border entered Brussels, Antwerp, and Liège on September 3, 4, and 7, respectively. They frequently spoke not only of the joy of the liberated Belgians and of the welcome they received, but of the abundance they found in the country. "One got the impression," wrote one British captain, all too aware of the severe shortages Britain had suffered through, "that the Belgians felt they had done their bit by eating their way through the war." A bemused G.I., after seeing the flags along the main boulevards, the handsome shop fronts and well-dressed citizens in Brussels, remarked, "One would hardly think they were having a war." We cannot rely, however, upon these soldiers' first impressions. To be sure, Belgians had not experienced the kind of punishing, murderous occupation policies that the Germans had imposed in Eastern Europe, and they had fared better than the French on balance, but the country had hardly escaped unscathed. Defeated in May 1940 after a battle against the Germans that lasted only 18 days, Belgium suffered from the systematic German economic exploitation that drained the country's finances, requisitioned food, coal, and textiles, and siphoned off a most valuable commodity, human labor. By 1943, 542,000 Belgians were working in Germany and France for the German war effort. Starting in mid-1943, the insatiable Germans intensified their demands for labor and hunted men down in the streets, the movie houses, the parks, churches, and in their homes. Thousands of so-called réfractaires, defaulters, went into hiding. Wartime reports concluded that the population is suffering intensely from what it considers a reduction to slavery. And for one group of people in Belgium, their fate was even worse than that. 26,000 Jews, or 45% of the Jews in Belgium at the start of the war, were deported to German extermination camps. A mere 1,200 survived. The liberation, too, despite its first flush of glory, was stained with blood. Even as the residents of Brussels were throwing flowers and fruits into the jeeps and trucks of the British troops during the glorious early days of September, a number of ghastly events were unfolding in the eastern part of the country that made plain how much brutality the retreating Germans still had in them, and augured ill for the final stages of the war. On September 2 through 3, along the road that runs from the French town of Valenciennes to the Belgian city of Mons, thousands of Germans in full retreat encountered harassing fire from small bands of ill-equipped and no doubt overconfident Belgian partisans. The Germans responded with typical ferocity. Around the villages of Glin, along the Mons Canal, and in the towns of Jemappes and Quarannon, through which their main axis of retreat ran, Wehrmacht and SS soldiers set fire to civilian homes along the route, and killed some 60 civilians. On the same day, just a few miles to the north, in the village of Couvaucamp, Belgian partisans fired upon a column of retreating Germans, killing one soldier. The Germans determined to exact reprisals. They killed 2 resistance fighters whom they caught, then rounded up 17 civilians in the town and shot them. By the 4th of September, the Germans were tumbling headlong eastward, across the Meuse River, through the Ardennes, toward Aachen, and toward the shelter of the West Wall, what the Americans called the Siegfried Line, the vast row of concrete fortifications and gun emplacements designed to keep the Allies out of Germany. But as they went, they spread death and destruction along the way, and many Belgians found September 4 to be a day marked by atrocity rather than liberation. In the small hamlet of Sauve, some 6 miles east of Dina and the Meuse, a few Belgian partisans unwisely sprayed retreating SS soldiers of the Hitlerjugend and Prinzjugend divisions with gunfire, wounding 2 of them. Immediately, the Germans organized a manhunt in the town for partisans. In Sauve, they went from house to house, gathering groups of villagers, killing them, and setting their homes ablaze. The home of the village priest, Vicar Bussart, was set alight, and as he was running to rescue his possessions, he was shot dead, his body left to be engulfed by the flames. By the end of the rampage, 18 people, including 3 women, were dead. Not all such German atrocities were provoked by resistance activity. On the same day, in Anhy, a small village on the left bank of the Meuse, a battalion of retreating SS Panzer Grenadiers massacred 13 civilians, pillaged the homes of the village, and set fire to 58 buildings in the town. The victims were mostly men in their 60s. One was 82 years old, and none of them had resistance connections of any kind. Just a few hundred yards up the road, soldiers of the 3rd Regiment, Hitler-Jugend Division, crossed the Meuse between Dinant and Namur, established a command post, and then deliberately recrossed the river again to pillage and destroy the local villages. In the small riverfront villages of Godin, Bouillon, Ur, Varnon, and Rivière, the Germans robbed, then set ablaze numerous homes and shot 5 civilians to death. 2 women, Jeanne Ferret, 21 years old, and Else Hubrecht, 37, both of nearby Envoy, were repeatedly raped, yet the Germans reserved their most vicious treatment for captured resistance men. On September 7, in Félon, 18 miles east of Dinant, German soldiers arrested 7 men, 4 of whom were civilians, 3 of whom were members of the local gendarmerie. The Germans considered them all likely resistance members or terrorists. The prisoners were transferred to Bonson the next morning, where they were murdered. A medical examination of the bodies by a local physician the following day revealed that the men had been badly beaten, tortured, and mutilated. One of the victims had his sexual organs cut off. And in December and January 1944 through 45, this sort of violence and atrocity started up all over again when these same Germans returned to Belgium during their ill-fated attack in what became the Battle of the Bulge. The images so many Allied soldiers carried with them of the glory days of September have done much to create a legend about Belgium's easy war. But liberation in Belgium, a prolonged, uncertain period that ran from September 1944 until January 1945, would prove to be every bit as traumatic as in Normandy. The Belgians would have their war after all. With the departure of the Germans in early September, Belgians and their liberators grappled with the challenge of restoring the political order. General Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander, appointed a Briton, Major General George W.E.J. Erskine, to head the mission to Belgium from Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, SHAEF. Erskine's appointment reflected Britain's military control of Brussels and Antwerp, while the Americans occupied southeastern Belgium, from Liège to the Ardennes. Erskine was not meant to rule with an iron fist. His job was to resurrect Belgian political institutions, impose calm in the streets, and ensure the prompt resumption of industrial production on behalf of the Allied armies. He was all too eager to delegate politics to the Belgians themselves. Yet, unlike France, where Charles de Gaulle strode forward to take up his role as the man of destiny at the crucial hour, Belgians lacked a national figure to whom they could turn. Belgium's king, Leopold III, had been shamed by his wartime behavior. In May 1940, after the German invasion and the defeat of the Belgian army, Leopold refused to leave the country, as the Dutch sovereign Queen Wilhelmina had done, and sued for peace with the Germans. The Prime Minister, Hubert Pirlo, and his cabinet decided instead to flee the country into France, and soon made their way to London, there to join other forlorn governments in exile that had been chased off the continent by the Nazis. King Leopold, meanwhile, remained in his sumptuous palace outside Brussels, claiming that he would share the fate of his people under German rule. He dwelt in royal comfort, while the German military, along with the remarkably cooperative Belgian industrialists, bureaucrats, and administrators, ran the country. Leopold met Hitler at Berchtesgaden in November 1940, but failed to win concessions and autonomy from the German Führer. Then he withdrew behind his palace walls until June 1944, when the Germans seized him and deported him to Germany, a worthless and unmissed hostage. The Allies, therefore, accorded recognition to Pirlot's government, set its members up in a house in Eaton Square in London, and ignored them, until the swift, almost miraculously speedy liberation of Belgium occurred, taking only a few days. On September 8, 1944, a British aircraft flew a dozen Belgian cabinet ministers, led by Pirlot, into Brussels. Upon their arrival at the Brussels airfield, no one met them at the airport. Pirlot, whom the British ambassador said was characterized by a certain lack of vigorous initiative, was a man very much of the old regime. He was 64 years old, a 20-year veteran of the Parliament, a Catholic centrist, a former Minister of Interior and Foreign Affairs, and a lawyer. Upon his arrival in Brussels, he installed himself in the Ministry of the Interior, and on September 9, he led a delegation to the World War I memorial to lay a wreath. Spectators on the streets stared mutely. There was no applause. On September 20, the brother of the king, Prince Charles, was appointed by a joint session of Parliament to act as regent until the king's fate could be determined. Pirlot resigned, only to be asked by Prince Charles to form a new government. Thus a collection of men from the pre-war regime with no connections to the internal Belgian resistance took up the reins of power with full British support. Continuity and control were the watchwords of the moment. Materially, Belgium in 1944 had certain advantages over France, since its infrastructure had not been severely damaged by the war. Though they had wrecked the telephone and telegraph exchange in Brussels, the retreating Germans had not had time to sabotage the rail and transport network. The country's full harvest was intact. The coal mines had not been destroyed, and even Antwerp's port facilities had not yet been seriously harmed. Even so, the large cities faced a serious bread shortage in the weeks after liberation, and conditions in the country worsened throughout the fall. This was chiefly due to a shortage of coal, oil, and electricity to run trains, fuel trucks, and fire the bakeries. Belgium had been self-sufficient in coal before the war, but at the time of the liberation, coal production had fallen to a mere tenth of pre-war production. There was a shortage of labor, since 500,000 workers had been shipped to Germany to work inside the Reich as forced labor. The train system was malfunctioning because the Germans had wrecked the telegraph network, making a shambles of the train timetables. Perhaps more important, the collapse of the German occupation had left little or no centralized Belgian bureaucracy to deal with coal transport and distribution. A good deal of the coal that was mined was sold on the black market at astronomical prices, and it was not until December that the British Army agreed to place soldiers on every coal train coming out of the mines to ensure that the coal reached its assigned destination without being detoured and ransacked. Belgians also had to compete with the Allied armies, which since November had gobbled up 900,000 tons of Belgian coal, along with tons of local vegetables, fruits, and potatoes. Without reliable coal supplies for civilian consumption, the country came to a near halt. In mid-October, electricity was shut off between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. in an effort to conserve coal. The bread lines grew. By the end of October, the temperature in the main cities among a harassed public rose to dangerous levels, and demonstrations began to form in front of the government offices. To complaints about shortages, the public added criticism of Prime Minister Pirlot. for his dilatory policy toward collaborators. The Allies estimated that some 400,000 Belgians had in some way worked for the German occupation, and the new government initially arrested as many as 60,000 people. But by the end of 1944, thousands had been released, while only 495 people had been given capital sentences, mostly in absentia. Only one senior administrator had been convicted of crimes against the state. Most received far more lenient punishments. An astute British observer likened the fierce and bitter hatred of collaborators to a religious fervor, and the press excoriated the government ministers who had spent the war safely in London for their failure to avenge the injustices suffered at the hands of collaborators during the war. A Belgian who had worked for the BBC in London during the war returned in November to find that Belgians cared more about the purges than any other issue, including food. Worse than anything, he wrote of the wartime experiences of his countrymen, was the treason of the Belgians themselves, yet these traitors now went unpunished. Although the people will exercise great patience, he concluded, they will never permit that the guilty should slip through the fingers of the law. The country is beginning to ferment. The food shortage and the failure of the purges provided the backdrop to a major political crisis in the country in November that required the full intervention of the Allied military authorities. Throughout the war, Belgium had not had a large underground resistance, but as German labor roundups increased in intensity, the resistance grew. By the end of the war, there were 90,000 members of the resistance, most of them armed. The most significant groups were the armées secrètes, led by former officers of the Belgian army, which tended to have royalist sympathies, and the Front de l'Indépendance, FI, organized and controlled by the Belgian Communist Party. These units harassed the retreating Germans, played a small part in the liberation of the country, and now refused to be marginalized by Pirlot's government, which they viewed as a sad continuation of the pre-war gerontocracy. One British senior official described the resistance fighters as a very motley array. Members of these guerrilla forces are now to be seen in all parts of the country bearing distinguishing armlets and carrying Sten guns, revolvers, and sometimes only knives. They engaged in arbitrary acts of requisition from the civilians, and indeed were more numerous and better armed than the Belgian police. In order to protect the Belgian government and to secure public order, General Eisenhower, on October 2, ordered that the Belgian resistance group surrender their weapons, while he complimented them for their devoted heroism. Yet they did not readily obey. Instead, upset over the failure of the purges and spurred on by hungry, embittered civilians, elements of the FI arranged a serious challenge to the government. On October 21, the Prime Minister alerted Schaeff that he had information about a communist uprising in the country, centered around striking miners and other disaffected laborers. Schaeff responded by swiftly arming the Belgian police with 7,500 weapons and stepping up demand for the disarmament of the resistance. Some of the weapons had to be parachuted into Belgium by British secret services. General Erskine published an open letter stressing his support for Pirlot and his determination to use force to put down any political uprising. On November 25, the FI and Communist Union members staged a large demonstration in Brussels and marched to government offices. When it appeared they might try to enter the government precincts, police fired on the marchers, wounding over 40 demonstrators. 3 days later, tramway employees ordered a strike in Brussels and called another large demonstration that was broken up by police. But at midday, the Pirlot government was alerted to the imminent arrival in the capital of truckloads of armed demonstrators en route from Mons. Pirlot made an official appeal to General Erskine, who called out British troops to surround the government buildings. Meanwhile, Belgian police stopped the strikers before they could reach the city and disarmed them. Pirlot later claimed to have information proving that the Communists had clearly stockpiled 15 tons of weapons and intended to seize control of the government. In the first 3 months of the liberation, then, food shortages had worsened, the justice system had failed to tackle the purge of collaborators, and the British Army had turned the capital city into an armed camp. Belgians had precious little to show for their liberation. While politics occupied the citizens of Brussels, the reality of the war continued to weigh heavily on the residents of Antwerp and Liège. The Americans had stormed into Liège on September 7 and quickly taken over this eastern city, which sits just 20 miles from Aachen and the German border. This was a front-line town, and the Americans demanded blackouts of all civilian homes at night, reserved certain key road routes for military traffic only, and ran large convoys through the neighboring towns all day and night, endangering pedestrians. The army naturally requisitioned property and laid claim to any German war booty or materiel, including buildings and furniture, that had previously been used by the German occupiers. The presence of a large U.S. army in Liège made it a target for German V-1 and V-2 bombs. The Vergeltungswaffe, or reprisal weapon, was a self-propelled rocket that Hitler launched against cities in Britain, France, and Belgium, starting in June 1944. These began to fall on Liège on November 19, 1944. Up to December 31, 86 V-1s and 254 V-2s fell on Liège. 231 people were killed, 365 were wounded. In January, another 49 V-1s hit Liège, killing 170 persons. These attacks caused alarm and panic among civilians in the city, as well as widespread damage to homes and public services. The city that took the greatest brunt of the German V weapons, other than London, which suffered 2,419 hits and 6,184 deaths, was Antwerp, the great Belgian port city into which British forces had rolled on September 4. From that date until March 1945, Antwerp was under a constant barrage of rocket attacks, usually 3 or so per day, which killed 3,700 people and injured 6,000 more. In October, before the attacks intensified, the British authorities did not think the V-weapon attacks likely to shake the morale of the stalwart residents of Antwerp. In fact, General Erskine seemed to think the rockets not at all a bad thing. On its present scale, it is rather a healthy reminder that the war is not yet over, he told Schaeff. But the attacks became very unhealthy indeed in November and December. The worst single attack occurred on the afternoon of December 16, 1944. Belgian civilians, as well as many Allied soldiers on leave, had just settled in at Antwerp's Rex Cinema on the Avenue de Kaiserlei to see a recent release from Hollywood, The Plainsman, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. The cinema was packed with 1,200 people. At 3:20 p.m., a blinding flash of light cut through the darkened cinema, followed by a deafening crash and roar. The entire theater exploded into pieces, sending bricks, mortar, wood, and bodies into the air. The cinema had been struck by a V-2 rocket. The ceiling collapsed, the walls caved in, and the balcony fell onto the viewers beneath. There were 567 people killed, 291 injured. 296 of the dead were Allied servicemen. In the eyes of both British and Belgian observers, Belgium in the late fall of 1944 looked like a dangerously fragile country, beset by shortages, weak leadership, threats of leftist violence, and constant V-rocket attacks. General Erskine used various metaphors, likening Belgium to a tender plant needing much material and moral nourishment, or an ill patient which is now convalescent. Nand Geersens of the Belgian branch of the BBC was less sanguine about the country's prospects for recovery. Once the joy of liberation had worn off, he said, Belgians faced the ugly, disillusioning reality that their country had been defeated, occupied, and betrayed by greedy, selfish collaborators that had welcomed Nazi overlords. The general morality of the country, he felt, has naturally suffered through all this. Our people, to a certain extent, are sick. He worried that it will take a very long time before our whole people will once more be healthy. The electrifying dash of the Allied armies from the Seine across France and into Belgium was the headiest and most optimistic advance of the European war, General Omar Bradley, commander of the 12th U.S. Army Group, recalled. The Germans had collapsed in France. They turned tail and ran in Belgium. On September 13, tanks from the American 3rd Armored Division of 7 Corps kicked through the first belt of the Siegfried Line just south of Aachen. And this was no pinprick. Along a 500-mile front, the powerful Allied armies, numbering 54 divisions, seemed poised to crash into Hitler's Germany, cross the Rhine, and drive for Berlin. Inevitably there was talk, both in the newspapers and in Bradley's headquarters, of getting home by Christmas. Then the advance came to a shuddering halt. In the next weeks and months the clash of armies in the West shifted from a high-gear race across hundreds of miles to a slow-pitched battle for every square yard of turf. The reason is simple. The Allied armies were running out of everything, most crucially ammunition, gasoline, and men. The joy of gobbling up all those miles of territory between the Normandy beachheads and the German border hid the serious danger of overextended lines. The Germans had made this risk more grave by ordering besieged garrisons in key port cities, Brest, Le Havre, Boulogne-sur-Mer, Calais, Dunkirk, to hold out as long as possible and to sabotage all port facilities. Months after the D-Day landings, Allied forces were still unloading supplies in Normandy and Marseille, both many miles away from the front, then trucking those supplies across the narrow, rutted, muddy roads of France toward the front, a laborious and inefficient process. And it simply could not be done fast enough to supply the gigantic force of men and vehicles that now massed along the German border. The Allies actually made their logistics problem worse through a strategic blunder in mid-September that must rank as one of the worst of the European war. On September 4, the British had entered Antwerp. But the port was useless to them as long as the Germans controlled the banks of the watery approaches to the city known as the Scheldt Estuary, and in particular Walcheren Island, which sits at the mouth of the Scheldt. Rather than concentrating on the essential task of clearing the approaches to Antwerp when the Germans were still disorganized, Eisenhower approved of a plan hatched by General Montgomery for an airborne assault into Holland in an attempt to seize a bridgehead across the Rhine at Arnhem, Operation Market Garden. Had it worked, it could have outflanked the concrete dragon's teeth of the Siegfried Line and opened up a path into the heart of Germany. But it failed. The Germans were well prepared for the attack, and the British paratroopers took too long to get to the bridge, giving the Germans time to respond. The American 101st Airborne and 82nd Airborne Divisions did their part, crossing the river Vaal and taking the bridges at Nijmegen, but the operation failed to cross the Rhine and seize the proverbial bridge too far at Arnhem. In the meantime, the German 15th Army, recently in flight from the Pas-de-Calais, dug in along the Scheldt, thus denying Antwerp to Allied shipping. Not until November 26 did the British and Canadians manage to clear the German hold on this vital waterway and begin unloading supplies in Belgium. While the Allied armies started to ration their ammunition, the Germans, so bloodied and disorganized after their retreat from France, swiftly resupplied their forces and prepared to defend their homeland. The war that looked as if it might be over by Christmas settled into a stalemate with no end in sight. Like a long electrified wire snaking through northwest Europe from the North Sea down to Switzerland, the Western Front continually crackled with lethal violence throughout the fall of 1944. Eisenhower and Bradley agreed that even without adequate supplies they must continue to put pressure on the Germans without let-up, if only because time would allow the Germans to recover further from their reverses of the summer. Talk of darting to Berlin was forgotten, to be replaced by the simple ambition of killing as many German soldiers as possible along as wide a front as possible, thus to deplete the German army and bleed it to death. The heaviest fighting from mid-September to mid-December was located on Walcheren Island by the mouth of the Scheldt, around Aachen and its hinterland, in the Hürtgen forest on the western bank of the river Rohr. In Lorraine through the French cities of Metz, Nancy, and toward the Saar basin, and in the Vosges mountains of Alsace, on toward Strasbourg, right up against the Franco-German border and the Rhine River. For hundreds of thousands of American soldiers, this was a time they would never forget, for these battles would prove to be the most difficult, prolonged, and costly of the war. Battle casualties spiked in November, reaching 62,437. They rose in December to 77,726, and in January the Americans sustained a further 69,119 casualties. These were the three highest monthly totals for the entire European campaign. General Bradley wrote later that he had to comb the ETO for emergency replacements. But though truckloads of hastily trained riflemen were bundled off to the front, they could not offset the litter cases that passed them headed rearward. Most of the men being carried out on stretchers were the riflemen of the infantry, the front-line troops. Despite replacements, by December 15, Bradley's 12th Army Group was short 17,000 riflemen, and the rate of loss in the rifle platoons was over 90%. If this was a war of attrition, it appeared to be draining the Americans of blood as effectively as it was killing Germans. The stalemate in the West was broken on December 16, 1944, though not in the manner anticipated by the Americans. Unbeknownst to the huge American force strung out across the Western Front, the Germans had massed 30 divisions, in total secrecy, just to the east of the Ardennes, precisely the weakest point in the American line. Here a mere 4 U.S. divisions occupied an 80-mile front. 2 of them, the 99th and the 106th, had just been deployed and were filled with green troops. The other 2, the 4th and the 28th, had recently been withdrawn from the carnage of the Hürtgen forest and were refitting and recuperating. Hitler's goal, and this offensive was very much Hitler's idea, was to slice through the wooded Ardennes, race to the Meuse, seize Liège, and head for Antwerp, in the process splitting the Allied armies in 2. The German attack succeeded in creating a menacing bulge in the American lines. The 2 divisions that took the brunt of the attack, the 106th and the 28th, virtually disintegrated, and thousands of men from these divisions would spend the next 5 months in a brutal captivity behind enemy lines. Yet the advantage of surprise and local superiority in forces lasted only a few days. The Americans showed remarkable resilience in recovering from the initial shock. General Eisenhower, once he grasped the scale and reckless ambition of the attack, ordered the 10th Armored Division into the southern shoulder of the bulge and called on the 7th Armored Division to push onto the northern shoulder, thereby holding the German salient to a fairly narrow front. He also sent the 101st Airborne Division into the road junction town of Bastogne, determined to block the Germans there. General Patton's Third Army, previously engaged to the south, wheeled northward and crashed into the German salient, heading toward Bastogne. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges sent his 7th Corps toward Uffalise in an effort to pinch the Bulge. The Germans, running out of fuel and pounded by relentless Allied air attack, the poor weather that had shielded the Germans cleared on December 23, stopped, and by early January had begun a withdrawal. The attack had been a costly failure for Hitler. 12,652 soldiers killed, 38,600 wounded, and 30,000 missing. The Germans also lost half their tanks and guns they had committed to battle. For the Americans, the Battle of the Bulge was a decisive victory, but it had been extremely costly. 10,276 were killed, 47,493 were wounded, and 23,218 were missing. Nearly 7,000 soldiers of the 106th Infantry Division were taken prisoner. "There were many dead and many wounded," wrote war correspondent Martha Gellhorn of the Battle of the Bulge, but the survivors contained the fluid situation and slowly turned it into a retreat, and finally, as the communiqué said, the Bulge was ironed out. This was not done fast or easily, and it was not done by those anonymous things, armies, divisions, regiments. It was done by men, one by one. Gellhorn had seen the Battle of the Bulge up close as a war reporter could see it, and had become well acquainted with the fear, mud, and death that the Western Front offered. Writing for Collier's magazine, she insisted that Americans on the home front attend to the experiences of the common soldier in the field. Gellhorn wanted to remind her readers that beneath the maps, the colored lines, and the flags set out on planning tables, there was a human tragedy unfolding in which men were dying in awful ways, in large numbers. Like Ernie Pyle, Gellhorn could only hint at the reality of what she saw. We now can look in greater detail, with the benefit of memoirs and oral histories, into what one company commander called the dread, gnawing, daily diet of war. This kind of attention to the human experience of war is necessary not only so that posterity can marvel at the bravery and perhaps even more at the endurance of these soldiers. A close exploration of the physical and mental toll that this fighting took on American soldiers also shows us that the brutalization of the average soldier, which historians readily agree became a feature of the German-Soviet war in the East, occurred in the West as well, with consequences for the liberators and liberated alike. Many of the men who fought in the ETO in the fall and winter of 1944 were teenagers. Paul Fussell, himself a 19-year-old rifleman in 1944, stressed this point in his excellent brief chronicle of the infantry soldier, which he deliberately entitled The Boys' Crusade. Captain Charles MacDonald, a company commander in the 2nd Infantry Division, who led over 120 men in battle, was 21 years old during the Battle of the Bulge. Donald Burgett, a member of the 82nd Airborne Division, went into battle in the Ardennes as a 19-year-old, and he was considered one of the old men who had survived both operations, that is, both the landings of D-Day and Market Garden. Sergeant Spencer Worst of the 101st Airborne also fought in Holland as a 19-year-old. On December 19, his 20th birthday, he was fighting in the Ardennes and killed 3 men. Being very young, most of these men had seen little of the world before being shipped to Europe, had not held a steady job, started families, or in some cases even finished high school. They knew little of the cause for which they fought. In the summer of 1943, over a third of a sample of 3,000 men in the United States had never heard of the 4 freedoms, and only 13% could actually name 3 or 4 of them. This was a war that men could not avoid. Once in combat, they fought to stay alive, and to kill Germans so the war would end. The conditions in which the men fought in the winter campaign were notoriously difficult. Above all, soldiers recall the cold they were forced to endure. Daytime temperatures hovered near the freezing mark. At night they fell into the 20s and teens. Wind, snow, and rain prevailed. George Neal, posted in Belgium with the 99th Infantry Division, remembered that it snowed on November 9, 1944, the first snow of the season, and the snowfall ushered in a condition of extreme discomfort that was to plague us for the next 4 months. Fires were not allowed, as they would attract enemy shelling. After just one night outdoors in below-freezing weather, with our tent and clothing wet and half-frozen, I felt numb to the point of almost not caring what happened to me. After 4 days, he and his men were cold, wet, dirty, and extremely fatigued, and had already started to exhibit the unforgettable blank look of infantrymen manning the front line. The exposure to the cold was made worse by the soldiers' need to shelter in a foxhole. The foxhole was 4 to 5 feet in depth, usually difficult to dig because of the frozen topsoil, and invariably full of frozen water and mud. As darkness descended, Neal wrote, the temperature moved well below freezing. The half-frozen slush in the bottom of the hole froze solid. Sleeping in such a place was almost impossible. We just lay there in a fetal position and shivered and swore to ourselves. Words cannot convey the awfulness of this ordeal to the reader. My buddies and I agreed it would be impossible to exaggerate how hopeless, miserable, and depressed we felt. Incredibly, the men had no winter equipment. No earmuffs, no hood, no face covering, no scarf, recalled Lieutenant George Wilson of the 4th Infantry Division. Our hands also suffered with only wool finger gloves. No mittens, no outer shells. Of course, none of our things were fur-lined. And on their heads they wore ice-cold steel helmets. American troops did not receive even rudimentary winter clothing until late January 1945. At the Bulge, they would fight wearing uniforms suitable for summertime. Prolonged exposure to such cold led directly to the trench foot crisis, which affected tens of thousands of soldiers along the Western Front. Standing in slush, snow, and ice in a foxhole for many hours, while wearing wet leather boots, had devastating effects on the soldiers' feet. Rocky Blunt of the 84th Infantry Division recalled that one especially cold night he fell asleep, lost consciousness is probably more apt, in his foxhole with his feet in the slush. When he awoke, my feet were encased in a block of ice up to my ankles in the bottom of the hole. Everett, a member of his unit, pounded on my legs, but there was absolutely no feeling or movements. He and another nearby GI chipped away the ice with their bayonets, lifted me out of my hole, and dragged me across the frozen ground. When circulation returned to my legs, excruciating pain that had been dulled by the numbness gradually became almost unbearable. In a field hospital, he almost had his feet amputated, but was given a last-minute reprieve. Both feet had been reduced to ugly purplish-blue mutations with large blistering pieces of torn skin peeling off them. The only way to deal with trench foot was to remove the wet boots and socks, rub the feet to restore circulation, and find dry socks and shoes, two very rare commodities. Sergeant John Babcock said that his men learned to sit facing each other in a foxhole, so as to hold and massage each other's bare feet while heavy leather combat boots dried out. That rubbing someone else's stinking feet might be distasteful was overridden by sheer necessity. Other illnesses beset the infantrymen. Donald Burgett of the 101st Airborne endured what he called trench mouth. After 2 months in combat in Holland, pus oozed from my gums. My teeth became so loose that I could move them freely with my tongue, and blood would run out of my mouth from the light pressure of the razor when I shaved. Dysentery was more common. Charles MacDonald, after 9 days at the front with virtually no sleep, became conscious of pains in my stomach, and a wave of nausea came over me. I put my hand to my forehead and realized for the first time that I had a burning fever. I excused myself and walked outside to climb the incline to the latrine. An intense cold had combined with the K-ration diet to give me a violent case of dysentery. This condition afflicted most front-line soldiers. Since we rarely had hot water and soap for cleaning our mess gear, we used snow and ice water from the river, writes George Neal. This did nothing to eliminate the grease accumulating after each meal, which set us up for chronic diarrhea. Diarrhea made life in a foxhole difficult. Neal uses the apt word torture, not least because exiting the foxhole, undressing, defecating, redressing, and returning to the foxhole all had to be done in the dark and in total silence, so as to avoid alerting the enemy to one's presence. And this demeaning routine might have to be repeated many times each night. In combat, one might not be able to leave the foxhole at all. Trapped in a foxhole, writes Rocky Blunt, when a man had to defecate, he did it in his K-ration box and threw it over the side. When he had to urinate, he did it in a C-ration can, or his helmet, or in the bottom of his hole. And of course these soldiers were unable to bathe, going for 2 months and more without a change of clothes or a shower. Perhaps there's a medical term for the depressing effect of living in such awful conditions, wrote Lieutenant George Wilson, but I think the word misery will do. These cold and frequently ill men were also afraid. They feared death, of course, but even more they feared wounds, mostly in the abdomen, eye, brain, or genitals. The German 88mm artillery piece was widely considered the most frightening weapon, since it was astonishingly accurate and powerful, and a blast could instantly shred a human body. Fear induced physical effects, such as an accelerated heart rate, muscular tension, dry mouth, and trembling. And sometimes worse. 1/5 of the men in a division in the Pacific Theater acknowledged that during combat fear had led them to lose control of their bowels, and seeing fear in other men tended to induce fear in the beholder. After the initial German breakthrough in the Ardennes, said Donald Burgett, fear reigned. Once fear strikes, it spreads like an epidemic, faster than wildfire. Once the first man runs, others soon follow. Then it's all over. Soon there are hordes of men running, all of them wild-eyed and driven by fear. Leaders were not immune. Captain MacDonald, facing a German counterattack, recalled that the paroxysm of fear that gripped me left my body trembling. I was not so much afraid of what was happening as I was of the horrible visions my mind had dreamed up of what would happen should we fail to repulse the attack. He told himself, "Quit shaking. Damn it! Stop trembling all over. Get control of yourself. Act like a soldier, God damn it! At least you can impersonate an officer." Most men felt terrible fear before assaulting an enemy position. But once in the fight, the fear was overtaken by an instinct to survive. I always got a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach when I started a running attack into frontal fire, knowing that at any moment an enemy bullet might tear through my body, face, or limbs, but once we started, there was no turning back. There was only one option as far as I was concerned: run forward and kill. More even than filth, illness, and fear, men on the front line had to confront death, or to be more precise, dead bodies. These were daily, constant companions. In their first days in the battle zone, infantrymen found the presence of corpses difficult to take, and tried to avert their eyes. Charles MacDonald recalled seeing his first dead American. "I stumbled and looked down at my feet." An American soldier, fully clothed even to his helmet, lay on his back with glassy eyes turned skyward, his arms outstretched. His body was almost twice its normal size. I shuddered involuntarily. the shock of almost stepping upon the body before seeing it left me weak inside. MacDonald also recounted that in the forests of the Ardennes, wild boars frequently made nocturnal forays into the battlefield, with ghastly results. Long stopped us to call my attention to a man digging a foxhole to my left. "What do you think of that, Captain?" he asked. I looked in the direction which he indicated. 5 feet from the hole where the soldier dug indifferently lay a dead German, his chest and stomach bare, and his stomach a mass of clotted blood and intestines. "The hogs have been eaten on him," Long said. In a short time, dead bodies became simply part of the surreal landscape, and could be objects of perverse interest. Donald Burgett found the remains of an American trooper who had been killed in the attack. During the night the tanks had run in single file over his body. Just by chance, while going to the truck to refill our canteens with water, I noticed a dog tag protruding from the remains, which had been ground into the snow and dirt. I probed with my trench knife, and fished out a crumpled pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes from among the flesh and splintered bone. I hung one of the dog tags on a limb near the body, in hopes the medics would find it. Soldiers saw so many dead men that they adopted a casual attitude toward corpses, and indeed toward death. Rocky Blunt writes with shocking indifference of seeing a GI take a direct hit from a German 88mm artillery shell. The man disintegrated, leaving only patches and puddles of flesh and bone spattered in the mud. Graves' registration would never find this one, not even his dog tags. Another unknown soldier. I sat and ate my food. I had not known him. After the Battle of the Bulge, Sergeant John Babcock discovered he had his limits. I could tolerate viewing a dead body, but found very unnerving the sight of parts, a hand, arm, headless torso, entrails, genitals, exposed bones, or the worst, an unidentifiable chunk of human flesh that resembled some kind of roast in a meat market display case. Rocky Blunt, by contrast, found himself compelled to stare at a German soldier who, after an artillery barrage, had been disemboweled, and his mouth, nose, and jaw had been blown away. How, I don't know, but he was still alive, and as I stared at him, his eyes followed my every movement. With each breath, foamy blood drooled from his mouth onto what had once been his chest. Only a foot-wide gaping hole of bloody meat remained of what had been his upper chest, and his intestinal tract lay stretched out on the gravel like long twisted links of sausage. I could not take my eyes off this macabre scene. By their own accounts, infantrymen went through a process of psychological brutalization during this kind of warfare. After a short time in combat, men became inured to killing, and developed intense animosity toward the German soldiers. Young infantrymen spoke of going into battle as stacking bodies or putting meat on the table. Hatred toward the German soldier increased with every long, bitter, hellish day in the front lines. "Those God-damned Krauts," Donald Burgett muttered to himself. "Those dirty, rotten, God-damned Krauts. They've lost the damned war and they know it. Why don't they give it up so we can all go home? The hard-headed bastards. We're going to have an ass-kicking party when we get up there, and they are going to supply the ass." Sergeant Babcock disputed the idea that American soldiers did not demonstrate hatred toward the enemy. A lot of combat reports indicate that our fine soldiers didn't really hate the enemy, nor really take personally the grim battles between our forces. Not so with what was left of A Company. We had grown to hate the Krauts with a vengeance. Each slaughtered comrade added to our venom. And the result of this hatred meant that soldiers adopted a code of behavior toward the enemy: kill. No half measures. Eliminate the enemy in any way possible. Shoot, blow up, bludgeon, stab, show no mercy. Just one mission: kill. Some Americans mistreated German prisoners and wounded. On the front line, wounded Germans were left to die, since there was often no medical care available. Beatings and death threats, or deliberate exposure of the bare feet to snow, were techniques used to extract information from captured Germans. And after word got out that the Germans had killed 86 American POWs on a crossroads near Malmedy on December 17, American feelings toward Germans hardened into vindictive hate. Chances of survival for newly caught German POWs diminished greatly. When a German soldier surrendered to Donald Burgett, one of Burgett's fellow GIs shot him in the belly anyway. Burgett then thought it merciful to finish off this unfortunate man. He was in terrible pain and dying. I knew he wouldn't recover. I knew he would die a horrible death. Lying gut-shot and exposed in the woods at 10 below zero, another shot rang out, and a bullet tore through his head. Bits of brains spattered the snow in a wide arc behind his body. Tiny puffs of steam drifted up from every spot where they had landed. The German was dead. It had been quick and merciful. Most wartime memoirs mention that the shooting of POWs, while frowned upon, was common. So was the mutilation of corpses. According to Babcock, one dead German near his outpost was stripped of his watch before he was cold. I had this little blackout flashlight. After a few days, someone looted his wedding ring by neatly snipping off his ring finger. Rocky Blunt came across a mutilated German corpse that had already been dismembered by another GI. I sat and stared at it for a while, and then totally without provocation sent the head skimming across the snow with a savage kick. He then kicked it around the ice, playing soccer. During the whole episode, I felt nothing but macabre elation. Eventually tiring of the sport, I sat down beside the mutilated remains of the German and ate a K-ration. If combat traumatized and brutalized American soldiers, young men who had the benefit of training, group solidarity, and of course weapons to defend themselves, how much worse might this sort of warfare have been for the civilians caught in this maelstrom? The evidence from Belgian records is quite eloquent. It was every bit as awful for them, and indeed even worse, as these were people who had few means to protect themselves. They were subject not just to violence from their enemies, the Germans, but also from the Americans, who, precisely because of their own trauma, often behaved with callous indifference toward civilians and their property, or killed civilians by mistake. And of course for local Belgians the stakes were even higher than for soldiers. The violence of the war threatened their lives, their families, their livelihoods, their homes, villages, cities, and indeed their very sense of place and identity. For the people of the Belgian Ardennes and surrounding areas, the winter of 1944–45 was a time of catastrophe, suffering, and displacement. Over 3,000 civilians died in the Battle of the Bulge. The liberation that had gleamed so brightly in September was to be suffused in a midwinter bloodbath. "We'll be back," some German soldiers had sneered as they withdrew from Belgium in early September 1944, and so they were, nowhere with more vengeance than in the Amblev Valley. The residents of the small town of Stavelou, which straddles the shallow, narrow Amblev River, knew the Germans were coming. On December 17, residents observed anxious, not to say panic-stricken American soldiers moving westward through town, away from the front. Laurent Lombard, professor at the Athénée Royal de Stavelou, recalled that on the afternoon of the 17th, refugees from Lengueville, 6 miles to the east, arrived in Stavelou with word that they had seen the German tanks on their way. The residents were stunned, unbelieving. Surely the Americans had not been turned back. At 5 p.m., refugees from Malmedy began to trickle into town, bearing the same ill tidings. The Germans are coming back to Stavelou. For the villagers, this was the most terrifying prospect one could imagine. the return of a nightmare. The word spread fast. A wave of panic and fear spread through the town. Young people made preparations to flee. Old people, unable or unwilling to join the flood of refugees, nervously awaited their fate. The night of December 17 passed in a torment of agitation. Few of us slept that night. Had they known what was coming, they all might have made greater efforts to flee. Stavelou lay in the path of the 100 tanks and 4,000 soldiers of Kampfgruppe Peiper, named for its SS Obersturmbannführer, or Colonel, Joachim Peiper, part of the 1st SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Panzer Division. Peiper's unit had proved its ruthlessness in Russia, and now was assigned a vital breakthrough role in the Ardennes. Along with the rest of the division, Peiper was to penetrate quickly to the Meuse, and hold open the door as the rest of the German invasion rushed through the Ardennes. Colonel Peiper, a mere 29 years old, yet battle-hardened and fanatical, let his soldiers know what was expected of them: total commitment, fearlessness, and brutality, including the killing of prisoners and civilians, partly in retribution for Allied bombing of Germany, and partly because this was the SS way, to kill and sow fear. Early in the morning of December 17, immediately upon its penetration through an almost non-existent American line at Lozum and Lanzarote, Peiper's men had an opportunity to show their zeal. In the village of Ansfeld, they rounded up a few stray, sleepy Americans from small units of the 99th Division, perhaps 60 men in all, and shot them. Another 250 or so prisoners were herded down the road toward the rear, jeered at, beaten, and mistreated by the Germans along the way. Peiper's tanks rolled northwestward into Bühlingen, filled up at a captured American gasoline depot, and then stretched out for Stavelou and Trois Ponts, where they planned to cross the Amblève River and race to the Meuse. In the afternoon of the 17th, just south of Melmedy, at a road junction at the hamlet of Bounier, the Kampfgruppe surprised a small, ill-equipped American battery of the 285th Field Artillery Observation Battalion. These soldiers, along with men from other scattered units that had been overwhelmed, perhaps 113 men, were herded into an open field, stripped of gloves, clothing, and other items, and shot. Though over 40 Americans survived the shootings by feigning death and later secreting themselves in the nearby woods, 72 men lay dead in the field. Another dozen would be rooted out of hiding places and killed in the subsequent hours. The Melmedy massacre, rightly infamous, was the worst atrocity against American troops in the European war. The Melmedy massacre is well known today because it was immediately publicized by the commander of the 1st U.S. Army, Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges. He learned of it that very day from a few distraught survivors who made it back to American lines and told the grisly tale. The story of this German atrocity spread through American ranks and certainly led to reprisals upon German POWs by Americans. In 1946, 73 German soldiers, including Peiper, were put on trial for the murders, and all of them were convicted. Yet less well known is the fact that Peiper's battle group had not finished its lethal work. After its harvest of death at Bounier, the Kampfgruppe rolled onward to the west, pausing for the night at the outskirts of Stavelou. Early the next morning, the murderous column jerked into life and set out toward the town, where hundreds of terrified citizens huddled in basements and barns, awaiting the return of the Germans. The Germans rolled into town from the southeast, crossed the short bridge into the northern half of Stavelou, and moved west along the road toward Trois Ponts, spitting out gunfire as they went. José Guignou, 14 years old, was standing in his family's kitchen at 9 a.m. when a bullet hit him in the stomach and felled him. Joseph Alibert, who lived on the Trois Ponts road, had taken shelter in his basement. German soldiers entered his house, interrogated him about the whereabouts of the Americans, and shot him dead. Madame and Mademoiselle Lambert, also on the Trois-Ponts road, were accosted by passing troops and obliged to bring beer, wine, and cognac. He was shot and killed in return. On the 19th of December, as the long column continued into Trois-Ponts, atrocities mounted. 5 Germans entered the Georgian home to find 5 people huddled there. The soldiers shot one of them, Louis Nicolet, and summoned M. Georgian outside to meet the same fate. But Georgian ran, made it to the river in a hail of bullets, and dove in. His arm was mangled by gunfire. It would be amputated 3 days later. The 3 souls left behind in the house during Georgian's escape, his wife and 2 members of the Nicolet family, were slaughtered, as were his neighbors, Monsieur and Madame Bernot, Madame Corbisser, and Oscar and Gustave Job, all shot with a bullet to the head. What happened next was certainly conditioned by the military context. After the Germans had crossed the bridge at Stavelou and begun to move west toward Trois-Ponts, the 117th Infantry Regiment of the U.S. 30th Division retook the town of Stavelou and blew up the bridge across the Amblève. This had the effect of cutting off supplies to Piper's column coming up from the rear, and it also cut off Piper's line of retreat. That was significant because farther down the line at Trois-Ponts, La Glaise and Stoumont, all towns along the Amblève, Americans put up stiff resistance to Piper's attack and managed to pen him in behind the Amblève. Piper's column, bristling with tanks and soldiers, could not break out across the river or continue its advance westward. The fighting here was emerging as one of the most important engagements of the Battle of the Bulge. American resistance now formed a line that emerged as the northern shoulder of the Bulge. The Americans diverted the Germans away from Liège and into a narrow, compressed westward movement, making them vulnerable to counterattack. Piper knew this perfectly well, which is why his soldiers fought like caged animals clawing for an exit. Inevitably, it was the local civilians that felt the sting of this fury. On December 19, at about 8 p.m., 12 SS soldiers appeared in front of the Le Gaillet house on the Trois-Ponts road in Stavelou. Inside, 26 people huddled in the basement, where they had spent the previous night during the heavy fighting in the town. The Germans, who claimed that shots had been fired at them from the house, rousted out the civilians inside by throwing 2 grenades into the basement. Madame Regine Grégoire, who knew some German, she was originally from Manderfeld, right on the German border about 20 miles east of Stavelou, and her 2 children were among the group that now was herded into the garden of the Le Gaillet house. Madame Grégoire and her children were set to one side, perhaps because of their German ethnicity. The other 23 people, almost all women, children, and elderly, were lined up against a hedgerow. After an hour or so, 2 young SS soldiers drew their weapons and methodically shot them all in the head, using a pistol and rifle. Madame Grégoire was told directly that the civilians, however innocent, must pay for the crimes of the guilty, presumably the alleged terrorists who had been shooting at the Germans. These were not isolated acts, but part of a systematic campaign by Piper's men to exact reprisals. In Parfondersee, a hamlet on the outskirts of Stavelou, a similar atrocity. A dozen women and young children were forced into a garage and shot dead. On December 19, in nearby Renémont, 21 prisoners, 19 men and 2 women, one of whom was 75 years old, were marched to the Legrand farm, gathered into a large wash-house there, and shot to death. The building was then set ablaze. Miraculously, one man, Achille André, survived to bear witness, but the owner of the farm, Marcel Legrand, suffered a bitter loss. He was hiding in his granary while the Germans were busy with their murderous activities. After dark he emerged, only to find in his home the lifeless corpses of his mother-in-law, wife, and 2 children, aged 5 and 8. They had all been shot in the head. All told, in Stavelou and the neighboring hamlets during the period of December 17 to 23, about 130 civilians were murdered in cold blood by the soldiers of Kampfgruppe Peiper. It is right to insist that the brutal crimes of the Germans inflicted upon Belgian civilians be remembered and condemned. What happened in Stavelou and in Bonn, where on December 24 34 civilians were summarily shot, one by one, in the back of the head, ought to be held up as vivid testimony of the true nature of German soldiers. Yet it must not be forgotten that in the Ardennes, as in all of Europe in 1944–45, the liberators also took many lives. This harvest of innocent life by the liberators was not malevolent, as the atrocities just described above were. But it was deliberate, because the Allied leaders reluctantly accepted civilian deaths as part of the price to be paid for achieving victory. In Saint-Vith, Uffalise, and a dozen other Belgian towns, the once radiant face of liberation turned ugly, like a bruise. Just to the south of the icy Amblive River, around Saint-Vith, some of the heaviest fighting of the German offensive took place, which boded ill for the people of the town. The 18th and 62nd Volksgrenadier Divisions swallowed up 2 American infantry regiments on the opening day of the campaign and took thousands of prisoners. The German tanks then moved toward Saint-Vith, beyond which lay the Somme River and the road to the Meuse. The Americans, pushed back from the original line of defense near Logem, drew up an improvised defense around Saint-Vith and formed a horseshoe-shaped defensive ring. But waves of German tanks swept down on the town and threatened to surround this salient. On the evening of the 22nd, the Americans began a planned withdrawal across the Somme River. The 106th Division, which had arrived in the line just 2 weeks earlier, full of green recruits, had been virtually wiped out. The 7th Armored Division had been badly mauled. Overall, the Americans had suffered some 5,000 casualties in the Saint-Vith sector. German soldiers stormed into Saint-Vith hungry, cold, and exhausted. They pillaged the town for food, abandoned American rations, warm clothing, and valuables. The Americans at Saint-Vith had successfully delayed the Germans and badly upset their timetable. But this was incontestably a defeat. These military events caused inevitable human tragedy for residents of Saint-Vith. Although the town was in the German-speaking part of Belgium, few civilians there welcomed the return of the Germans. Young men feared either being shot as resistance fighters or enrolled into the German army. On December 16, when the battle began, Saint-Vith was shelled by the Germans, and this was the signal for many of the townspeople to flee. Those who did not were all but compelled to do so when, on December 25, the American 9th Air Force bombed the town. 1 day later, the RAF followed suit. The town was set ablaze by the use of phosphorus bombs, and hundreds of residents were incinerated in their basement shelters. In the midst of battle, fleeing the town was no easy matter. The roads were under constant attack, and to the north, the forces of Kampfgruppe Peiper had closed off that escape route. Many refugees choked the road going west to Wilhelm and across the Somme River, adding to the tangled traffic jam of American units that were withdrawing. Madame Elie Muret of Saint-Vith fled the town at the start of the battle and wandered from farm to farm, sleeping among cattle in barns or basements amidst other despairing refugees. After walking in the bitter cold through heavy artillery and air bombardment, she and her sister took shelter in a disused railway tunnel a couple of miles outside Saint-Vith. For over a month they slept on the ground without blankets, drank melted snow, and managed to hold out until the Americans returned to town on January 24. When the Americans asked the ladies to tell them their story, "We couldn't," Madame Muret recalled. "We could not stop crying." These women stayed in the railway tunnel until February 8, chiefly because their town was uninhabitable. Saint-Vith had been utterly crushed during the fighting, When Belgian authorities arrived in early February to survey the scene, they found that the commune of Saint-Vit is totally destroyed. There is not a single building standing. The area is completely empty of civilian inhabitants. Ominously, American military authorities had no information on the whereabouts of the population, and the Belgian High Commission for State Security urged that an investigation should be undertaken immediately to determine the whereabouts of the residents of Saint-Vit. A town of 2,800 people had vanished. The mayor estimated that there were 400 civilian casualties. Later studies suggest 250 townspeople died, and he reported that 200 people were living in deplorable conditions in the basements of a few buildings and the town's battered stone convent. They lacked everything: clothing, shoes, food, coal or wood, medicine, even potable water. The U.S. Army opened a distribution point to give out dry rations to the few bedraggled civilians that turned up. Otherwise, Saint-Vit had ceased to exist. Unlike Saint-Vit, the town of Uffalise was given up without a fight. This small town on the Ourthe River had one main road through it, running north to Liège. Once the Germans punched through the weak U.S. line, Uffalise found itself right in the center of the bulge. With Liège to its north and Bastogne to its south, Uffalise became an important road junction. The Americans had too few troops to hold the town and pulled out on December 19. They would concentrate instead on defending Bastogne. German troops rolled in before dawn on December 20. Though the Germans were engaged in the greatest offensive in the Western theater of operations since 1940, they still found the time to arrest and interrogate civilians suspected of resistance activity. Immediately upon their return to town, the Germans ordered the mayor, Josef Marechal, to round up all the former resistance members. He refused, and, fearing for his own life, fled. But the Germans found documents naming many of the resistance members, who were then arrested, beaten, and murdered. On December 22 through 23, 6 suspected resistance members were arrested, interrogated, and shot. On December 24, the Germans killed 2 more, and on the 26th, 3 more. On Christmas Day, the killing continued, but now it came from the sky. American aircraft of the 9th Air Force hit Uffalise, trying to destroy German armored units in the town and block road access through the town. But of course, civilians paid a high price. The Christmas bombing took 2 civilian lives. The next day, in another raid, 28 civilians died beneath U.S. bombs. On December 27, 8 more civilians were killed. And this continued uninterrupted for almost 30 days. On the 28th, 2 more died. On the 29th, 1. On the 30th, 3. On the 31st, 2. On each of the first 5 days of the new year, Allied bombs killed civilians in Uffalise. But it was the raid on January 6 that citizens of Uffalise recall as atrocious, frightful, horrible, terrible, terrifying. On that day, 119 people were killed in a 30-minute air raid by U.S. bombers between 3:25 and 4 a.m. The civilian dead ranged in age from an 85-year-old widow, Josephine Martini, to a 3-year-old boy, Jacques Decker. This was not the last bombing run. On January 8, 9, 10, 12, 19, 20, and 29, more Uffaloi died under Allied bombs, but the bulk of the population was by then either dead or in flight. During this month of fighting, 4 members of the Bollé family were killed, 5 members of the Delme family died, and 6 of the Debreu family. The entire Hoffman family, father, mother, and 4 children, was wiped out. Josef Marechal, the mayor, returned to his village to find his own family dead beneath the ruins. In all, 192 people died in this small town during the Battle of the Bulge. 27 of the victims were under the age of 15. Of these 192 people, all but 8 died at the hands of their liberators. When Belgian investigators arrived in late January to assess the damage to the town, only 130 people remained of a population of 1,325. Most of them were living, in glacial cold, in the vaulted basement of the rectory. They had nothing, no food, shelter, medicine, clothing. "One cannot say enough," wrote one reporter, "about how these people have suffered. There was not even any cattle or pigs left alive in the town. What livestock the Germans had not pillaged or butchered, the bombs had killed. Hundreds of bodies were unburied, many of them beneath rubble. 4 shelters with dozens of town people in them had been hit on January 6, and those corpses had yet to be uncovered. Although the mayor called for immediate help to recover the dead, they lay unburied in the ruins for over a month. The aid crews lacked the heavy equipment to pull away the rubble and debris. General Omar Bradley, who had ordered the destruction of the town, wrote later with some regret about it. Simple, poor, and unpretentious, the village had offended no one. Yet it was destroyed simply because it sat astride an undistinguished road junction. A shockingly honest assessment. Sometimes civilians died because Allied air forces were criminally sloppy. Just a few miles to the east of Stavelou, in Melmedy, American aircraft mistakenly bombed their own soldiers and civilians by accident, not just once, but 3 times. On December 23, Melmedy was hit by B-26 Marauder bombers. On the 24th, it was hit by ill-named B-24 Liberator bombers. And on the 25th, another flight of B-26s pounded the town, all mistakenly. In addition to killing 37 American soldiers, who were among the heavy presence defending the town, Allied bombers killed 202 civilians, 129 from Melmedy, and 73 refugees from other towns. The city was set on fire. The water pumps were either broken by the shelling or frozen, and thus useless in containing the blaze. Among the dead civilians were 5 members of the Anselm family, including 2-year-old Jean, 5 members of the Delhasse family, 6 members of the Gaumont family, and 7 members of the Melchior family. Maria Renier lost her 12-year-old daughter Annie when, on Christmas Eve, a 250-pound bomb from a Liberator landed on her house. The girl's body was laid out on a stretcher in the freezing cold, spattered with mud, clothed in a colorful woolen jacket she had made. Her mother recalled that she loved to knit. She had put it on for Christmas. The town of Melmedy put out a small brochure to commemorate the mistaken Christmas bombing. It concluded, with some restraint, "It was a Christmas unlike any other." In truth, it was a Christmas in hell. Despite the calamity at Melmedy, civilians were usually safe when their towns were held by American troops. Thus Bastogne, the famous redoubt where the Americans held out against German encirclement, was not heavily bombed by air, making it survivable for civilians who were well sheltered in the caves of the town's stone buildings. To be sure, the city was shelled relentlessly by the German divisions that desperately wanted to take this stubbornly defended town, and residents spent anxious nights in darkness and cold. But according to one report on liberated Bastogne in late January, the health of the 1,200 remaining residents, out of a pre-invasion population of 5,000, was good, and only 20 people had been killed in the fighting for the town. The real damage done in the Ardennes came when American troops and aircraft were turned upon towns that had to be retaken from the Germans, a reminder that death always precedes liberation. Just 3 miles south of Bastogne, the town of Senlier was seized by the Germans on December 20. It lay directly on the road between Bastogne and Arlon, along which the 4th Armored Division of Patton's Third Army would stage its famous thrust north in relief of Bastogne. On Christmas Eve, the town, then in German hands, was leveled by American air bombardment, using phosphorus bombs that set the town ablaze. By the time the Americans retook this village on December 27, it was a mere smoking pile of rubble. Only 20 or so inhabitants were killed. But among these 20 were 8 members of the Didier family, whose house took a direct hit: Joseph Didier, 46 years old, Marie Angela, 16, Alice, 15, Renee, 13, Lucille, 11, Bernadette, 9, Lucien, 8, and Noel, 6 years old. For a small village like Senlier, such a loss had an apocalyptic quality to it, a moment of confrontation with the eternal and the unknown. At a memorial service for the victims, a local religious instructor, M. Albert Bouer, spoke with heart-rending tenderness about the events of Christmas 1944 in Senlier. At the very moment when so many Christians were singing before the crèche in their churches, Joseph Didier, a fervent Christian, departed for eternity with his 7 cherubs. How difficult it is to penetrate the designs of the Lord! But, ladies and gentlemen, he continued in words that could have been uttered in thousands of villages across Europe, let us honor the memory of our dead, victims of the bombing. Let us not cry for them in vain, but let us pray for them and invoke their names. They are martyrs who will aid us to bear in a Christian manner the hardships we have suffered. They will not have the happiness to celebrate with us the victory that is now at hand, but they will celebrate it in heaven, more pure and more beautiful. As for us, families cruelly tested, husbands and wives, parents and children, brothers and sisters of our victims, let your tears flow. They are justified. Then recover your courage, and recall that your dead ones are still at your side. Their eyes, full of glory, gaze into your eyes, full of tears. Dear departed, victims of this catastrophe of December, rest in peace, in eternal peace, in close union with the all-powerful God that you served throughout your lives. Goodbye. During the catastrophic fighting in the winter of 1944-45, Belgians rarely rebuked the American military forces for the damage and destruction they caused. Civilians knew that the Germans were the cause of their afflictions, and that the Americans, however clumsily, had come to free the country from the rapacious invaders. To this day, dozens of memorials and tributes to fallen American soldiers dot the Belgian countryside and are tended reverentially by local groups. This has something to do with the work that the Americans undertook once they returned to these small rural towns in the Ardennes. Consider one small case. In La Roche, a town about 10 miles west of Uffalise, that was overrun by the Germans in mid-December, repeatedly bombed by the Americans, and finally liberated on January 19, the returning U.S. forces found a town in a state of total collapse. Yet, Americans went to work to tackle the health and sanitation problems of the civilians still in the village. Major Edward O'Donnell of Detachment E1G2 Company G, 2nd ECA Regiment of the 1st Army's G5 section traveled to La Roche to evaluate the recovery work. He found that 50% of the buildings had been destroyed. About 200 civilian and 100 German bodies still lay trapped beneath the rubble of the town, unburied and rotting. There was no municipal water or sewage. Water was obtained from a stream running through town, and of 1,200 civilians there, 400 had chronic diarrhea. Yet the 24th Cavalry Reconnaissance Squadron was feeding 190 people 3 meals a day, working with the Belgian Red Cross to assure steady supplies. The Belgian government had also sent a detachment of nurses, trained rescue personnel, an ambulance, and quantities of medical supplies into the town. 2 nurses had made house-to-house calls with a DDT sprayer, delousing the inhabitants. About 100 children under 10 still in the town were eligible for extra rations of canned milk and bread. American soldiers from the 298th Combat Engineers were busily setting up a water purification and pumping station. And La Roche was no anomaly. This sort of work was going on in dozens of other villages and towns, both during and after the Battle of the Bulge. Having done so much to destroy, Americans proved more than willing to begin the work of repair and recovery. Yet this picture of hard-working relief efforts must be placed against other less appealing images left by American and British soldiers, especially in the larger cities. At precisely the same moment as American soldiers and Belgian relief workers were toiling in the rubble of La Roche, General Erskine, the chief of the Schaeff mission to Belgium, received a disturbing appeal from the head of the Belgian High Commission for State Security, Advocate General Walter Ganshoff. It is my duty to acquaint you with the fact that from all parts of the country where the American and British troops have been in action, innumerable complaints are being made by the population on the looting which is going on, Ganshoff wrote. The Belgian population is, as you know, extremely grateful to the Allied forces for having been liberated by them. They realize, no doubt, the extremely difficult conditions in which these forces are now fighting. I feel, nevertheless, that if the troops realized better the appalling distress of the populations in the regions in which fighting has been going on lately, they would undoubtedly avoid some unnecessary looting, destruction, and wastage of items vital to the populations. Ganshoff said he had received many reports of American units destroying or wasting great quantities of food in front of local populations. Tins of fats and other ingredients vital to the people are being thrown away half-filled after having been spoiled. In the very distressing state of the population, this creates, of course, an extremely unfavorable impression. Unfortunately, as High Commissioner Ganshoff knew well, these were not the first such reports, nor were the incidents limited to the battlefield. Back behind the lines, numerous Allied troops had been causing public disturbances, getting drunk and disorderly, robbing, raping, and thieving their way across Brussels, Liège, Namur, Charleroi, Antwerp, and just about every other town where they were stationed. One charge sheet in the archives of the High Commission shows a complaint was lodged against Allied troops in Brussels on almost every day since September 11, 1944, when the first troops had rolled into Belgium. Some of these offenses were predictable and fairly minor: drinking, fighting, breaking furniture and windows in cafes and bars, brawling. But some were serious: armed robbery, theft of watches and rings, wallets and clothing, and, of course, rape. The frequency of such reports of Allied misbehavior picked up significantly following the winter fighting. One local study suggests that Liège became, after May 1945, a veritable cauldron of banditry, with soldiers involved in armed hold-ups, theft of valuables and money from passers-by, and frequent public disorders like breaking cafe windows. The Liège press increasingly used the term gangsters in its reporting about U.S. soldiers in the city, while in Brussels itself, women raised constant complaints about the public behavior of American soldiers, who spoke rudely to them, assaulted them, and pursued them relentlessly in hopes of initiating sexual contact. In the war-ravaged eastern part of the country, Belgians bitterly complained about the quantity and quality of supplies the Americans enjoyed, and compared this abundance to their own destitution. In many localities damaged by the recent invasion, a chill has set in between the civilian population and the American army, one report for the High Commission for State Security concluded. The Americans were accused of wasting their own precious food stocks while requisitioning Belgian homes and supplies, and leaving them ruined and broken, a veritable second invasion. It is not rare to hear it said that during the German occupation there was not such wanton destruction. according to a report in mid-February. If the situation is not remedied immediately, the great majority of people will turn away from the Allies, who will thereafter enjoy only the favor of the prostitutes. Business owners complained to Belgian government officials that the American army was recruiting laborers at higher wages than they could match, usually to work in mines whose coal was to be used for military purposes. But the workers, too, complained of the poor treatment they received at the hands of American military overseers. "They treat us like convicts," said one, while others spoke of being subjected to constant body searches to look for pilfered American goods. "Workers," wrote one observer, "have developed a distinctly unfriendly attitude toward our American allies." One of the most persistent rumors passed along by Belgians was that the U.S. Army was stockpiling huge warehouses of luxury goods that were soon to be dumped on the Belgian market, earning windfall profits for the liberators. Despite a number of official investigations into this rumor, no organized plot was uncovered. Yet the widespread black market was awash in ladies' toilet articles, soap, underwear, chocolates, fruits, candies, cigarettes, sewing scissors, and dozens of hard-to-find articles that the armies had shipped to the continent. One official noted that in a warehouse in Moerlanwelz he had seen 50 cubic meters of crates filled with nothing but playing cards, 1,000,000 decks of cards, he calculated. Though the High Commission made a discreet démarche to Schaeff about these complaints, little was done. The High Commissioner's brother, François Ganshoff, who had been recruited to work on fact-finding missions on the Commission's behalf, wrote in despair over the huge increase in anti-American sentiments that was breaking out across the country. "I am more and more worried," he wrote to the Prime Minister's office, "by the deplorable state of opinion that I have observed." As important as these criticisms were, the chief area of contention between Belgians and the Allies was sex, and the role the liberators should play in determining the morals and public health of liberated territory. The site on which this debate played out was, quite literally, women's bodies, and the problem on which the debate converged was that old scourge of men in uniform, venereal disease, chiefly syphilis and gonorrhea. The incidence of VD among Allied troops deployed in Belgium has recently reached such disquieting proportions as to merit the issue of a special order on the subject by the Commander-in-Chief himself, wrote the deputy commander of Schaeff's mission in Belgium in December 1944, and the picture worsened throughout the year. Figures gathered by the U.S. Army show that by June 1945, roughly 15%, about 500,000, of all the American soldiers in continental Europe had some form of VD. This on a continent that already had abnormally high civilian VD rates. The problem had become so serious that it compromised effective conduct of military operations. But what solution did Schaeff propose to stop their men from getting VD? One obvious answer was to stop soldiers from having sex with prostitutes, and Schaeff declared brothels out of bounds. Yet Schaeff's public health branch did not stop there. The civil affairs public health authorities believed that the real culprit in spreading VD were the prostitutes working their trade by themselves in alleys, cafes, and taverns of doubtful character. These women, therefore, must bear the principal burden of ensuring that their bodies were free of VD. The Allied soldier, in this configuration, bore no responsibility, and indeed the Army had, in September 1944, prevailed upon the U.S. Congress to repeal a law that punished soldiers who contracted VD. The War Department argued that the law had no deterrent value, and, if anything, only encouraged a soldier to be silent about his symptoms. Thus, Army policy was premised on the assumption that men would seek sex at all times, in all possible venues, and so the best curb on VD was to close brothels, distribute condoms, institute rigorous inspection of any women suspected to be involved in the sex trade, and encourage immediate and penalty-free treatment for soldiers who might contract VD. Schaeff drew up a draft decree for Belgium concerning prostitution and VD that it presented to the Belgian government for passage into law. Prostitutes, according to the proposed law, must register at the town hall in their neighborhood, present 3 photographs, obtain a license, provide names of all cafes in which they sought customers, submit to bi-weekly medical examinations, and, if infected, agree to detention at a clinic for whatever period of time the doctor prescribed. Furthermore, any woman alleged to be a prostitute by an Allied soldier could be forced to undergo a medical examination immediately. Finally, proprietors of cafes and bars where prostitutes regularly worked were liable to heavy fines and penalties. Despite very energetic representations by Schaeff authorities, the Belgian government refused to accept the decree. It was considered far too intrusive. In its place, the government offered an alternative law that placed the burden for curtailing the spread of VD on the infected man, and in particular on his doctor. The Belgian law focused on the behavior of the consumer, as it were, declaring that every person who exhibits the symptoms of venereal disease is required to have himself treated by a doctor of his choice. The doctor was then obliged to report the infection and the date and location when the infection occurred. But he did not have to report the name of the infected man. The inspector of health must use every discretion, but he could, if necessary, commit the infected man to a hospital. In any case, the expenses would be borne by the patient, a serious disincentive to go to the doctor in the first place. Any man who had sexual relations while knowingly carrying an infection would be subject to imprisonment and fines. The Belgian law failed to discuss the issue of prostitution at all, and placed the burden of curtailing sexually transmitted diseases on men rather than on women who sold sex for money. Why did the Belgian law make no mention of brothels, and indeed why did Belgians prefer to see soldiers use a maison Tuileries to appease their sexual appetites? The reason became clear in a series of exchanges, both public and private, during February and March 1945, when Belgian health officials demanded that Schaeff close the army dancing clubs where soldiers were permitted to entertain female guests. These centers were chaperoned, and although plenty of alcohol was available, military police were never far. Belgian girls frequented these halls to meet and socialize with soldiers who could offer them drinks, music, cigarettes, attention, and perhaps some light romance. Yet precisely because these clubs attracted nice middle-class girls, Belgian officials saw them as a serious threat to the overall health of the female public. It was assumed that Allied soldiers, having been banned from brothels, would naturally seek sexual contact with the nice girls at the dance clubs. Far better, the Belgian health authorities reasoned, if the brothels remained open so that soldiers could satisfy their desires among the known prostitutes in recognized brothels, which were perfectly legal. If men contracted VD, they could find a doctor to cure them. Brothels, in the mind of the Belgian government, offered a buffer zone between soldiers and good Belgian girls. If men could be diverted into the houses of doubtful character, the purity of the clean Belgian female body could be preserved. The Belgian government's approach to the VD problem as a public health measure left much to be desired. Allied experience in southern Italy in 1944 had shown that closing brothels, cracking down on clandestine prostitution, and insisting that soldiers with VD be treated not by local doctors, but within the army, where they could be monitored, worked effectively to contain the spread of VD. In Belgium, by contrast, VD rates soared in 1944 to 45 precisely because soldiers were having sex with many partners in an uncontrolled environment with little regulation of prostitution. But the legal tussle over the issue sheds light on a key theme of liberation, that Belgians saw their liberated territory, its social and moral values, and indeed its young bearers of feminine virtue, as vulnerable to subversion by foreign occupation. Soldiers, one report declared, had brought to Belgium morals, milieu, to which we are not accustomed. In mid-March 1945, over a dozen mayors around Verviers, a town near Liège, with a heavy foreign troop concentration, signed a public appeal aimed not at the soldiers, but at Belgian youth, especially girls. "This spring," it began, "our young people face great dangers. We do not refer to the youths who have rallied to the flag and responded to the call of their country, for whom to die in battle would be a great honor. Rather, we refer to the youth that have been seized by a frenzy of pleasure. While so many others suffer on the battlefield or in the deportation camps, these young people have thrown themselves into a sentimental adventure where they risk losing their moral dignity and physical health." The appeal praised the valiant young boys who have brought us liberty, but asked parents if they did not fear that their young impressionistic girls were being manipulated by the prestige of the uniform. The mayors chided in particular the young girls of the area who, they felt, were too eager to consort with Allied soldiers. "Young ladies, so sure of yourselves, do you not fear that your example will lead others into weakness? Do you not know that the road along which victory has traveled passed through North Africa, from which these unfortunate diseases have come? Do you know that the army rest camp in our area has attracted women by the hundreds, who are the waste of the great cities, and who, by avoiding any medical surveillance, are spreading these diseases? Do you know that in Verviers many of your peers, after having strayed just once, have already been obliged to submit to emergency treatments, which are as horrible as they are indispensable? Remember, young girls, the essential mission for the future of our race which you bear, the mission to represent our people proudly before our allies. For 1 hour of abandon, do not stain your conscience with painful and often hereditary stigmata. The time of national recovery is at hand. No nation can revive unless it has a youth that is healthy in its body and its soul." The notion that American soldiers were vectors of North African diseases stirred up vigorous and outraged protests from Sheaffe officials who remonstrated with the local mayors. Yet the truth was that VD, along with prostitution, crime, smuggling, violence, and mayhem, closely accompanied the hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers in Belgium. Civilian leaders believed their behavior placed the moral and physical health of the country in jeopardy. It is no accident that the appeal of the mayors explicitly linked the recovery of the nation with the physical health of young girls. These bearers of national virtue would have to be protected, perhaps liberated, from promiscuous, drunken, profligate, demanding liberators. This is quite different from saying that Belgians were ungrateful for their liberation, or that they preferred the Germans to the Americans, a charge that some American soldiers leveled at them. Rather, Belgian complaints remind us how unsettling, violent, and dynamic the entire process of liberation was at the close of World War II. Liberation in Belgium had brought death and destruction, the annihilation of cities, the creation of refugees, the bombing of small rural villages and their occupants. And it had opened the way to a social threat from the weary, sex-starved, and perhaps emotionally scarred Allied soldiers. Given the trauma of war and liberation in Belgium, it is not surprising that the people of this now war-shattered country simply wanted to be left alone. Belgium had been invaded in 1940 by the Germans, in 1944 by the Americans and British, and again in 1944 by the Germans. 30,000 Belgian civilians died as a result of these events. The war over, Belgians wished to heal, to recover some sense of national independence and dignity. It is all too easy to understand why a local police commissioner in September 1945 found that in his part of the country the common phrase on the lips of all the citizens was simply, "O Lord, deliver us from our liberators." Chapter 3. Hunger, the Netherlands and the Politics of Food. In the late winter of 1944, Rifleman Roscoe Blunt of the 84th Infantry Division was warming sea rations on a fire in his mud-soaked campsite in the Dutch town of Haarlem. A young girl wandered into the GI's compound, and then matter-of-factly asked me if I wanted to ficken or just kusen. It took me a few moments for my brain to click into gear and realize what she was asking. Blunt asked the girl how old she was. 12, she replied passionately. It was not uncommon in the winter of 1944 to see Dutch children like this 12-year-old girl fighting over the trash pails where the GIs threw their uneaten rations, or offering sex in exchange for food. And in the spring of 1945, the picture in the Netherlands only worsened. The Allied armies that had dashed through northern France and Belgium in August arrived on Holland's doorstep in early September, but then failed to drive the Germans out of the country. Only a small slice of southern Holland was freed from German control, and the rest of the country, including the main cities of Amsterdam, The Hague, and Rotterdam, remained under occupation until the end of the war. Although the Allied armies periodically launched attacks on the German lines in Holland, the 1st Canadian Army fought bitterly there, the ugly truth is that the liberation of northwestern Holland was simply not a strategic priority for the Allies. The Anglo-American armies hit the Germans along the Siegfried Line in Belgium and France, and in spring 1945 pushed eastward into Germany proper. This left a large contingent of German soldiers effectively cut off in Holland, though still in command of much of the country. A gruesome sideshow ensued. The doomed German occupiers pursued a policy of vengeance against the citizens of the Netherlands and deliberately allowed them to starve. During the late winter and early spring of 1945, when life had revived in liberated Brussels and Paris, northwest Holland was a lifeless zone of darkness and hunger, a pitiful encampment of skeletal children and cadaverous people surviving on tulip bulbs and beets. The Dutch people's deliverance did not come until the collapse of the Third Reich itself, by which time some 16,000 people had died of starvation in what had been one of the richest, most intensively cultivated countries in Europe. When the Canadian and British troops did finally enter the main cities in early May, they were of course greeted warmly, and many soldiers thought at first glance that the Dutch people seemed to have survived on their meager rations. But that was because the desperately ill were not among the crowds. As Major General J.G.W. Clark, the head of the Schaeff mission in the Netherlands, put it tartly in a memo to London, men and women who are slowly dying in their beds of starvation unfortunately cannot walk gaily about the streets waving flags. The Germans occupied the country on May 10, 1940, but they never decided precisely what to do with the Dutch. After the conquest of the country, Queen Wilhelmina and the Dutch government removed to London and established a Dutch government in exile, one of the many castaway cabinets then crowding into Britain. Despite ongoing surrender talks with the remaining Dutch military authorities, the Germans bombed Rotterdam on May 14, gutting the city center and killing 900 people. There could be no doubt of the brutality the Germans intended to visit upon the Dutch if they did not yield immediately. They did so, and a curtain of suffering was drawn over the country for the next 5 years. The country presented the Germans with a tricky problem. how to treat a people so racially, linguistically, and culturally similar to the Aryan ideal. Hitler typically let his deputies fight the issue out among themselves. The Reichskommissariat Niederlande, Netherlands Reich Commissariat, was headed by Arthur Seyss-Inquart, who was, like Hitler, an Austrian. He had been a central figure in manipulating Austrian affairs to allow for Hitler to seize that country in the 1938 Anschluss and incorporate Austria into the German Reich. Hitler later appointed Seyss-Inquart as Deputy Governor-General in occupied Poland, where he gladly engaged in the ghettoization of Jews. In May 1940, he was sent to run the defeated Netherlands. Seyss-Inquart wished to preserve some degree of autonomy for Holland, while squeezing it for every last bit of materiel it could provide to the insatiable German war effort. He approved the delegation of certain powers to the collaborationist Nationaal Socialistische Beweging der Nederlander, Dutch National Socialist movement, headed by the Dutchman Anton Mussert, and which claimed a membership of 50,000 by 1940. Seyss-Inquart would have been content to govern the Netherlands essentially as a colonized fiefdom of the German Reich. By contrast, the SS commander and police chief in Holland, Hans Albin Rauter, another Austrian Nazi, envisioned a direct form of rule that annexed and incorporated Holland into Germany, removing any vestiges of Dutch identity and independence. The two rivals never came to a common understanding, and, in fact, worked at cross purposes for much of the war. As a practical matter, these doctrinal differences at the top had little meaning for the Dutch people, who suffered under an increasingly burdensome and interfering German occupation. Virtually all aspects of life in the country fell under German control. Access to food was controlled through rationing cards. The radio, press, political parties, and labor unions were all given over to collaborationists. The country was ransacked. Factories were dismantled and shipped into Germany. Metals, clothing, textiles, bicycles, food and produce, cattle and livestock, all were sucked into the German war machine. Curfews governed civilian freedom of movement. Tens of thousands of people were forcibly moved from coastal towns where the Germans erected massive fortifications. 400,000 people were shipped into Germany, where they were compelled to work for the German war effort, and of course the Germans targeted Jews. In June 1942, the Germans began a systematic deportation of Dutch Jews, managing in the end to find and murder 105,000 of the 140,000 Jews in Holland at the start of the war, a higher percentage than any Western European country. A significant number of Dutch people participated in some form of resistance to German rule, though this was rarely militant armed resistance. The Order Service grouped former army officers together and had the favor of the government in exile. The Council of Resistance directed sabotage and espionage in close cooperation with the British Secret Service. And a National Association for Assistance to the Many Underdikers, those who dived under or went into hiding, served as a way station for false documents, transport, and funds. Unfortunately, the Dutch resistance was totally penetrated by German counterintelligence, which was able to stymie all major sabotage activities between 1942 and 1944. Yet a much broader national resistance did develop in daily life, which manifested itself through a vigorous underground press, an active counterfeiting of ration cards and identity papers, a network of aid to those in hiding, and periodic strikes. These strikes, in particular, could be a serious nuisance to the occupation authorities and tended to provoke the ire of the Germans. A nationwide strike in February 1941, in response to initial roundups of Jews in Amsterdam, led to the execution of 17 Dutch people. In April 1943, another nationwide strike was called in response to German arrests of former Dutch POWs who had already been released. 150 Dutch people were killed by the Germans in savage reprisals. By the start of 1944, living conditions in Holland had become nearly intolerable. The Dutch economy had been stripped bare, and the only available food were potatoes, mealy bread, and beets. Children were beginning to show signs of malnutrition, while diseases like diphtheria and typhus had begun to break out. The Germans flooded large swaths of the country in anticipation of an Allied invasion, and Allied bombing of dikes also devastated thousands of acres, taking still more land out of cultivation. The resistance occasionally carried out successful operations against the occupiers, and badly wounded Hans Rauter himself in a March 1945 assassination attempt. But the reprisals for such acts took a ghastly toll. The Germans killed 250 Dutch prisoners in response to the attack on Rauter, and constantly shot hostages in reply to Dutch sabotage. Death also came from the skies, inevitably. One report from within occupied Holland in June 1944 said that the people were becoming increasingly anti-American and anti-British because of the reckless air bombardment. The Netherlands Red Cross begged the British to reconsider their air assaults on cities. A report in April 1944 gave a grim tally of damage and destruction, including the attack on Nijmegen on February 22 that left one-third of the center of the town in ruins, killed 500 civilians, and injured several hundred. One school was completely wiped out, and all the children and those in charge of them perished. Several churches and historic buildings were reduced to rubble and ashes, the Red Cross reported. To this, British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden laconically replied, "I fear loss of life and damage to property and cultural monuments are inevitable. It is part of the price of liberation." But liberation seemed a long way off. In May 1944, one source concluded a gloomy report on conditions in Holland with these words, "If the British could see how things are in Holland, they would hurry up." It simply cannot last much longer. In early September, the Allies were strung out along the Dutch-Belgian border, and it seemed a matter of days before the country would be liberated. On September 17, the day that the Allies launched Operation Market Garden, flooding the skies over Nijmegen and Arnhem with paratroopers, liberation appeared at hand. The Dutch government in London ordered a nationwide railway strike on the same day in an effort to snarl German military movements and cut off rail traffic. But the airborne invasion failed to achieve the Rhine crossing that had been hoped for, and only a small patch of southern Holland was in Allied hands. The Allied armies turned their attention eastward, away from Holland and into Germany proper. It would be months before the Allies fought their way northward across the watery fingers of the Maas, Waal, and Rhine rivers. In retaliation for the Dutch strikes, Seyss-Inquart placed an embargo on all food imports into the German-held areas. This marked the start of the gravest period of the war for the Netherlands. Even before the war, Holland had relied on imported food to feed its larger cities, and even imported fodder to feed its livestock. The importing of food ceased in 1940 after the German invasion, and the Germans had been busy stripping the country bare since then. Between May 1940 and September 1944, all the produce from 60% of Holland's arable land was sent directly to Germany. Shortages of fertilizer, farm machinery, and of course men to work the fields, many had been sent into Germany as labor, left the country unable to produce sufficient food, and teetering on disaster by the fall of 1944. From 1940 on, the Dutch authorities rationed what food was available. The German food embargo now pushed the country over the edge. Potatoes and bread were severely rationed. Sugar beets had to be used to make foul-tasting mash that was served at soup kitchens. Nasty and unsatisfying alternatives like tulip bulbs could be found on the black market at exorbitant prices. As winter closed in on 3.6 million souls in occupied Holland, it looked as if a gigantic national tragedy was about to unfold. On September 28, just a few days after the obvious failure of Market Garden, Dutch Prime Minister Peter S. Geerbrandy, directing the government in exile in London, cabled a desperate appeal to Winston Churchill that set the tone for Anglo-Dutch communications over the next 9 months. I have the honor to bring to your attention that most alarming tidings have reached Her Majesty and the Netherlands Cabinet regarding the deplorable situation which has arisen in the Netherlands. Many railway strikers and members of the resistance movement have been and are being executed, and the strongest reprisals are being taken against members of their families. Starvation in the big cities, the term is not too strong, is imminent. Destruction of port installations, wharves, factories, power plants, bridges, etc., is being carried out by the Germans on a very extensive scale. I should be most grateful if you would give me an opportunity in the near future of discussing this matter with you. The British government, which in Allied planning documents had claimed both Belgium and the Netherlands as British spheres of influence, now faced the serious problem of what to do about the possible death by starvation of millions of people in Holland. Churchill and Geerbrandy met at 10 Downing Street on October 5, and it was a difficult meeting indeed. Geerbrandy wanted to relate the details of Germany's scorched earth strategy in Holland in the face of probable defeat by the Allies. Churchill tried to assuage Geerbrandy with promises that after the war Germany would be forced to offer restitution, as well as forced labor to rebuild the country. Holland might even annex some parts of Germany, Churchill suggested, but Geerbrandy persisted and painted an apocalyptic scenario. The Germans were no longer feeding the Dutch, he said, and instead were looting the country's food supplies. Leiden was now out of food, and Amsterdam would have no more food by October 24th. In an emergency, Geerbrandy went on, people could exist for longer than they supposed. He was prepared to say that Western Holland could continue to live somehow until December 1st, but this was the limit, after which the people of Western Holland would die of starvation. Was there a chance of Western Holland being liberated by that date? If not, Geerbrandy wondered if Churchill would agree to allowing the Swedish government to intervene and negotiate some kind of food transport through the British blockade of the continent into Holland. Churchill was not moved. Any food admitted to Holland would directly or indirectly nourish the Germans, who were themselves short of food and ammunition, Churchill said. Besides, he thought that there was a very good chance that Western Holland would be liberated before December 1st. Geerbrandy went away dispirited, but he and his colleagues pressed the British government on multiple fronts. 2 days earlier, the Dutch ambassador had met with Sir Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and told him that the Swedish government was in fact prepared to send some food supplies into Holland, provided that both the Germans and the British agreed to ensure safe passage of the relief ships. The Minister for Economic Warfare, Lord Selborne, also received the Dutch ambassador, and was given a detailed report on the food shortages. According to the Dutch government's assessment, stocks of bread grains would run out by the end of October. The occupied territories had but 3 weeks of potatoes left. There was no milk, and, most calamitous, the military operations in the south had disrupted coal shipments into the cities, so that the gas and electric works, as well as bakeries and factories, could not function. Coal stocks would be gone by mid-October, Dutch sources reported. The country was on the verge of total collapse. The only hope was immediate aid through Sweden, or even food drops by plane into occupied Holland. There will be a famine after mid-October, the Dutch report concluded. Unlike Churchill, the British chiefs of staff as well as the Foreign Office, had no real objection to the proposal to allow the Swedes to assist the Dutch people, provided that the plan in no way interfered with General Eisenhower's military operations. The chiefs recognized that one Swedish ship could scarcely carry sufficient quantities of materials for 3.5 million people, but it would be a humanitarian mission they could hardly oppose. General Eisenhower concurred. On October 29, he informed the War Department and the British military authorities that, on the grounds of humanity, relief from neutral sources through International Red Cross should, if possible, be arranged without delay, if the German government can be persuaded to agree. Eisenhower said he knew that some of the supplies might be pilfered by the Germans, but I accept this risk. Any assistance to the Dutch civil population that can be provided before the liberation will ease the relief problem subsequent to liberation. On November 2, Britain's top military officials, meeting at a conference of the Chiefs of Staff, agreed that allowing a Swedish ship into Amsterdam was acceptable, and raised no military objections. Yet they did oppose any airdrops of food directly into Holland, because it was not possible to arrange safe conduct for the British aircraft involved, and there could be no guarantee that the supplies would reach the civil population. In fact, the probability is quite the reverse. No less significant, the British and American military authorities rejected any possibility of letting Red Cross ships travel down the Rhine from Switzerland to Holland, which the Dutch had asked for and which the Germans had agreed to. Eisenhower refused outright. He said his war plan called for the bombing of bridges over the Rhine. Moreover, he claimed that the prompt manner in which the Germans agreed to allow supplies to move on the Rhine is actuated, we believe, by their desire to keep the river open for their own purposes. The various constraints thrown up by the military planners kept the Swedish relief operations small. In late January, 2 ships, the Noreg and the Dagmar Bratt, delivered 3,000 tons of flour, margarine, and cod liver oil to Delfzijl in northeast Holland. From there, the food was delivered south on barges through the canal network. These initial shiploads created a great boost for the morale of the hungry Dutch. Yet by April, the Swedes had been able to deliver only 20,000 tons of food and supplies, extremely welcome, but not nearly sufficient to avert catastrophe. Prime Minister Gerbrandy had hoped these deliveries would be just the start of an expanded relief convoy system from Sweden. The British Chiefs of Staff, however, did not wish to see a limited relief supply turn into a regular operation. On February 14, the Chiefs of Staff concluded that a relief convoy using the Kiel Canal would become a serious obstacle to military operations. It would force the Allies to restrict mining of the canal and to redirect air bombing. Further, the chiefs believed the Germans would essentially use the Swedish vessels as minesweepers, sending naval vessels in behind the civilian relief convoys. They therefore objected to any regular relief scheme for occupied Holland. The issue was not easily dismissed, however. Mounting evidence of the humanitarian crisis inside occupied Holland began to accumulate in London, and the issue became a highly charged one. Queen Wilhelmina herself wrote to Churchill and President Roosevelt in mid-January, imploring that something be done for occupied Holland now, before liberation, in order to avoid a major catastrophe, the like of which has not been seen since the Middle Ages. In early February, Sir Jack Drummond, a professor of biochemistry at the University of London, who was gathering information in Holland for the British government, sent an alarming report to the Ministry of Food in which he described a critical situation in West and Northwest Holland. Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and The Hague appear to be reduced to practically starvation level and 500 to 800 calories a day. There has been a typhoid epidemic in Amsterdam and diphtheria in Rotterdam. Drummond believed that, if it is not alleviated quickly, thousands are likely to die directly or indirectly from starvation. At this level of nutrition, the normal human being could not live for more than 2 or 3 months. This crisis now had major political ramifications. Could the British government really stand by as thousands dropped dead of starvation? And did the potential deaths of so many people require a rethinking of Allied war strategy, one that would give a higher priority to the liberation of northwest Holland than to the battles in the Rhineland on Germany's flank? Queen Wilhelmina certainly thought so, and demanded immediate military action for the purpose of driving the Germans out of Holland. The problem of how to approach the relief of the starving people of occupied Holland became closely tied up with the troubles in the southern liberated portion of the country. There, too, a severe food shortage had become a serious political issue. The Dutch press had become increasingly critical of the Allied occupiers in January 1945, as mountains of food and supplies flowed to the ravenous armies on the front, while the Dutch people went without. The food issue had become the burning question for the Dutch, and the people in the liberated territory have become more critical than they have ever been before. Prime Minister Gerbrandy told Eisenhower in mid-January that the care and feeding of the liberated Dutch had fallen well short of the required amounts, even though Schaeff refused to delegate the job to the Dutch government itself, while the region was still part of a fluid and unstable military front. In early February, General Bernard Montgomery, whose 21st Army Group was the chief occupying force in Belgium and southern Holland, wrote to Eisenhower to tell him that the level of subsistence of the Belgian and Dutch civilian population is too low, and that there are signs of disintegrating morale. There have already been sporadic strikes among Antwerp dockers and coal miners. A strike of railway operatives would be most serious. The present rations for civilians amounts to 1,600 calories, as compared with some 4,500 for military personnel. It is obvious that this cannot be sufficient for labor doing hard physical work. I feel that the seriousness of the position may not be fully realized, and would be grateful if you would personally intervene. Monty also complained bitterly to his friends in Whitehall. Writing to Sir P.J. Grigg, Secretary of State for War, he said that the food and coal situation in Holland was catastrophically bad, and that strikes were breaking out in many sectors. The plain truth is that Eisenhower is running around the front trying to run the battle and show that he is a great general, and he is neglecting his higher functions. He cannot do both jobs. Montgomery could be extremely irritating, but in this case his words prompted Eisenhower into action. The Supreme Commander cabled his superior in Washington, General George Marshall, and told him that he was very much concerned about the food situation in Belgium and liberated Holland. He said the Allied governments simply were not carrying through on their commitments, and that the import program would be 60,000 tons short of what was needed by the end of March. The result will be increasing unrest, civil disturbances, and disorders in the rear areas of 21st Army Group. Food shortage is at the bottom of all the trouble. Eisenhower's solution, however, was politically sensitive. To feed the Belgians and the freed Dutch, he proposed to raid the stocks that had been built up in Britain for the emergency relief of northwestern Holland. These stocks were the central pillar of the British government's plan for relief once Holland was fully liberated, and they had been used as a demonstration of good faith to the Dutch that serious planning for the immediate relief of the Dutch was well in hand. Eisenhower, perhaps knowing that the liberation of occupied Holland was not imminent, decided to use the stockpiles for the immediate needs of liberated territory. But he also appealed to the combined chiefs of staff for an immediate additional shipping program to Britain that would replenish those stocks. Unless these withdrawals are replaced, he argued, the whole relief plan for Western Holland is jeopardized. Eisenhower was robbing Peter to pay Paul. The relief of the liberated had to come before the relief of the still captive Dutch. In order both to supply the shortfall of food and to restock the supplies intended for Western Holland, Eisenhower called for the immediate shipment of 109,000 tons of food and supplies into the 21st Army Group area. It was a staggering figure and presented serious shipping problems, but President Roosevelt lent his support to the plan and urged Churchill to do the same. In part because of this decisive intervention, the food situation in liberated Holland improved marginally by the end of March 1945. But this did nothing to address the real crisis unfolding north of the Maas, Waal, and Rhine rivers in occupied Holland. There the food shortage worsened and became a political and indeed a moral crisis for the Allied High Command. The moral dimension was put with extraordinary force by Major General J.G.W. Clark, the head of the SHAEF mission to the Netherlands. "I feel very strongly," he wrote, "that far more active steps should be taken here and now to enter the occupied portion of the Netherlands in order to effect some measure of relief to this distressed people. By neglecting to do this, the Allies are running the risk of having at their doorstep a disaster of unparalleled magnitude. If we are really fighting for an ideal, and fighting to liberate a people, surely it is time to take some very definitive action in this matter, instead of tacitly allowing starvation and death to overcome some 3 million of our nearest neighbors." Not only the British expressed such concerns. Stanley K. Hornbeck, the American ambassador to the Dutch government in exile, sent a remarkably frank letter directly to President Roosevelt. "There is a very real question today of whether many of their people may not, in the course of the next 6 months, die of starvation, neglect, or abuse." Whatever needs there were in France or Belgium or Italy, Hornbeck claimed, in Western Holland the Dutch are now confronted with conditions of desperate need. In early March, with such telegrams pouring in from Allied diplomats, and under relentless pressure from Prime Minister Gerbrandy, Winston Churchill began to push harder to find a solution. He set the question to the British Army Chiefs of Staff: should the plan for attacking Germany be altered so that troops and resources could be diverted to northwest Holland, essentially on a humanitarian mission? The Joint Planning Staff of the British War Cabinet met on March 8, 1945. The planners were highly doubtful of the wisdom of any shift in overall strategy. At present there are some 80,000 Germans in Holland, they noted. There is every indication that the enemy intends to turn Western Holland, in which the bulk of the civil population is located, into a fortress to be defended to the last. Meanwhile, all engineer, transportation, and troop supplies were already engaged in the fight to the east, trying to get across the Rhine and into Germany. An immediate attack across the Rhine at Arnhem, the chiefs calculated, would require 5 divisions and take a month to mount. That is, too long to be of much use to the starving Dutch. It would also delay the main effort of the Allied attack across the Rhine into Germany. From a purely military point of view, the planning staff concluded, it is preferable to concentrate our efforts against the enemy and continue the offensive into Germany without any specific operation to bring direct relief to Holland. The issue was put to the Chiefs of Staff the next day, and as the diaries of Field Marshal Alan Brooke, the British Chief of the Imperial General Staff, show, it was not received sympathetically. "This morning," he wrote of the March 9 meeting, "our main problem at the COS was the Dutch PM's lament to Winston concerning the starvation of the Dutch population, and urging a reconsideration of our strategy so as to admit of an early liberation of Holland. However, it is pretty clear that our present plans for Monty's crossing of the Rhine cannot be changed." After the crossing of the Rhine, again from a military point of view, there is no doubt that we should work for the destruction of Germany and not let any clearing up of Holland delay our dispositions. Despite this dismissive attitude, the chiefs hedged their bets. they decided to ask General Eisenhower to prepare an appreciation and plan showing requirements of an operation to liberate Holland as soon as practicable after you have secured your Rhine crossing into Germany. Eisenhower, also skeptical, complied. His memorandum shows that while he was aware of the political and humanitarian arguments for diverting his armies into Holland to save the Dutch people, he opposed any such shift of emphasis away from the attack into Germany. Opening his assessment of the operation, he said he thought there were 200,000 German troops in northern Holland, far more than earlier estimates, and any attack there would be a major undertaking. The Germans had already flooded large parts of the country and would continue to break dikes as a defensive measure. That meant the assault into Holland would require a huge engineering effort to build bridges, and engineer companies were already critically short. Eisenhower pointed out that a large bombing campaign against the Germans in Holland would inevitably involve very heavy casualties among Dutch civil population. But most troubling of all for Eisenhower was that an operation for attacking into Holland would probably coincide with the opportunity for breaking out from our Rhine bridgeheads. These breakouts should culminate in a rapid advance to complete the isolation of the Ruhr and possibly a junction with the Russians. That meant that saving Holland would delay victory. Eisenhower's conclusion was unmistakable. Most rapid means of ensuring liberation and restoration of Holland may well be the rapid completion of our main operations. But Eisenhower, ever sensitive to the political dimension of his war plans, was open to the idea that the Allied air forces might begin to plan for a campaign of airdrops of food supplies over Holland. It would be a major air effort. He thought as many as 1,000 heavy bomber sorties a day to deliver sufficient quantities of food to 3.6 million people, but Eisenhower was willing to give it a try. The Joint Planning Staff of the War Cabinet agreed. A plan would be drawn up to see if an air supply operation might save the Dutch from total catastrophe. The threat posed by the food crisis in occupied Holland was not only humanitarian. There was a political dimension that worried the British. Schaeff's Political Intelligence Office had contacts inside occupied Holland that reported considerable radicalization of the population there. Their condition is pitiable. They are impoverished and their mental state has been affected, one local source reported. There is a strong element of communism among them, because they now have nothing, and communism offers them at least a share out of what remains. The Dutch hatred of the Germans was intense, but the attitude toward the Allies was not especially warm either. The lack of an Allied plan to help the Dutch under occupation had stoked the fires of resentment, as had the bombing of Dutch towns. The Dutch, this source claimed, felt abandoned by all and sundry, and it is not therefore surprising that confidential information reports a growth of communism in the areas west of the IJssel. The Communist Party is very active and is forming cells wherever possible. They are pro-Russian and have played an active part in the resistance movement. They offer something positive to the overwhelming majority of have-nots in Western Holland: nationalization of whatever remains after German depredations. The report concluded with an ominous hint of future trouble. Should a man with a really strong personality arise in the Western Netherlands and go over to the Communists or present a radical program, the bulk of the people would be with him. As the British leaders eyed the swift Soviet march into Germany and faced powerful communist parties in France, Italy, and Belgium, the news that even the level-headed Dutch were now being swept up into a maelstrom of left-wing passions caused considerable anxiety in London. Thinking along both political and humanitarian lines, Winston Churchill wrote to President Roosevelt on April 10. In a message labeled "Personal and Top Secret," Churchill declared that the plight of the civilian population in occupied Holland is desperate. Between 2 and 3 million people are facing starvation. We believe that large numbers are dying daily, and the situation must deteriorate rapidly. I fear we may soon be in the presence of a tragedy. Churchill now wanted action to bring immediate help. His idea was to deliver a message to the German government through the Swiss, putting the Germans on notice that they bore the responsibility for feeding the Dutch people in the territory they occupied. As they had failed to do so, the Allies would now offer help. The Germans should allow safe conduct for ships and aircraft that would provide food relief. If they failed to do so and blocked such efforts, the Germans would brand themselves as murderers before the world. President Roosevelt, in a brief telegram sent 2 days before he died, agreed. The Germans would be presented with a simple public statement that the Allies were prepared to deliver aid to the Dutch through the International Red Cross, the Swedes, and even using their own aircraft to drop in supplies. General Eisenhower now ordered that 4 million stockpiled rations be prepared for immediate packaging and shipment into occupied Holland by air. Almost 7 months had passed since Gerbrandy's first appeal to Churchill. Help, at long last, was on the way. Starvation kills slowly. Thousands of Dutch people during the early spring of 1945 knew this all too well. While the Allied powers dithered, thousands of people in Western Holland simply wasted away. The average diet fell to about 1,000 calories a day, and for the poor and elderly it often slipped below that. We got in a week 1 pound of very bad bread and 2 pounds of potatoes, recalled Miss Margaret von Lennep, who lived in Heemstede, just west of Haarlem. Writing to an English friend just after the war, she described the privation. No butter, no meat, no other things. The whole winter people went walking and cycling to farms to get some potatoes or wheat, so we could make our own bread and use the wheat cooked in water for porridge. But we had no milk, no cream, no sugar, no treacle. I cannot say that I liked it, but you had to eat it, except that we had tulip bulbs and sugar beets. Both were very expensive and really awful, but again, you had to eat something. Heaps of people died from the hunger. On the road that goes along our house you could see a long trail of people coming from The Hague or Rotterdam and walking to what we called the north, that is, the north of the country where there are many big farms. But because everyone did it, the farmers could not give very much. Everyone was worn out. Many died along the road. The farmers would not give anything for money, and therefore the people gave their last shoes, their last coat, just for a little bit of food. She closed her letter with a plea. Do not think I exaggerate. When I read what I wrote to you now, I can only say it was still worse. Worse indeed, as one resident of Amsterdam described it. The city is oriental, garbage heaps piled against tree stumps, starved dogs warped with hunger, their tails between their legs, pawing at the heaps. Barefooted people, gray-haired people, sitting or lying in doorways, begging children with hunched-up shoulders and gunny sacks under their arms. Thousands walked north toward the countryside in hopes of scraps that might be bartered. That physical activity took a toll, as Liedewich Hawk vividly recalled. My father went on hunger trips. I remember one day very clearly my mother had said, "When father comes home, we'll have pancakes, because if he makes it back safely, he would have flour, he would have eggs, he would have bartered against supplies that we had, like soap or whatever." He finally did come back, and I remember running along the narrow corridor of the house to the front door, and I said, "Father, we're going to have pancakes." And he never even said anything to me. He didn't even look at me. He walked past me into the kitchen, where he just dropped down into a chair, he was so exhausted. Rations were distributed at central communal kitchens, but were scarcely fit for human consumption. Ellie Dull remembered that we ended up eating sugar beet pulp, which was so nauseating and so sweet I can still taste it, and we ate tulip bulbs. There was no food. There was no school at that time. Everything was closed. There was no transportation. Our school became a central kitchen, and every member of the family would get a card, and every day we would go to the central kitchen, and every stamp would be one scoop of whatever they were serving, and it was usually sugar beet pulp. Not only food was scarce, so was clothing and fuel. Coal shortages led to a cut-off of electricity and gas supplies, so home heating became impossible. It was incredibly cold that winter. The moisture just dripped off the inside of the walls. We all went to bed at 7 o'clock with everything that we had that we could wear. Our shoes were cut open at the top, the front, and the back to allow for growth, because we couldn't get new shoes. The cold froze the canals, making any transport of supplies impossible. Medicine was in short supply, hospitals could not function without heat or light, and public health standards deteriorated. Even clean drinking water was hard to find. Bodies could not be buried for lack of wood for caskets. In January, 235 corpses were piled up in an Amsterdam church awaiting burial. The most authoritative survey of the effects of the food crisis in Holland was carried out immediately after the war by Sir Jack Drummond of the British Ministry of Food, in cooperation with the Dutch government. Drummond's research showed that during the early spring of 1945 in occupied Holland, fall of body weight was progressive and rapid. All the characteristic signs of calorie deficiency appeared: undue fatigue on moderate exercise, feeling cold, mental listlessness, apathy, obsession with thoughts of food, etc. Food rations had dropped to 400 calories a day. Some got more, but some got less. By January 1945, the first cases of hunger edema appeared and were admitted to hospitals. Soon the numbers multiplied. Little relief could be offered these patients. Even in the hospitals there was little food. In fact, the hospital staff was also on rationed food: 1 slice of bread and tea for breakfast, 2 potatoes for lunch. A slice of bread, perhaps some watery soup for dinner. Yet on this they worked round the clock. By February, so many people sought admission to hospitals that they had to be turned away. Schools had to be turned into hospital wards for the dying. A strict scale was established. Those who had lost 25% of their body weight received extra rations of bread and beans. Yet even this could not be sustained. By the springtime, only those who had lost 35% of body weight qualified for extra rations, and by April 1945 there simply was no food left at all. It is worth quoting Drummond's description of the long-term impact of these shortages. In spite of this local organization and effort, conditions became worse. People dropped from exhaustion in the streets, and many died there. Other people were so fatigued that they were unable to return home before curfew. So they hid in barns or elsewhere to sleep, and there died. Older people who lacked the strength to go searching for food stayed at home in bed and died. The worst cases were hidden in the homes, and being unknown to the physicians could not be treated. Famine took its course with all its consequences. Vermin became common. There was no soap. Frequently there was no water, gas, or electricity. Many people had skin infections and frequently abscesses and phlegmones. As a result of shortages, diabetics received no insulin, infections could not be treated with sulfa drugs, disinfectants were unavailable, and dysentery and typhoid broke out. Hospitals, having no fuel, could not easily sterilize instruments. Surgery rooms had no water, heat, or light. The struggle for survival dominated daily life, making a meal out of scraps of inedible foods, avoiding roundups by the Germans, selling valuables on the black market for something to eat. Nothing was so important as food, recalled Henry van der Zee, who, as a 10-year-old in Hilversum, managed to survive the hunger winter. I remember getting up in the morning thinking of food. The whole day long we talked about food, and I went to bed hungry and dreaming about food. In January, sugar beets became a staple of the official ration. These fibrous, massive roots used for cattle feed could be shredded, boiled, mashed, and eaten as a pulpy porridge. Those people who could secure a supply of tulip bulbs boiled them with an onion and powdered seasoning to make a bitter meal. House cats and dogs began to disappear. "Hunger, hunger, it's getting worse," wrote a tram conductor from Rotterdam in late April. "Now that we're not even getting one slice of bread per day, we're at our wits' end. We stare at each other's hollow eyes all day, and every look, every word, every movement betrays it. Hunger. How much longer can we hold out?" More than any single country, it is Canada that holds pride of place in the Dutch story of liberation. Rightly so. The Canadians performed extraordinary feats in fighting against the Germans in Holland from September 1944 until the very end of the war. Extraordinary because of the difficulties of the terrain, waterlogged and flooded, because of the strength of the well-defended German positions, and because they themselves were not terribly well led, and were often poorly equipped, and certainly weakly supported by air power. Stubbornly, slowly, with doggedness and resilience, the 1st Canadian Army ground its way into Holland, inch by sodden inch. They cleared the Scheldt estuary of Germans in October 1944, liberating the southern stretch of Holland south of the Maas River, and allowing Antwerp to play its role in landing desperately needed supplies for the Allied armies. This at a cost of 12,000 casualties. During the cold, wet winter of 1944–45, the Canadians played a mostly static role along the riverbanks of the Maas, but on February 8, the Anglo-Canadian armies launched Operation Veritable, aiming to clear the Germans from the western banks of the Rhine between Nijmegen and Wesel. It took a month of heavy fighting in flooded terrain and cost the 1st Canadian Army 15,000 casualties, but it allowed the British and Canadians to cross the Rhine at Ries on March 23. The Canadians then turned left and dashed to the North Sea. They liberated Zutphen and Deventer. Leapfrogging canals and rivers with remarkable speed, they raced up to Groningen and Leeuwarden. By April 15, the maple leaf rather than the swastika flew over the eastern Netherlands, and the Canadians were poised to push westward to free the captive, starving cities. The German Reich Commissioner in the Netherlands, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, could read a map, and knew he was cut off and doomed. He also knew that by mid-April the Russians were on the outskirts of Berlin, that the British and American armies were deep inside western and northern Germany, and that the war was unquestionably lost. He therefore sought to save his own skin by negotiating a separate peace, first with the local Dutch authorities, then through them with the Allied powers. On April 15, Prime Minister Gerbrandy visited Churchill at his official country residence, Chequers. Gerbrandy told Churchill that 3 days earlier Seyss-Inquart had met with the leaders of the Dutch underground. Together they outlined a possible deal to neutralize Holland. Seyss-Inquart would not surrender unconditionally, he said, as long as there was an effective government in Germany. But he would offer a truce. Montgomery's forces, he proposed, should halt their advance into western Holland on the Grebbe Line, a fortified defensive line made up of dikes and strong points running north-south from the IJsselmeer to the Rhine. In return, Seyss-Inquart would agree not to flood the country as part of a last-ditch defensive strategy. He would allow Red Cross ships and trucks into the country. And he would surrender immediately once the German government had capitulated. If his offer was refused, and the Anglo-Canadian forces wanted to fight for Holland, Seyss-Inquart promised wholesale destruction and flooding, and a fight to the last man. Churchill was obviously angered by this freelancing from a devoted Nazi and war criminal, and tartly told Gerbrandy that it was not for Seyss-Inquart to dictate to us. But the offer could not in good conscience be refused. The war was all but over. Further fighting would mean the death of Allied soldiers, Dutch civilians, and more destruction of towns and cities in Western Holland. In a letter to his Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, he said he wanted to know the American view of the matter, and indicated his sympathy for the deal. We must not be too stiff and proud where the life of a whole nation rests on a murderer's bell-push. It was not an easy decision, because the Allies had been wedded to the unconditional surrender doctrine for years. But Churchill recognized the stakes here. It is a terrible thing to let an ancient nation like the Dutch be blotted out. I would rather be blackmailed in a matter of ceremony than be haughty and see a friendly nation perish. The combined chiefs of staff agreed with Churchill, and decided to leave the matter in Eisenhower's hands to pursue as he thought fit, provided that the Soviet military authorities are not only kept informed, but, if they so desire, have military representatives present at any discussions with the German commander. The chiefs wanted no complaints from the Russians about their seeking a separate peace. The chiefs also spelled out the terms of the deal. The Allies would halt military operations in occupied Holland. In return, the Germans would open up the country to immediate food convoys by land, sea, and air. Cease any punitive measures against resistance forces, and refrain from any further inundations of Dutch territory. To his great credit, Eisenhower wanted to start the airdrops immediately. He had the supplies ready to supply 1 million rations by air every 24 hours. For sheer humanitarian reasons, something must be done at once, he cabled to Washington and London. But to protect the Allied flyers who would drop the food, Eisenhower needed Seyss-Inquart's approval of the deal first. Through the Dutch underground, Schaeff contacted the Reich Commissioner and asked for a meeting immediately to discuss his proposals for a truce. On April 28, Allied representatives and German officials met in a schoolhouse in the village of Achterveld, about 5 miles from Amersfoort, and inside Allied lines. The meeting was presided over by Major General Sir Francis de Guingand, Chief of Staff of 21st Army Group and Montgomery's representative. The Germans arrived in a convoy escorted by Canadian military vehicles. The German delegates had been blindfolded for the trip through Allied lines. The German delegation was led by Ernst Schwebel, who commanded the province of Zuid-Holland for Seyss-Inquart. De Guingand memorably described him as a plump, sweating German who possessed the largest red nose I have ever seen, the end of which was like several ripe strawberries sewn together. The brief meeting established designated drop zones for air supply, and also set up a meeting between Seyss-Inquart himself and Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, General Walter Bedell Smith, to be held in 2 days' time, to discuss more fully the terms of the truce. The next day, a Sunday, the moment millions of Dutch had long awaited, came. The air above Western Holland, filled with Lancaster and B-17 bombers, each stuffed with desperately needed rations. Flying low over the famine-shrouded cities, the Allied aircraft unleashed 500 tons of supplies on 4 drop zones, each carefully identified with white crosses and red lights. The Dindijk Racecourse and Ypenburg Airfield at The Hague, the Valkenburg Airfield near Leiden, and Walhafen Airfield at Rotterdam. No aircraft were lost. The German guns were silent. The terms of the truce were fully hammered out on April 30, when General Walter Bedell Smith met Seyss-Inquart in the same schoolroom in Achterveld. The commander-in-chief of the Dutch armed forces, Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, accompanied General Smith, as did Russian officers, led by General Ivan Susloporov. In an exquisite act of defiance, the prince arrived driving Seyss-Inquart's limousine. The car had been stolen by the Dutch resistance a few weeks earlier and presented to the prince as a trophy. The small village was crowded with staff cars, the German ones flying white flags. In what de Guingand described as an efficient staff college exercise, the Allied and German officers broke into working parties and carefully set out the precise arrangements by which roads, ports, and air lanes would be opened to humanitarian aid convoys immediately. Over the next 9 days, airdrops delivered an additional 7,000 tons of food and supplies to the Dutch, while trucks and ships carried in thousands more. Seyss-Inquart, however, would not agree to the capitulation of the German forces in Holland. He claimed that this military decision lay with General Johannes Blaskowitz, commander of the German 25th Army. He did not wish to be remembered by history as a quitter, he said. To this absurd pretension, General Smith tartly replied, "In any case, you are going to be shot." Seyss-Inquart said, "That leaves me cold." Smith seized the opening and coolly responded, "It will." Smith was not entirely right. Rather than face a firing squad, Seyss-Inquart was hanged in October 1946 after being tried as a war criminal at Nuremberg. Seyss-Inquart's efforts to stall were undermined by the simultaneous collapse of the Third Reich itself. In Berlin on April 30, with the Russians just yards from his underground bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, Hitler took his own life, and left the control of the defunct regime in the hands of the commander-in-chief of the German army, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz. There was no longer any hope for the remnants of the German army in Holland. On May 5, in a cold, dark hotel in the shattered town of Wageningen, General Blaskowitz surrendered his 120,000 men to Lieutenant General Falks, commander of the 1st Canadian Corps. The war in Holland was over, just 3 days before the complete surrender of the German High Command to the Allies. From the time of the ceasefire in Holland until all the troops had moved in, the Dutch people gave welcome, noted the official Canadian account of the 1st Canadian Corps of the final days of the war. Roads and streets everywhere were decorated with flags, bunting, and flowers. Dutchmen of all ages lined the roads from early morning until late evening, shouting and waving as each unit passed. Our jeeps gave cause to the most comment by the people. Everyone wanted to ride in a jeep. To say that the joy of the Dutch people was boundless is not complete. Their expression, both in civil festivities and in the willingness to assist, was without limit. Our troops, many of whom had traveled from Sicily to over the Isle River, had never seen such happiness and rejoicing as poured from the hearts and homes in West Holland. Dozens of personal testimonies, both Canadian and Dutch, bear witness to the remarkable outpouring of sympathy and gratitude toward the liberators. The Canadians relished it. They passed out the usual gifts of chocolate and cigarettes, were hailed in the streets, were hugged, followed, cheered, and hurrahed for days. We could do no wrong. They couldn't do enough for us. They were wonderful, recalled Doug Barry of the Highland Light Infantry. The Dutch people went absolutely berserk, according to Sidney Frost of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. The Dutch people are supposed to be stolid, calm people. They climbed all over our cars and trucks, and kissed and embraced us. We had some great parties, I'll tell you. Many times I'm asked, "What was the most important part of your service?" That was it, right there. It all seemed worthwhile, all the wounds and the suffering. Suddenly it seemed very much worthwhile. And yet, as in all liberated towns in 1945, heartbreak and loss were never far from the surface. Liberation came, church bells were ringing, and my mom and I stood on the sidewalk and we held hands and cried, remembered Jack Heidema. There was no joy. The joy came later on. We had gone through too damn much, seen too much, and had too much pain and suffering. Nor did the suffering cease with the liberation. One of the first thorough surveys of the Western Netherlands carried out by the G5 section of SHAEF showed just how serious the food shortages had been in the spring of 1945. A long period of recovery lay ahead. Hospitals are overcrowded with patients in the preliminary stages of starvation, i.e., suffering from hunger edema, the report said. Instances of this are 15,000 cases in Amsterdam and 10,000 in Haarlem. It is, however, clear that the number of patients in hospital, large though it is, does not accurately reflect the state of the community. In driving through the poorer quarters of both Rotterdam and Amsterdam, it was evident that many of the people in the streets, and more especially those visible inside the houses, were really in need of a course of hospital treatment to enable them to recover from the effects of a long period of malnutrition. The report concluded that the flow of supplies now arriving had begun just in time to avert a major disaster. The Times of London sent a reporter to inspect the relief convoys now queuing up to carry food northward. The highway running from Allied lines north to Utrecht presents an impressive and heartening sight, the correspondent wrote on May 7. On either side, as far as the eye can see, are stacks of boxes, tins, and sacks of foodstuffs, medical stores and coal, with long columns of army lorries incessantly bringing more. Dutch men enthusiastically worked alongside the Allies in loading trucks. But they could only labor for 15 minutes before feeling faint. This writer had not yet reached Amsterdam, but reported dreadful rumors. The city was a vast concentration camp beyond all imagination. The Times editorial page echoed these words by declaring that horrors comparable to those of Belsen and Buchenwald appear to have been enacted. Fearing an apocalyptic, nightmarish scenario, Allied soldiers and relief workers moved into Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and The Hague with trepidation. What they found was an unsettling and alarming picture of the effects of 9 months of deprivation. In Amsterdam, the presence of suffering was everywhere, in the sunken, colorless faces, the pipe-stem legs, the swollen joints of the children. The tree-lined streets had been denuded, as residents had descended like leaf-cutter ants and cut down trees for firewood. The railroad ties from beneath the tramways had been dug out and hauled away for the same purpose. Even the homes of deported laborers and Jews had been broken into and systematically dismantled, their floorboards and bookshelves having been used for fuel. A tour by 2 British officials in mid-May revealed large numbers of people suffering from extreme starvation who were unable to walk about the streets. In the last stage of the war, the weekly ration for Dutch people had fallen to 400 grams of bread, about half a small loaf, and 500 grams of potatoes or beets. A small milk ration was available for children only. Days after the liberation, there were at least 20,000 cases of extreme starvation in Utrecht, and possibly 50,000 in Amsterdam. The military government branch of the 1st Canadian Army reported that in Western Holland there were 100,000 to 150,000 cases of starvation edema, with a death rate of 10%, chiefly among people over 60. The black market and trips to the countryside for foraging had kept many people alive. Those who suffered most were the poor and elderly who had no such resources. An orphanage and a mental institution whose patients had been limited to the official ration contained patients on the Belsen level. The situation was not as catastrophic as feared, but millions of Dutch people were in a desperate state of emaciation and required immediate and effective aid. It stands as a vivid testament to the commitment of the Allied forces and the international relief societies that aid did come, and in remarkable fashion and with stunning speed. Since January, Schaeff had been working with the Netherlands Military Administration, the provisional Dutch military power in the liberated part of the country, to prepare 51 medical feeding teams to be rushed into Western Holland, and these teams now leaped into action. Each team included a doctor, 6 nurses, 5 social workers, and other staff. They had all received Red Cross training and were well supplied with specially prepared packages of emergency rations. Overall, they treated some 279,000 patients in the early summer of 1945, mostly on an outpatient basis. They combed byways, back streets, and slums, searching for the poor and the destitute. They sent sound trucks through the towns, announcing the presence of aid and clinics for the hungry and ill. Schaeff supplied trucks and 189,000 tons of supplies, all of which had been stockpiled in southern Holland since the winter for precisely this purpose. On May 5, the first ships arrived in Rotterdam, and many more followed. Relief organizations poured in. The Red Cross, the Friends Relief Service, the Salvation Army, Save the Children, and the Catholic Committee for Relief Abroad all sent staff, aid, and supplies. Further aid was raised by the Holland Council in Britain through charity operas and clothing drives. Within 2 weeks, the Allies were able to offer the Dutch people a daily ration of 2,000 calories, 4 times what the Germans had given them. Here was liberation at its best. The Allied armies achieved a great deal in Holland in the final weeks of the war, and their strenuous efforts to deliver aid upon the liberation of the country no doubt saved thousands of lives. Throughout the summer of 1945, Canadian and British troops labored to clear the country of mines, repair roads, bridges, and dikes, repatriate German POWs, and offload massive imports of food into the country that by August totaled 669,244 tons of food, medical supplies, clothing, vitamin tablets, vehicles, picks, shovels, and, of course, cigarettes, 5 million of them. In July, the Schaeff mission handed over control of the country to the Dutch government. Yet for all the cooperation and mutual respect between liberated and liberators, the Dutch could not fully forgive the delay in getting aid into the country in that awful spring of 1945. It had been a deliberate choice by Eisenhower on military grounds, and it naturally left some people wondering if more lives might have been saved by an earlier air supply effort or perhaps a revision of Allied military strategy. This, in turn, led British and Canadian officials to blame the Dutch for failing to give sufficient credit to their liberators for the immense efforts they had made. It would improve the reputation of the Netherlands with the many British officers and men who have come into contact with the country in the past months, and who are now leaving, if there was rather more public expression of gratitude for the debt which the Netherlands owe to those who have freed them, concluded a detailed British Embassy report in September 1945. The gratitude would come soon enough. Ever since the end of the war, numerous Dutch communities have erected testimonials of thanks to their liberators, especially the cheerful underdog Canadians. But in 1945, as the war finally ground to its miserable end, the Dutch still faced the bitter realities of shortages, deprivation, destruction, and, of course, the memories of missing loved ones, some of whom had dropped dead in the dusty streets simply for lack of food. For Holland, liberation had been a slow, excruciating passage between war and freedom. A fifth of the country was freed in September 1944, but there was little to celebrate. The rest of the Netherlands suffered through 9 months of bitter fighting, the destruction and flooding of the once carefully tended Dutch landscape, and the unforgivable cruelty of Germany's deliberate starvation policies. The generally agreed-upon figure for deaths due to starvation and related illnesses is 16,000, reached by comparing the mortality rate in the first 6 months of 1944 against the first 6 months of 1945. In Amsterdam, 5,336 more people died in the spring of 1945 than had died in the same period the year before. In Rotterdam, the figure was 4,599, and in The Hague, the number was 3,422. The precise cause of death for these tragic individuals cannot be known, since malnutrition opens the door to many other fatal illnesses, weakening the body as well as the spirit. Yet it cannot be denied that these thousands of Dutch civilians died in great misery, just a few miles from Allied lines, in cities whose prosperity, learning, and culture had once expressed the essence of European civilization. Part 2. Into Germany. Prologue. Armies of Justice. On the very day that Hitler shot himself in a stifling, dust-choked bunker deep beneath the Reich Chancellery in bombed-out Berlin, Ruth Andreas Friedrich and a few companions huddled in their own basement sanctuary in the city's ruins. Ruth and her friends were members of an anti-Nazi underground cell, and for years they had lived in fear and anxiety in Berlin, powerless against the massive terror apparatus of the Nazi state, but determined somehow to stake a claim in their own small way for humanity. Their cell was tiny, comprising only a handful of members, and theirs was perhaps more an intellectual resistance than a militant one. On April 30, with Hitler dead upon the floor of his bunker, next to the lifeless corpse of his bride, Eva Braun, Ruth could imagine a future not dominated by fanaticism and hatred. Liberation, she believed, was at hand. These thoughts of the future, however, had to be pushed to the back of her mind, for on this day she was preoccupied with survival in a city that had been bombed and shelled into an apocalyptic wreck. Everything was scarce, including shelter, clothing, drinkable water, and especially food. "The streets are deserted," she noted in her diary, and then corrected herself. There are no more streets, just torn-up ditches filled with rubble between rows of ruins. What kind of people used to live here, she wondered. The war has blown them away. When she and her friends saw, from the slits in the basement windows, a disoriented white ox, with gentle eyes and heavy horns, stumbling through the streets, lost amid the bricks and craters in the road, they knew what they had to do. Slipping out of their subterranean cavern, they darted out into the street, seized the beast by the horns, and pulled it into a courtyard. There they slaughtered it, slavering over the thoughts of the lavish meal to come. But they were being watched, as she recalls in her remarkable diaries. Suddenly, as if the underworld had spit them out, a noisy crowd gathers around the dead ox. They come creeping out of 100 cellar holes, women, men, children. Was it the smell of blood that attracted them? They come running with buckets, with tubs and vats. Screaming and gesticulating, they tear pieces of meat from each other's hands. "The liver belongs to me," someone growls. "The tongue is mine. The tongue, the tongue." 5 blood-covered fists angrily pull the tongue out of the ox's throat. I sneak away. Never in my life have I felt so miserable. So that is what the hour of liberation amounts to. Is this the moment we have awaited for 12 years, that we might fight over an ox's liver? Like Germany, also defeated and dismembered, the white ox lay in a pool of blood, a corpse swarming with scavengers. In mid-March 1945, the Anglo-American armies, recovered now from the losses of the Bulge, finally crossed the Rhine, encircled 300,000 German soldiers of Army Group B in the Ruhr pocket, and sped on into the heartland of Germany. By April 12 the Americans had reached the Elbe River, while the horns of this advancing bull sliced outward, one northward toward Hamburg, one to the south, through Bavaria and into Czechoslovakia. They soon encountered the massive armies of the Soviet Union, which, since January, had been churning up the Germans at a stupendous rate, leaping from the Vistula in Poland to the Oder River in eastern Germany in a matter of weeks. On April 16, the Soviets launched their final assault from the Oder to Berlin, swallowed the capital city, and pressed west to the Elbe, where they shook hands with the Americans on a bridge at Torgau on April 25. 5 days later, his country overrun, his army defeated, and his capital city ground to rubble by the powerful Red Army, Adolf Hitler killed himself in his bunker. The men of the Allied armies had put to rest the lunacy of the 1,000-year Reich. What were these men fighting for? Certainly not for the liberation of Germany or of Germans from an oppressive regime. During the war, American leaders sharply distinguished between the peoples who deserved liberation, the French, Belgians, Dutch, Poles, and others who had suffered under German occupation, and the Germans. Whereas the liberation of Western European states had involved the restoration of freedom and autonomy to once oppressed peoples, American officials had in mind a very different fate for Germany. America's war strategy unequivocally sought to destroy Germany, its Nazi regime, and its military-industrial capacity. The Anglo-American bombing campaign, which reached unprecedented intensity in the last 9 months of the war, revealed that Americans and Britons accepted massive numbers of civilian deaths as the price of victory. They agreed to wipe out German cities, raze German schools and hospitals and air raid shelters, and set fire to the bodies of the children, patients, and refugees within. They believed that these things had to be done to win the war, nor would post-war Germany escape punishment. The Allies' planning documents for the post-war occupation were characterized by suspicion, antagonism, and spite toward the brutal Germans. The country would be broken up, dismantled, shorn of its industries, its people made to suffer the hunger, privation, and want that they had so readily inflicted on others. Hitler, Americans believed, had made this the inevitable price Germany would have to pay. In the waning months of the war, the concept of a liberated Germany might have provoked wry mirth from Allied soldiers and war planners, whose single aim had been to reduce Germany to a lifeless wreck. Time magazine correspondent William Walton reported in February 1945 that among front-line soldiers penetrating into the Reich, he discerned a sharp increase in hatred of Germans. Soldiers spoke with amazing unanimity, and in particular expressed admiration for the Russian approach to the Germans. "I hope the Russians get to Berlin first," many soldiers said. "They'll know what to do with those Krauts." Of the Germans, Captain John Lane of Cascade, Iowa, said, "I know these bastards. They're no good. They're treacherous, no morals, no scruples, no religion, no nothing. I don't know what in hell you're going to do about educating their officers. Most of them are just hopeless. My private suggestion is that you just kill them all." As for the Russians, their attitude toward the Germans in these final months of the war had been shaped by 4 bitter years of unimaginable atrocity and ideologically driven conflict in the East. Citizens of the Soviet Union had endured the enslavement and murder of millions of their countrymen by the German occupation. Once the tide of war had turned against the Germans, and the Red Army began to push them out of the Soviet Union, soldiers encountered every day new evidence of the brutality of the German occupiers. As the Red Army reached East Prussia, that easternmost bastion of German power, cradle of the Teutonic Knights and the setting of Hitler's Eastern Command headquarters, the Wolfschanze, Red Army propagandists sharpened their pencils and went to work. East Prussia, the nest of Prussian junkers and landowners, the hideout of high-ranking fascist gangsters, hears the rumble of our cannon, the engines of our tanks and self-propelled weapons. It sees the endless flow of our troops. It is the Red Army, the army of justice and revenge, marching along its roads, destroying the nests of fascism, the Hitlerite armed machine of extermination, destroying it forever. And toward the glorious regiments comes a flow of people. Day and night come the liberated. The people are victorious weapons, snatched from the hands of death. These are not simply tired, tormented people. They have been saved for life. They were saved by the Red Army. This kind of writing, common enough in the pages of the Red Army newspaper Red Star, bore little relation to reality. What the Soviets brought to East Prussia, and to the eastern German lands of Pomerania, Brandenburg, and Silesia, was not liberation, but a carefully calibrated catastrophe, extreme violence, looting, rape, death, and destruction on a scale as vast as the climactic battles of the war themselves. And before the advance of these vengeful Soviet soldiers flowed a stream of millions of panic-stricken German refugees, bearing not only their children and a few belongings in creaky wooden carts, but also the weight of their consciences, which perhaps whispered to them that they had richly earned this awful fate. We know that the story did not end there. The Soviet assault into Germany from the east and the Anglo-American conquest from the west converged in central Germany at the end of April 1945. Hitler's suicide on April 30 was followed by the surrender of German forces in Berlin to General Vasily Zhukov of the Soviet Red Army on May 2. The German forces in Holland, Denmark, and northwest Germany followed suit on May 4, surrendering to Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery in a somber ceremony on the flat, windy expanse of Lüneburg Heath. On May 7, at SHAEF headquarters in Reims, France, General Eisenhower accepted the unconditional surrender of all German forces. The surrender was signed by General Alfred Jodl, Chief of Staff of the German Army, and was effective an hour before midnight on May 8. Stalin, however, demanded that the Germans surrender to Red Army forces in Berlin, and so late at night on May 8, in an old engineering school on the outskirts of Berlin, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, the chief of the Supreme Command of the German Armed Forces, signed the surrender documents before Soviet Marshal Georgy Zhukov. Germany lay prostrate and inert, and it soon fell to these great powers to resurrect their zones of Germany in their own image, in the West as a democratic, denazified Germany that could serve as a bulwark against the Soviets; in the East as a communist state closely linked to the interests of Moscow. This all lay in the future. Looking back to the records of the Allied powers from 1944 and early 1945, it is hard to find evidence that the Big Three of Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill saw their mission as the liberation of Germany. In some future time, perhaps, the German people as a whole might be redeemed, and offered an opportunity to live among civilized nations. But in late 1944 and early 1945, Allied leaders framed their war strategy around a simple principle that released them from any responsibility for human suffering. In starting the war and killing millions of innocent people, they believed, the Germans had turned their backs on civilization. Now, civilization was going to turn its back on them. Chapter 4. Red Storm in the East, Survival and Revenge. Early on May 9, 1945, just hours after the German High Command capitulated to a delegation of Soviet generals in Berlin, Russia's war with Germany came to an end. Ilya Ehrenberg, the fiery wartime propagandist for the Red Army newspaper Red Star, described in his memoirs the joyous celebrations in Moscow. The city was filled with delirious singing and dancing, fireworks pierced the sky, and spontaneous street demonstrations erupted throughout the night. But Ehrenberg sensed beneath the surface of these celebrations an undercurrent of pain. There was a great deal of sorrow. Everybody was remembering the dead. That evening there could not have been a single table in our country where the people gathered round it were not conscious of an empty place. This was no exaggeration. One of the incomprehensible facts about the Second World War is the sheer scale of the human losses in the Soviet Union during 4 years of war with Germany. The latest scholarship reports that somewhere between 23 million and 26 million Soviet citizens died in the war. Of these, 8.66 million were soldiers, the rest civilians, women, old men, children. 1 million of these were Jews. The Soviet Union was a large country with a population of 190 million people. About 14% of them died in the war, 1 person in 8. Millions more endured wounds, hardships, losses of homes, land, dignity. The scale of Soviet losses and of the great battles in the East that churned up thousands of square miles of Poland, the Baltic states, Byelorussia, Ukraine, the Caucasus, and the Russian heartland, makes the battles of the Western Front in Normandy, the Ardennes, and along the Siegfried Line seem small in comparison. Total U.S. service deaths in World War II, including Army, Navy, and Marines, came to 405,399, including the Pacific Theater, and including non-battle deaths. This is a huge and frightful number, and for every death there was a family in America that also faced an empty place at the dining table, a closet filled with clothes that would never be worn again. But it bears insisting that total Soviet losses were 65 times greater than American, and that by the time America entered the war in December 1941, 2.5 million Soviet soldiers had already been killed. The point here is not to detract in any way from the American sacrifice, but to explain why the Soviet soldiers that pushed into Germany in the spring of 1945 acted with such ferocity and violence toward the German people. Unlike American, British, or Canadian soldiers, the men and women of the Red Army had tasted German occupation on their own homeland. They had fled, with millions of others, from the advancing Germans in the summer of 1941. They had seen the German armored divisions rip into the Russian heartland and flay it open. They had watched in horror as city after city was occupied, looted, savaged by the German invaders. They had seen millions of people enrolled into forced labor for the German war machine, and as the Red Army began to push the Germans back, slowly but remorselessly, across that charred land, they uncovered all the death and destruction that the Germans left behind. For Soviet citizens, the war against Germany was something that it could never be for their Western comrades in arms, a war of survival, and, in its final months, revenge. Our holy war, a war foisted upon us by the aggressor, will become the war of liberation for an enslaved Europe. That is how Ehrenberg, whose patriotic and sulphurous anti-German articles in the Soviet press were read carefully by millions of soldiers and civilians, framed the German-Soviet war on the very day of the German attack of June 22, 1941. But it was not immediately obvious to many citizens of the Soviet Union that the German invasion would bring a worse fate than that already imposed on the country by Joseph Stalin. The Soviet Union was barely 2 decades old. Its birth was attended by bloody revolution and civil war, and for most of the time since its founding in 1922, Stalin had waged war on his own people. He imprisoned, starved, shot, or transported to Siberia countless millions of people in an effort to consolidate his power and impose communist rule. In the Ukraine, Stalin had forced the collectivization of agriculture upon the peasants, and treated resistance to this policy by cutting off grain supplies and waging war on the so-called kulaks, or rich peasants. In 1932–33, 3 million people died of starvation in the Ukraine, the breadbasket of the Soviet Union. In 1939, through the nefarious terms of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, the Soviet Union grabbed the independent states in the Baltic, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, as well as a large slice of eastern Poland. These lands were immediately subjected to a ruthless Sovietization. It was an open question, therefore, just what Ehrenberg meant when he spoke of liberation, for whom and from what. In a country made up of such diverse nationalities, and held together by a tyrannical dictatorship, it might have been easy for the Germans to stir up local grievances and win anti-Stalin allies along the way. There were initial signs in the Ukraine that many welcomed the chance to get rid of Soviet rule there and looked to the German soldiers as liberators. Yet if Stalin had been brutal and dictatorial, the Germans were to prove even worse. They aimed at nothing less than the wholesale enslavement or eradication of the Slavs of the East, and the incorporation of their lands into a German New Order that would serve only the interests of the master race. Whatever ill will many Soviet citizens felt toward Stalin, most of them quickly set their feelings aside in face of the far greater and immediate danger posed by the marauding German invaders. With remarkable speed, the many peoples that made up the Soviet Union converged on a single goal: to push back and defeat the Germans. Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, after all, for ideological reasons. The prospect of a long-term accommodation with Stalin and with communism was impossible to accept. Hitler had long dreamed of the destruction of the Soviet Union and its peoples. He spelled out his goals repeatedly. In Mein Kampf, his bloated, rambling 1925 political testament, he wrote that National Socialists desired to secure for the German people the land and soil to which they are entitled on this earth. This land, of course, lay in the east, across Germany's borders in the USSR. No matter, as he put it, state boundaries are made by man and changed by man. The Soviet Union's fertile lands, once conquered and settled by Germans, would provide the Reich with a new field of colonization. The issue was urgent, not only because Germany needed Lebensraum, living space, in which to expand, but because Russian Bolshevism represented nothing less than the attempt undertaken by the Jews in the 20th century to achieve world domination. Germany is today the next great war aim of Bolshevism. The war in the East, Hitler believed, would settle the question of the domination of Europe and also provide the opportunity for the final destruction of the Jewish Bolshevik threat. The war against Russia was conceived explicitly as a war of extermination. The scale and ambition of the German invasion, codenamed Barbarossa, are almost impossible to comprehend. 3 million German soldiers, joined by 500,000 troops from Axis-allied Finland and Romania, crashed across a front line that ran nearly 1,000 miles, from the Baltic shores in East Prussia down through Poland and along the Romanian border to the Black Sea. This force of 153 divisions, 3,600 tanks, and 7,000 artillery pieces faced off against an equally large, but far less well-prepared, Soviet force of 2.9 million men drawn up into 140 divisions. Hitler sent one giant army group to the north from East Prussia through the Baltic states toward Leningrad, and another army group moved from Warsaw into Byelorussia toward Minsk, Smolensk, and Moscow. And a third massive army group drove southeast across the Ukraine and into the Caucasus. These swift-moving, heavily armored thrusts, carefully coordinated with 2,770 aircraft, aimed to penetrate deeply into Soviet territory, surround and crush the Red Army, and then reach out for the hinterland, occupying finally all of European Russia along a north-south line from Archangel in the Arctic Circle down to the Volga River and the Caspian Sea. This was a continental-sized war of conquest. The initial weeks of the invasion were a disaster for the Soviet defenders. The Germans had the element of surprise. Despite early warnings and a variety of intelligence, the Soviet leadership did not believe, refused to believe, that a German attack was imminent. Worse, the Red Army, despite the large numbers of soldiers in it, was badly equipped, with many soldiers having no weapons and little ammunition. Defensive positions were thin and quickly overrun by the swift-moving panzers. The Soviet Air Force had nothing but obsolete aircraft with poor radar and radio equipment. Despite a certain fatalistic spirit, soldiers lined up for frontal attacks on the invaders, sometimes on horseback with sabers drawn, only to be mown down by the thousands. The Red Army simply disintegrated amid chaos and panic. Even Stalin, the iron dictator, took to his dacha outside of Moscow, seized by fear and indecision. On July 3, having regained his nerve, he gave a stirring speech that depicted the battle in the starkly racial nationalist language that became common during the rest of the German-Soviet war. "The enemy is cruel and merciless," he told his countrymen. He wants to restore the power of the landowner, re-establish Tsarism, and destroy the national culture of the peoples of the Soviet Union, and turn them into the slaves of German princes and barons. In response, the Soviet people must be defiant, militant, courageous. "There should be no room in our ranks," he snarled, "for whimperers and cowards, for deserters and panic-mongers. Our people should be fearless in their struggle, and should selflessly fight our patriotic war of liberation against the fascist enslavers." These bold words did nothing to stop the German onslaught. The Germans surrounded and destroyed whole Russian armies, and took hundreds of thousands of prisoners, many of whom were shot or penned in and left to die. On June 28 the Germans seized Minsk and took 300,000 prisoners. On July 16, Smolensk fell, along with another 300,000 prisoners. In early September, the Germans surrounded Leningrad and were poised to swallow the city. The huge numbers of soldiers who were surrendering evidently alarmed Stalin, who on August 16 issued Order No. 270, denouncing the panic and scandalous cowardice of some officers and soldiers. The order directed all military personnel to shoot anyone unwilling to fight to the death. The wives of captured officers were henceforth to be imprisoned, but such threats had little initial effect upon the encircling panzer divisions. In mid-September, the Germans captured Kiev, and 500,000 Soviet soldiers surrendered. Millions of people fled the advancing armies, adding huge waves of refugees to the general chaos. Vasily Grossman, one of Ehrenberg's fellow war correspondents for Red Star, described the scenes he saw near Orel, 300 miles south of Moscow. "I thought I'd seen retreat, but I've never seen anything like what I'm seeing now, and could never imagine anything of the kind. Exodus, biblical exodus. Vehicles are moving in 8 lanes. There's the violent roaring of dozens of trucks trying simultaneously to tear their wheels out of the mud. Huge herds of sheep and cows are driven through the fields. They are followed by trains of horse-driven carts. There are thousands of wagons covered with colored sackcloth, veneer, tin. In them are refugees from Ukraine. There are also crowds of pedestrians with sacks, bundles, suitcases. This isn't a flood. This isn't a river. It's the slow movement of a flowing ocean. This flow is hundreds of meters wide. Children's heads, fair and dark, are looking out from the improvised tents covering the carts, as well as the biblical beards of Jewish elders, shawls of peasant women, hats of Ukrainian uncles, and black-haired heads of Jewish girls and women. What silence is in their eyes! What wise sorrow! What sensation of fate, of a universal catastrophe! On October 2, the German army turned its focus toward the seizure of the biggest prize, Moscow. The city was bombed and shelled. Millions of panic-stricken residents fled, piling their belongings and families into wheelbarrows, private cars, buses, taxis, carts, fire engines, or anything with wheels. Official offices set about burning their archives, and the air filled with black ash. The government transferred most of its offices 500 miles eastward to Kuibyshev, Samara, though Stalin stayed behind. He was obliged to set up an office in the Moscow subway, as the city had failed to prepare for the possibility of German air raids by building adequate shelters. He declared martial law. Looters and panic-mongers were shot on the spot. Stalin called on Marshal Georgy Zhukov, who had been directing the defense of Leningrad, to organize the defense of Moscow. Citizens, mostly women and boys, were forced to dig anti-tank trenches. Soviet reinforcements from the Far East were thrown into the battle. The October weather turned foul and wet, leaving attackers and defenders to struggle in the sticky mud that slowed their movements. A bitter struggle for the capital ensued, with threats of reprisals handed out to Soviet officers who did not stand firm. As ever, the Russians resorted to powerful words to rally their peoples. Ilya Ehrenberg captured the essence of the fight when he wrote in late October that the war is changing its character now. It's becoming as long as life. It's becoming the odyssey of a people. Now everyone understands that it is a question of Russia's fate, whether Russia will exist or not. He boldly concluded, "We will survive." Stalin, too, roused his people to fury. On November 6, in celebrating the anniversary of the October Revolution, he defied the German claims to superiority. These people without honor or conscience, these people with the morality of animals, have the effrontery to call for the extermination of the great Russian nation. Very well, then. If they want a war of extermination, he declared, they shall have it. Yet the Germans were a mere 10 miles from Moscow, and on November 17, Stalin was forced to give orders for a scorched earth policy. Everything that could be of any value to the invaders must be destroyed. Villages, crops, homes were now set ablaze by retreating Red Army units. The Germans failed to seize Moscow, and in the end failed, just, to destroy the Red Army. The Germans had overextended their lines and underestimated Soviet resilience. They spent too much of their resources in gobbling up thousands of square miles of the Ukraine, when they should have concentrated all their efforts on Moscow. They took too many casualties in the drawn-out battles around the big cities, and finally were beginning to run low on ammunition and supplies. The weather, first rainy, then bitterly cold, hampered resupply and logistics, and took the speed and mobility away from the panzer spearheads. In total, Hitler lost 250,000 soldiers killed, 500,000 wounded. Yet perhaps the most important element in the German failure was the amazing ability of the Red Army to recover from the appalling losses between June and December, 2.6 million soldiers killed, 3 million soldiers taken prisoner, and to continue not only to fight, but to go on the offensive. Soviet war leaders managed to find more men and get them to the front, ordering death for any man who retreated, and the Soviet war economy continued to produce arms, drawing upon the resources of thousands of plants and factories that had been moved and rebuilt in the East with astonishing rapidity. Now it was the turn of the Germans to be surprised. On December 5, Stalin threw a counterattack of 500,000 men at the German positions, which pushed the invaders back some 200 miles. It was not a general rout, but the threat to Moscow had ended, and the war looked set to bog down into a bloody stalemate. just what Hitler could not afford. The counteroffensive of December and January was decisive in the military history of the war, not only because it blunted the German attack, but because it drew back the curtain on German occupation policy in the East. In the towns and villages that the Germans had occupied, and which had now been liberated by the fighting, the Red Army soldiers came across astonishing atrocities that served to fire up their own sense of outrage and quickened their desire for vengeance. Town after town had been ransacked and set ablaze, captured partisans had been brutally tortured and publicly hanged, food stores had been stolen, livestock and horses killed or sent west, the land savaged. Gallows had been erected in every public square. In the town of Klin, which the Red Army liberated in mid-December, a journalist went to inspect the damage the Germans had wrought. Much of the city was shattered, burnt by the retreating soldiers. Yet for this journalist, and presumably for his readers, it was the desecration of a great cultural monument that left the deepest impression. The composer Tchaikovsky had lived here, and his home had been turned into a little museum. The Germans used the house as a toilet, relieving themselves on the floor. They ripped up floorboards for firewood, and threw priceless manuscripts and books on the ground. They burned music and books, trampled old photographs with dirty boots, pulled portraits down from the walls. Empty cans and cognac bottles littered the room. Excrement stained the floors and walls. A herd of crazed pigs could not have filthied the house the way the Germans had. It is telling that in the midst of unspeakable human carnage and death, a writer for the Red Army newspaper would spend an entire essay on the destruction of a single small home that had once belonged to a Russian composer. The writer, Evgeny Petrov, clearly felt that such behavior perfectly described the heathen, uncultured, and animal qualities of the German invaders, a race of beasts, no more. Indeed, Russian war correspondents frequently deployed a bestial vernacular when describing the enemy. The Germans became variously hordes, vultures, mad dogs, cannibals, jackals, wolves, and, when retreating, sheep, snakes, beetles, and grubs. If not animals, they were likened to gangsters, hangmen, degenerates, pygmies, bandits, sadists, and devils. This language came from the period of the Bolshevik Revolution, when it was directed at capitalists and the bourgeoisie. In 1941, these terms seemed apt indeed to describe the predatory Germans. Yet by dehumanizing the Germans, Soviet war writers who wept over the tattered manuscripts of Tchaikovsky were themselves laying the ground for a ferocious retribution against the German invaders. Rabid beasts or pestilential locusts deserved only death and extermination. "This is a very grim war," a captain told journalist Alexander Worth, "and you cannot imagine the hatred the Germans have stirred up among our people. We are an easy-going, good-natured people, you know, but I assure you I have never known such hatred before." Though the Battle of Moscow had been won, the situation facing the Soviet Union at the start of 1942 was extremely grave. Millions of soldiers had been killed or taken prisoner, and most of the large cities of the western part of the country were under German occupation, as were the food-producing regions of the Ukraine. The war economy had been badly disrupted by the invasion, and had to be rebuilt from scratch in the distant east, without the great assets of coal, steel, iron, aluminum, and copper that now lay in German hands. Moreover, the Germans had only been bloodied in the great December-January counteroffensives. They were hardly beaten. Along an immense front line, the war settled into a violent, brutal slugging match that still favored the better-armed, better-trained Germans. To the north, Leningrad was surrounded and cut off. The city became a symbol of a martyred people, apparently condemned to suffer a slow, irreversible death. 3 million people were trapped there, freezing and hungry. 1 million of them would die. Along the southern front, the Germans scored huge victories at Kharkov, Sevastopol, Voronezh, Rostov, and Krasnodar. On July 28, 1942, Stalin issued another of his periodic threats to his own people. "Not one step back," he roared. "If we retreat any further, we are digging our own graves and letting our fatherland go to the dogs. It is therefore time to end the retreat." The means for doing so were typically brutal. Soldiers who retreated were to be arrested and enrolled in penal battalions. And military police units were set up behind the lines with orders to fire at any Soviet troops that retreated. Yet by August, the Germans were across the Don River and pushing toward Stalingrad on the Volga. There, at long last, the line held. "How the Red Army survived in Stalingrad," writes Richard Overy in his excellent survey of the Russian-German War, "defies military explanation. The city was a dull, flat industrial center spread out 20 miles along the western bank of the Volga. If the Germans took it, they could place a chokehold on the supplies of oil and American Lend-Lease aid moving into Russia from Central Asia and Iran. But of course the symbolic value attracted Hitler even more. The city, once known as Tsaritsyn, had been the setting for heroic defenses against the White Russian armies in the Civil War, and none other than Stalin himself had then directed the defense of the city. For this reason, as John Erickson put it, Stalingrad drew Hitler like a magnet. The Germans seemed to have all the advantages. On August 23, Stalingrad was hammered by a huge Luftwaffe bombing raid that set the city alight and killed 40,000 citizens. The same day, the German Sixth Army and Fourth Panzer Army, 250,000 men altogether, under the command of General Friedrich Paulus, reached the banks of the Volga, thereby surrounding the city. The defenders were pushed back to a narrow slice of the river bank about 12 miles long and about a mile wide. They had their backs to the Volga, across which supplies could still come, though the pitiful barges that traversed the river were under constant and effective German artillery and air attack. The city, blackened and ruined by the initial bombing attack, became the setting for horrific street-to-street and hand-to-hand fighting. Every conceivable ruse and tactic of urban fighting was used by both sides, from snipers to infiltration to tunneling and mining and nighttime assaults, while artillery and air attacks filled the skies with shrieking missiles. For all of September and October, until November 12, the Germans slowly chewed their way foot by foot into the city, pouring in men and materiel to try to push the Soviet defenders into the river. Their commitment to take the city at all costs proved their undoing, for on November 19, General Zhukov unleashed a massive encircling attack that had been under preparation since mid-September. 1 million men, secretly deployed well to the north and south of the city, knifed past and around the German armies laying siege to Stalingrad, and fell on their flanks. In 4 days, 330,000 German and Romanian soldiers were surrounded in a massive pocket from which they tried and failed to fight their way out. Over the next 8 weeks, the Red Army tightened the noose around Paulus's surrounded divisions and pummeled them to pieces. Hitler refused to allow them to surrender, and instead promoted Paulus to field marshal in the hopes of inspiring greater resistance. But the next day, on January 31, 1943, Paulus's headquarters was overrun, and he was taken prisoner. So, too, were 90,000 German soldiers. 150,000 Germans died in the losing fight for Stalingrad. But the harvest of death had been far greater for the Soviets. They lost 47,000 killed and 650,000 wounded. Here was an apocalyptic bloodbath. Now everybody knew that victory would come, wrote Alexander Worth. No one doubted that this was the turning point in World War II. Worth, who visited the city in February, soon after the German capitulation, memorably described the scenes he saw there: the trenches filled with debris, burned-out tanks and vehicles, bits of clothing containing frozen chunks of bodies, steel girders and tangled barbed wire everywhere, mines, scorched buildings. But now everything was silent and dead in this fossilized hell, as though a raving lunatic had suddenly died of heart failure. Amid the rubble and piles of corpses, small groups of gaunt, dazed, disease-racked Germans sat about, ignored by their captors, gnawing on the bones of horses. "For a moment," Worth wrote, "I wished the whole of Germany were there to see it." Inevitably, this victory was also a time for exultation by the Soviet leadership. Stalin gave himself a promotion to Marshal of the Soviet Union, and bestowed medals and honors upon Zhukov. Vasily Grossman, the sensitive, clear-eyed journalist, seemed to reach back to Shakespeare's Henry V when he wrote in Red Star of the soldiers who fought there, and the 500,000 of them who died there. If, a quarter-century from now, the men who led the 62nd Army meet with the commanders of the Stalingrad divisions, there will be a reunion of brothers. The old men will embrace, wipe away a tear, and begin recalling the great days of Stalingrad. It will be a triumphant, joyous reunion. But it will be full of great sorrow, too, for many will be unable to come, the many who are impossible to forget, for no commander will ever forget the great and bitter exploit of the Russian soldier who defended his homeland with his blood. With the victory at Stalingrad, the tide seemed to be turning against the Germans in the east. Yet it must be recalled that the front line was still 1,500 miles from Berlin. 2.5 years of great battles lay ahead, costing untold numbers of lives, before the Germans were pushed back and out of Soviet territory. And behind that front, in the thousands of square miles under German control, a fearful occupation had been put in place, one whose brutality and sadism profoundly affected the way that Russians would treat the Germans, both soldiers and civilians, as they began their long, slow march westward. The invasion of the Soviet Union opened extraordinary new vistas for Adolf Hitler. At last, after 2 decades of tawdry boasts and beer hall invective, Hitler possessed both the power and the opportunity to impose his Aryan fantasies upon millions of people in his newly seized eastern territories. His long-cherished goal now seemed within reach: a pacified, Jew-free paradise of farms and factories, governed by a race of Germanic settlers, worked by a race of Slav laborers, linked to Germany by modern rail and road networks. The first steps had already been taken. Since the invasion and partition of Poland in September 1939, Hitler had begun the process of cleansing Jews from the areas of Poland to be incorporated into the German Reich, and pushing them into a sort of dumping ground in southeastern Poland called the General Government. Jews had already been rounded up and sent into ghettos in various cities across Poland, a preliminary stage in their eventual elimination. The acquisition of thousands of square miles of new territory in the Soviet Union, however, along with millions of new subject peoples of dubious racial value, presented Hitler with a new challenge: to advance the German New Order deep into the Soviet Union. On July 16, 1941, just a few weeks after the initial stunning success of the German army in Russia, Hitler spoke at length, for 5 hours in fact, with his chief lieutenants about the future of Russia and the East. He told them, "We have now to face the task of cutting up the giant cake according to our needs, in order to be able, first, to dominate it, second, to administer it, and third, to exploit it. Any opposition would be crushed, and partisans exterminated." His ambitions were clear. We shall never withdraw from these areas. Here, at last, was the Lebensraum he had sought, the new German imperium for an imperial people. "We have to create a Garden of Eden," he declared. Yet there was to be no place in this garden for millions of men and women and children who already inhabited these lands. From the Baltic states in the north, down through Byelorussia and the Ukraine in the south, the newly acquired Soviet lands would have to be cleansed of their undesirable peoples, chiefly Jews, but also ardent communists, intellectuals, partisans, and any other potential sources of resistance to Nazi rule. As historian Christopher Browning has documented, the German forces were prepared. Immediately after the July meeting, Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler, Hitler's principal henchman for racial matters, sprang into action, sending special Einsatzgruppen task forces made up of SS troops and order police into Byelorussia, the Baltic, and the Ukraine, right on the heels of the advancing armies, with special orders to round up and shoot Jews. All the Jews must be shot, he told these forces, and indeed mass killings of Jews began in Lithuania 2 days after the invasion began. In late June and July, Himmler himself toured the killing grounds to inspect the progress of his troops, and to egg on the German commanders there to kill off the Jews immediately. In mid-July he delivered a rousing speech to Waffen SS troops that urged them to see their fight against the Soviets as part of a racial struggle against animals and the threat of Judeo-Bolshevism. On July 31, he was in Riga and gave explicit orders to begin shooting Jews. On August 15, he personally witnessed a mass shooting in Minsk. Under Himmler's prodding, the forces of the Einsatzgruppen dramatically increased their shooting of Polish and Soviet Jews in the summer of 1941. As historian Martin Gilbert has pointed out, from September 1939 until the invasion of the Soviet Union, around 30,000 Jews had died because of German actions, either through shootings, reprisals, beatings, or pogroms, or starvation in the ghettos of Warsaw and Lodz. After Barbarossa, that figure rose rapidly. Within 5 months of the German invasion, about 500,000 Jews in Soviet territory had been killed. By the end of the war, 1 million Soviet Jews were dead. The manner of the killing varied, but had not yet achieved the industrial-style gassing of the death camps. Rather, the killing of Jews in Soviet lands was crude, dirty, difficult work, carried out by shooting or other forms of brutality. On June 27, in Bialystok, in Soviet-occupied Poland, German soldiers rampaged through the Jewish quarter, killing Jews in the streets and herding others to the great synagogue which, once full of people, was set on fire. On June 30, German units entered Lvov, also in Soviet-occupied Poland, and immediately set about slaughtering Jews. In July, in Minsk, 2,000 Jews were rounded up and shot. In Vilna, Jews were rounded up, marched to a great pit at Ponary, outside the city, and shot. 5,000 died there over 2 weeks. And on it went, in every town and city across the battle-scarred lands from which the Red Army had been expelled. In Martin Gilbert's words, within 5 weeks of the German invasion of Russia on June 22, the number of Jews killed exceeded the total number killed in the previous 8 years of Nazi rule. Despite the growing ruthlessness of the killings of Jews, such as the shooting of 33,771 Jews in a ravine outside Kiev at Babi Yar in late September, the German leaders quickly realized that small killing teams could not possibly act with sufficient speed or efficiency to wipe out all the Jews of Europe. For that, a more systematic approach was called for. In the context of the rapid military victories in Soviet Russia, Hitler's lieutenants put into motion a planning process in late July that would propose a final solution of the Jewish question, and would lead directly to the erection of centralized killing centers to which Jews from all across Europe would be sent and gassed to death. The road to Auschwitz passed directly through the battlegrounds of Barbarossa. During these assaults on the Jews, the Germans found many willing partners in Lithuania, Latvia, and the Ukraine, where anti-Semitism had strongly affected daily life long before the war, and where Jews were often identified with the much-hated Soviet communist regime. With the retreat of the Red Army, local police units in these regions, joined by rampaging bands of thugs and bullies, happily, even joyfully, fell upon the Jews. They were determined to settle long-imagined grievances, and perhaps eager to show the Germans their own enthusiasm for the new Jew-free order they hoped to establish. In Kovno, Lithuania, one man killed 45 to 50 Jews by clubbing them to death in public, while onlookers clapped. Boris Kassel, a young boy who lived with his Jewish family in Riga, gives an entirely typical account of the local anti-Semitic violence that attended the arrival of German troops in that city on July 1, 1941. By that afternoon, the calm and peaceful streets of Riga had become crowded and filled with violence. The Latvians were celebrating independence from communist repression, flying their large national red, white, and red flags over buildings and waving smaller ones by hand. I saw happy faces everywhere, which I understood, since I too was glad to see the fall of the Soviet system. To my surprise, though, I also saw anger and irrational behavior on the streets. The Latvians expressed their hatred of the Jews through physical acts and angry words. They accused the Jews of being communists and blamed them for all the ills to which they had been subjected during Soviet rule. In my wildest dreams, I could never have imagined the hidden animosity the Latvians had for their Jewish neighbors. The Latvians saw themselves as the messengers of Nazi evil and began to govern the city as if they had received consent from Berlin to do so. Trucks appeared carrying small vigilante groups of 10 to 15 armed Latvians who wore armbands in their national colors of red, white, and red. These men intended to kidnap Jews off the street and take away their personal belongings. The prisoners were then forcibly loaded onto the trucks, taken to the woods, and killed. It was terrifying to go outside, as one had to be aware of the vigilante groups that drove around the streets. The mobile killing squads, as I called them, were in full command of the city, and nobody challenged their presence or their unconscionable killings. I had lived my entire life there among Latvians, who now considered me their mortal enemy and were prepared to kill me. No one was willing to protect my life. Similar scenes of local populations anticipating German violence against Jews occurred in most of the major towns and cities in the areas occupied by Germans. In the Ukraine, the Germans formed a local police auxiliary and gave them a yellow and blue armband. They were encouraged to round up Jews and torment and kill them, which they did. Because of such local assistance, German killing squads could be effective in conducting roundups, finding Jews in hiding, and in terrorizing Jewish communities. Though many of these occupied peoples shared with their German masters a murderous anti-Semitism, however, Nazi ideology did not accord a place at the table in the Garden of Eden for Slavs of any kind. Indeed, any early enthusiasm for the German liberation of Soviet lands from Stalinist rule quickly wore off, as the Germans extended their murderous assaults to all manner of Soviet peoples. Along with the Jews, the first targets of the German invaders were the Red Army political ideological officers known as commissars. These officers were the enforcers of ideological discipline and zeal within the army, and as such were among the most rabid communists. Hitler ordered their liquidation even before the invasion began. The June 6, 1941 Commissar Order stated that the originators of barbaric Asiatic methods of warfare are the political commissars. So immediate and unhesitatingly severe measures must be undertaken against them. They are therefore, when captured either in battle or offering resistance, as a matter of routine to be dispatched by firearms. but the killing did not stop with commissars. In early July, the Einsatzgruppen were given orders to kill all Bolshevik party officials, party activists, people's commissars, Jews in the service of the party or the state, and saboteurs, propagandists, snipers, assassins, agitators, etc. In practice, this was a license to kill anyone who had any official capacity at all, including Red Army officers and soldiers, as well as anyone who expressed opposition to German rule, especially partisans, broadly defined. Red Army prisoners of war, some of whom may have surrendered out of sheer unwillingness to fight for Stalin's regime, were shot to death in huge numbers. Perhaps 600,000 were shot outright. Those who were not killed were sent on lengthy death marches westward to camps in which they were housed in shacks, neglected, and allowed to die of starvation and exhaustion. Of the 5.7 million Soviet POWs who fell into German hands during the war, 3.3 million died in captivity. The maltreatment of POWs by the German army became widely known in the Red Army, and naturally proved to be a considerable motivation to fight fanatically against the invaders. Paradoxically, the Nazi state wasted the lives of millions of able-bodied prisoners of war by killing them or allowing them to starve to death at the very time that it desperately needed foreign labor to work in its war industries. The obvious solution was to import labor from the East. From March 1942, under the direction of Hitler's labor minister, Fritz Sauckel, millions of people were sucked into Germany by force and set to hard labor. By July 1942, 697,000 Ostarbeiter, or Eastern workers, had been deported to Germany. A year later, that number had risen to 1.7 million. By June 1944, 2.79 million Soviet citizens had been conscripted for labor in Germany, and 2.1 million of them had come from the Ukraine. Many workers resisted and avoided deportation into Germany, and the military police had to resort to surprise roundups or labor press gangs. Failure to comply with German demands led to extreme reprisals, the burning of houses and confiscation of property, savage beatings, death. Captured workers were packed onto boxcars without food or water or toilets. Once in Germany, these people toiled under extreme hardship, lived in rude barracks, were fed poorly, and suffered from malnutrition and disease at rates higher than even the forced laborers from Western nations. Easterners were forced to wear a badge with the word Ost on their jackets, indicating their Eastern origins and subhuman status. They were worked, literally, to death. Heinrich Himmler approved of the formula, declaring in October 1943 that whether 10,000 Russian females fall down from exhaustion while digging an anti-tank ditch interests me only insofar as the anti-tank ditch for Germany is finished. These Eastern peoples, he sneered, were but human animals. Daily life in the German-occupied territories became a nightmarish struggle for survival. As the German occupiers ransacked the region, the living standards of the average peasants, already dreadfully low, became even worse. In the Ukraine, German soldiers looked upon the peasants as the lowest form of life, and abused them for the slightest infraction, such as failing to address a German properly, or being late for work. Public whippings and periodic hangings instilled fear in the population. As part of a deliberate policy of depopulation, German authorities denied food supplies for the large cities of the Ukraine. Famine broke out in Kiev and Kharkov. The German occupation, which some in the Soviet lands had hoped would liberate them, had in fact condemned millions to suffering and death. In the summer of 1943, following the defeat of a huge German offensive around the city of Kursk, the Soviet Red Army went on the offensive, pushing back the Germans slowly as far as the river Dnieper by the end of the year. A large portion of the eastern Ukraine was liberated. Kiev was retaken in early November. Ilya Ehrenberg, with his gift for vitriol, captured the sense of deadly resolve that now pervaded the Soviet troops. "We want Germany to drink the bitter cup," he wrote. "Nothing can save Germany from inexorable retribution." The scenes that greeted the liberators were appalling and only fueled their anger. "Our soldiers," wrote Ehrenberg, "see how the Germans introduced feudal labor service for the collective farmers, how they whipped people for insubordination, how they raped, intimidated, and infected girls. The invaders will answer for everything." Vasily Grossman, too, described the red-hot temper of the Soviet soldiers. Every soldier, every officer, and every general of the Red Army who had seen the Ukraine in blood and fire, who had heard the true story of what had happened in the Ukraine during the 2 years of German rule, understands to the bottom of their souls that there are only 2 sacred words left to us. One of them is love, and the other one is revenge. For Grossman, these words had personal meaning. A Jew who grew up in the Ukrainian town of Berdychev, 90 miles southwest of Kiev, Grossman was staggered to find that the Ukraine's Jews had been wiped out. As he traveled through village and town, he discovered the sheer scale of the slaughter. This killing of an entire people, he wrote, was different from the death of soldiers bearing arms, of which Grossman had seen a great deal. This was the murder of a great and professional experience, passed from one generation to another in thousands of families of craftsmen and members of the intelligentsia. This was the murder of everyday traditions that grandfathers had passed to their grandchildren. This was the murder of memories, of a mournful song, folk poetry, of life, happy and bitter. This was the death of a nation. And it was even more than this. Grossman, speaking to an old neighbor, discovered that in September 1941 his own mother had been among thousands of residents of Berdychev who were rounded up, marched to an airfield outside of town, ordered to stand on the edge of a pit, and shot to death. In the minds of President Franklin Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill, the phrase, "the liberation of Europe," meant something quite concrete: the removal of Nazi oppression from the subject peoples of Europe. The restoration of the freedom and self-government that had obtained before the war began, and the creation of a European order in which peace and democratic rule might flourish. For the Western leaders, liberation promised not simply military victory over Germany, but a return to stability, freedom, and national sovereignty in a world of peaceable states. Joseph Stalin, however, did not conceive of liberation in these terms. For Stalin, the chief aim of the war against Germany was, of course, military victory, but once that was secured, Stalin did not desire to return Europe to the status quo ante bellum. On the contrary, Stalin saw the political order of pre-1939 Europe, with its multitude of small, independent and anti-communist states in the Baltic, in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the Balkans, as a threat to Soviet security. Poland had long been a thorn in the side of the Russians. The Poles went to war against the nascent Soviet Union in 1920, a war that had ended in humiliation for the Soviets. The Baltic states were fiercely anti-Russian. Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria had all entered the war on the side of Hitler, and Yugoslavia was a nest, one of Stalin's favorite words, of royalists, nationalists, fascists, and British subterfuge. Through the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939, Stalin had gone some way to expanding the Soviet Union's borders westward. He swallowed up the Baltic states and secured for the USSR the eastern half of Poland. These achievements had all been endangered by Hitler's attack of 1941, but now that the tide of war was turning, Stalin envisioned not only recovering the prizes he had seized in 1939, but expanding his control into Central Europe through a territorial and political settlement that favored Soviet strategic and ideological interests. He also could begin to think about the total elimination of Germany as a threat to the USSR by carving up the Nazi state into smaller pieces. And he sought to ensure ideological control of the region by establishing powerful communist parties that would organize a post-war realignment of Eastern Europe with the Soviet Union. Stalin, by late 1943, had the power to achieve these aims. He possessed a gigantic army of 5.5 million men under arms in 480 divisions, now well equipped with tanks, air support, artillery, and weapons. These huge armies were now just 100 miles from the 1941 borders, and would soon be well across them and on into Germany itself. Stalin knew that soon he would be in a position to liberate Eastern Europe in a manner that suited his own ideological and strategic interests. Stalin's powerful position within the anti-German coalition became perfectly clear to the Western powers at the first wartime meeting of the Big Three leaders, which took place in late November 1943 in Tehran. President Franklin Roosevelt had been trying for some time to arrange a meeting with the Soviet leader, yet Stalin consistently refused to travel outside his own country. Churchill had been to Moscow, but the Big Three had never met together. With the change in the military fortunes of the Red Army, and especially with his desire to press on his allies the vital need for a second front in Europe against Germany, Stalin finally agreed to leave Moscow to meet his counterparts in Tehran. The narrative of this Big Three meeting cannot be rivaled for sheer drama and intrigue. As the delegations converged on the Iranian capital on November 27, the Soviets announced that they had intelligence of a German plot to assassinate one or all of the Big Three. They therefore urged that Roosevelt and his entourage move into the large Soviet legation instead of remaining some distance away in the American embassy, and FDR accepted this hastily prepared arrangement. The meetings were held in the British and Soviet compounds, which were next door to each other. Security was tight, with phalanxes of Soviet secret police, shoulder to shoulder with a brigade of Anglo-Indian troops, turbaned Sikhs in fact. The 24-year-old Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who had taken over from his pro-German father only 2 years earlier, briefly appeared on the scene to greet the three great leaders. He was politely brushed to the side of the proceedings. As the meetings went on, there was ample time for the Big Three to socialize. One evening, FDR mixed iced martinis for Stalin. On November 29, in a solemn ceremony that featured an honor guard of Russian and British soldiers, Churchill presented to Stalin a jewel-encrusted sword designed by His Majesty King George VI in thanks for the victory at Stalingrad. Stalin kissed the blade with great reverence. The next evening, Churchill celebrated his 69th birthday, and was feted by the world's most powerful men in the dining room of the British legation, whose walls were inlaid with tiny pieces of mirror, and whose windows were cloaked in red velvet. And throughout the 4 days of meetings, amid lavish dinners and rivers of wine, champagne, and vodka, the leaders of the Great Alliance raised toast after toast to one another, delivering encomiums that ill-concealed their mutual rivalry and suspicion. For all the rich theater of the meeting at Tehran, enormous issues of strategy and the post-war order lay before the men. Each leader had his own objectives, of course. Roosevelt wanted to win Stalin's support for his cherished dream of a post-war international organization called the United Nations, and he also wanted to win Soviet participation in the war against Japan. Churchill wanted to sustain Britain's dominant position in the Mediterranean by hitting Germany through southern Europe, the Balkans, and Turkey. Stalin wanted a second front in France as soon as possible to help share the heavy burden of fighting the Germans, and he also wanted to feel out the Allies about the future of Eastern Europe and Germany itself. There was a good deal of friction and tension, especially between Churchill and Stalin, who regarded each other as old antagonists going back many years. Roosevelt managed to ply his traditional charm on Stalin, and wrung a few smiles from that pock-marked, sallow face. Indeed, as the four-day meeting progressed, Stalin found he had reason to smile. From the very first moment of their talks, Stalin made it plain that he thought that the most important task facing the Allies was to open a second front against Germany. Stalin cast serious doubts on the slow, slogging effort of the British and Americans in Italy, which he thought was a sideshow, and in any case unlikely to bring about a real threat to Germany. Stalin was impatient with Churchill's lengthy monologues about bringing Turkey into the war, or invading the Balkans and thus creating havoc in southern Europe. Stalin wanted an invasion of France, and a big one, as soon as possible. This plan had in fact already been agreed to in August 1943 at the Quebec Conference, but Stalin suspected that the Allies were dragging their feet. The Allies had not yet set a date, nor even named a commander of the operation. Roosevelt gave Stalin what he wanted, pressing the British to agree that Overlord would occur in May 1944. It was the first of many concessions to Stalin. On the question of Germany, Stalin was also strident in his views, and went on at some length about the need for a hard peace for the defeated Reich. Their common enemy must be rendered impotent ever again to plunge the world into war, he said. Stalin floated the idea of breaking Germany into smaller states, and mused about the hopelessly authoritarian character of the German people. Roosevelt, trying to ingratiate himself with the Soviet leader, said he was 100% in agreement on this approach to the German problem. Churchill, not wishing to appear soft on Germany, generally assented, but said he thought the German people might be reformed and re-educated after the war. This only added to Stalin's suspicions of the British leader, who, Stalin implied, nursed a secret affection for Germany. At dinner on November 29, these dynamics took a nasty turn, when Stalin, evidently intending to provoke Churchill, suggested darkly that in his view the best way to deal with the German army after the war was to take at least 50,000 and perhaps 100,000 of the German commanding staff and shoot them. Stalin was evidently making mischief, though he was certainly capable of this kind of brutality. Roosevelt inexcusably tried to add to the fun, suggesting puckishly that the victors should not go to extremes, but limit the number of liquidated officers to 49,000. Churchill failed to see the humor in this, and shot back that he would have nothing to do with the cold-blooded execution of soldiers who had fought for their country, even if they were Germans. He said he would rather be taken out into the garden here and now and be shot myself than sully my own and my country's honor by such infamy. Churchill stormed out of the room, only to be coaxed back to the table by a smiling Stalin. It was an awkward moment that perfectly revealed the dominating position Stalin now held within the Big Three coalition, and the diminishing role held by Churchill and Britain. Finally, the discussions at Tehran foreshadowed the dark fate that awaited Poland. This country, partitioned by Stalin and Hitler in the notorious 1939 Pact, and occupied by each of these predatory neighbors, had endured a horrible experience since then. The western part had come under a violent genocidal Nazi occupation, while its eastern half had been Sovietized. 1,250,000 Poles in this multi-ethnic region were deported to Siberia, the better to incorporate these lands into the Ukraine and Byelorussia. Germany had overrun all of Poland in 1941, but as the tide of war turned, Stalin could envision the Soviet Union soon returning to Polish soil. In Tehran, Stalin wished to secure recognition of his earlier land grab of Poland's eastern lands as a fait accompli, although it had been obtained with Hitler's connivance. Stalin clung to the ethnographic argument that these seized eastern lands were not Polish, strictly speaking, as the people living there were a mix of ethnicities, including Ukrainians and Byelorussians, and indeed Poles were in the minority. In any case, the line of partition that Hitler and Stalin imposed in 1939 closely resembled the line drawn up in 1920 by British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon when he was trying to arrange a truce between then-warring Poland and Russia. The Curzon line seemed logical in 1920. Why should Britain object to it now? Indeed, Britain did not object to it. Winston Churchill believed that he bore great responsibility for the fate of Poland. Britain, after all, had gone to war with Germany in 1939 precisely over the Polish question, after Germany had invaded that sad country. The British Prime Minister had sheltered the Polish government in exile in London, and accommodated its leaders, at first General Władysław Sikorski, and after his death in July 1943, Stanislaw Mikolajczyk. Churchill, however, understood the correlation of power all too well. Only the Soviet Union could defeat Hitler in the East. If Stalin wanted 75,000 square miles of Polish soil as recompense, he would take it. Thus Churchill developed a formula in speaking to the London Poles. Britain wanted a strong, independent Poland, but it was not wedded, nor would it fuss over, any particular frontier or border. Poland would be liberated by Soviet arms, and should be happy with whatever it got. The Poles in London argued that they could not accept the Curzon line as their eastern border, and claimed that the borders of a sovereign state could not be rearranged without the permission of Poland's internationally recognized government. They were, of course, wrong. During the dinner on the first night of the Tehran Conference, Stalin took up the Polish question. Working from the premise that the eastern border question was really already settled, Stalin suggested some compensation for Poland in the west. He said Poland's western border should be revised to reach the Oder River, thus biting off a large chunk of eastern Germany. Churchill seemed to warm to this topic, calculating that such a handsome offer of German lands might bring the London Poles around to agree to the Curzon line. Churchill, knowing full well that the Polish government in exile was dead set against losing territory in the East, none the less agreed with Stalin about rearranging Poland's borders, and produced 3 matchsticks, which he laid out on the table to indicate the way they might adjust the national boundaries. He told Stalin that he would like to see Poland moved westward in the same manner as soldiers at drill execute the drill "left close." And so, with mere matchsticks, the 3 men shaped the future of millions. During this time, Roosevelt was non-committal, and the reason became clear on the last afternoon of the conference. Just before convening the plenary session, Roosevelt met briefly with Stalin alone, and told him that, personally, he agreed with the views of Marshal Stalin about the revision of Poland's borders, but that he had to consider the reaction of 6 to 7 million Americans of Polish extraction, as well as people of Baltic origin, whose votes he did not wish to lose in the elections of 1944. As a consequence, he would not make any public statement about the Polish issue at Tehran. Stalin now had FDR's private assurance that the Polish issue would be settled in a way that favored Soviet interests, whatever the Poles themselves might think. With this valuable gift in his pocket, Stalin then went into the plenary session, the last of the Tehran meeting. There Churchill tried weakly to extract at least one concession from Stalin in return for Britain's support for Stalin's land grab of half of Poland, that he treat with the London-based Polish government in exile. Yet these exiles, as Churchill knew, were staunchly anti-Soviet and deeply distrusted the Soviet Union. Indeed, General Sikorski had led the most successful military offensive against the Bolsheviks in 1920. It was extremely unlikely that Stalin would have anything to do with them. Stalin continued to claim that these Poles in London were fascists, and that they had publicly slandered the Soviet Union by suggesting that the Soviets had been involved in the murder of 8,000 Polish army officers in the forests of Katyn, a crime Stalin continued to blame on the Germans, though he had in fact personally authorized the slaughter. Stalin, who had already won so much at Tehran, getting a commitment to launch Overlord, getting agreement on a harsh peace for defeated Germany, and getting Allied support for extending Poland's western border to the Oder, knew also that he had Roosevelt's acquiescence in settling Poland's fate as he saw fit. Stalin therefore brushed off any notion that he could work with the London Poles. Instead, he demanded Allied support for the Polish-Russian border that he and Hitler had delineated. Stalin told Churchill that the Soviet government adheres to the 1939 line and considers it just and right. When Foreign Minister Anthony Eden noted that this was the line known as the Ribbentrop-Molotov line, Stalin shamelessly replied, "Call it what you will. We still consider it just and right." There was some confusion about the precise contours of the border, and a map of Poland was produced. In an imperial flourish, Stalin drew out a stubby red pencil and scratched away at it. He drew in thick red lines the new Soviet-Polish border, one that confirmed the loss of a huge chunk of eastern Poland to the Soviet Union, and also demarcated the division of East Prussia between Poland and Russia too, with the valuable port city of Königsberg falling into Soviet territory. Churchill and Roosevelt remained sullen during this exchange, knowing that Stalin had run the table on them. In any case, with his army of millions, he could take by force whatever he could not win at the conference table. Stalin had now the power and the acquiescence of the Allies to shape Eastern Europe as he saw fit. For millions of Poles and Germans, Stalin's swift red strokes on the map at Tehran wrote another chapter in the long nightmare of Eastern Europe, as a new round of refugee columns, flight, expulsion, and death loomed. The session at which these matters had been settled had lasted a bit more than 2 hours. In the summer of 1944, the Red Army unleashed a gigantic offensive against the German forces along the German-Russian front, a line that ran from the Gulf of Finland and Leningrad through Byelorussia, western Ukraine, and on down to Odessa on the Black Sea, a length of 1,500 miles. This was the great campaign that would finally break the back of the Wehrmacht and open the way into Poland, Warsaw, and on to Berlin. This massive multi-part assault, Operation Bagration, named for a storied general who had fought Napoleon, revealed how far the Red Army had come since its collapse before the German onslaught exactly 3 years earlier. The attack was well coordinated between air, artillery, tanks, and infantry. Plans had been made to cross the marshy swamps of Byelorussia using wooden bridges, logs, and brushwood supplied to each tank. Swift thrusts and encirclement, just what the Germans had unleashed in 1941, were now adopted by the Soviets. More astonishing was the sheer size of the operation. Despite having lost well over 3 million POWs, the Red Army in 1944 fielded an army of 5,568,000 men and 480 divisions. The Germans, who at this moment were preparing to fend off the expected cross-channel invasion in the West, deployed on the Eastern Front 4,906,000 soldiers in 236 divisions. In Operation Bagration, the Red Army mustered 1,254,000 men, 2,715 tanks, and 1,355 self-propelled guns, 24,000 artillery pieces, 2,306 Katyusha rocket launchers, 70,000 trucks, and over 5,000 aircraft. The Germans were powerful, but could not match this sheer numerical superiority along such a long battle line. Although they expected a Soviet offensive, the Germans were fooled by excellent Soviet counterintelligence into thinking the chief thrust would come farther south, or in the far northern Baltic front. The result was a catastrophe for the Germans. A week after Operation Bagration commenced, Soviet troops had surrounded Minsk, the first objective, and 10 days later had taken Vilnius and were pouring through a huge gap in the German line into the Baltics. To the south, in a carefully timed delay, Soviet forces launched another major operation on July 13, throwing 1 million soldiers toward the Polish cities of Lvov and Lublin. By the end of July, they had reached the Vistula and were a few miles from Warsaw. In 5 weeks, the Red Army had cracked open the German line, expelled the Germans from Byelorussia, taken 400,000 German prisoners, and completely destroyed 30 German divisions of Army Group Center. Incredibly, the Red Army still had enough resources to commence yet another offensive, this one into Romania against the German Army Group South, which collapsed in 2 weeks, leaving Romania no choice but to abandon its German ally and switch sides, which it duly did on August 23. Within another month, the Red Army was pushing into Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Hungary. Did these Soviet military victories augur liberation? Ilya Ehrenberg, the Red Army's ardent propagandist, claimed they did. In May 1944, Ehrenberg recalled that fateful Sunday in June 1941 when the Germans had poured into Russia, marching and signing, whistling and spitting. They shot our children. Their tanks flattened our fields. Their bombs burned our towns. Their Führer howled, "This is the end of Russia." But what had happened to these German soldiers? Their bones litter our soil. Their contemptible dreams are scattered to the winds. Ehrenberg depicted this reversal of fortune as a great victory, not just for Soviet arms, but for the cause of humanity. "The campaign of justice has begun," he wrote. "The judges are marching west." Of course, for Ehrenberg, as for millions of his fellow citizens, the verdict had already been returned. All that remained was punishment. We will draw the fangs from the reptiles. We will break their habit of fighting. The world looks with hope toward the Red Army. It brings freedom. In order to penetrate into the lair of the German reptiles, however, the Soviet Red Army had to pass through Poland, and for millions of Poles, what the Red Army brought did not look much like freedom. Instead, the passage of the liberating Soviets through Poland brought violence, repression, and occupation to this already divided, mutilated country. In the wake of the Allied agreements at Tehran, the Polish government in exile in London had watched with growing alarm as the Red Army continued to roll westward and across the pre-war border of Poland. The London Poles had been pressured relentlessly by Churchill to accept reality. They were going to lose their eastern territories to the Soviet Union, he told them. They must bear up and accept this as the cost of liberation. Churchill told his Polish protégés that half a loaf was better than none. If they refused to accept it, then Stalin would proceed without them, and their entire country might soon be subsumed under Soviet domination. Poland then would be lost forever, little more than a grievance and a vast echoing cry of pain. Churchill told Polish Prime Minister Stanislaw Mikolajczyk that his heart bled for them, but the brutal facts could not be overlooked. As Churchill himself put it during this same exchange, no one had ever accused the Poles of lack of courage. Yet they were not only courageous, but intransigent. The Polish government in exile felt it could not accept the partition of its own country by Soviet fiat, because to do so would undermine its legitimacy with the strong Polish resistance movement, the Armia Krajowa, or Home Army. The Home Army was Europe's largest and most powerful resistance movement. It had endured 6 years of German occupation, and now felt itself to be on the cusp of freedom once again. It would not accept a partition of the country without a fight. Prime Minister Mykolaichik therefore resisted Anglo-Soviet pressure to accept the Curzon Line as Poland's eastern border. Instead, he and his London colleagues, in loose coordination with the Home Army commanders in Warsaw, envisioned a dramatic turnaround in Polish fortunes. They believed that the Polish internal resistance could rise up against the German occupiers, just as the Red Army moved in to liberate the country, seize the levers of power and the capital city, and so present the Soviets and the world with a strong, national, and independent Polish government. Only such a bold gamble could forestall the partition of the country that Stalin desired. Of course, Stalin anticipated these maneuvers. With the Red Army racing toward Warsaw on July 21, 1944, Moscow announced the formation of a new Polish Committee of National Liberation, a government in waiting made up of communists who had the backing and support of the Soviet Union. The Red Army planned to transfer nominal control of liberated Polish territory to this body, just as Churchill had prophesied. And there was more. Troops of the Soviet secret police, the NKVD, began to hunt down and arrest Polish resistance members in eastern Poland. There could be no question that the Red Army's intention was to seize control of the country and crush the internal Home Army. The London Poles had only one card left to play. Warsaw must liberate itself from the Germans. Only the physical possession of the capital city would give the Poles leverage against Stalin as they faced off in the final struggle over who would control this country's destiny. The tragic story of the Warsaw Rising turns on a paradox. Its chief aim was to forestall the Soviet conquest of the city, yet the Rising was crushed because the Soviets failed to do just that. During July, the Red Army had made breathtaking advances against the Germans, and the military commander of the Polish Home Army, General Tadeusz Komorowski, whose underground name was Bohr, believed it likely that the Soviet troops would be in Warsaw imminently. The military advance of the Soviets would bring about the much-desired defeat of the Germans, yet at the same time would assuredly bring Soviet and Communist domination. On July 12, General Bohr Komorowski told his Home Army commanders that the Soviets were dangerous conquerors, threatening our cardinal principle, independence. Knowing that his own Home Army soldiers, 40,000 at most, were armed with only pistols, homemade explosives, and a few machine guns, and would be unable to defeat the Germans in Warsaw single-handedly, Bohr Komorowski had to gauge the right moment to call an uprising against the Germans in the city. By July 25, it looked as if the Germans were starting to withdraw their administrative machinery from the capital, and on July 31, reports came in that Russian tanks had arrived in the eastern suburb of the city across the wide Vistula River. The sounds of fighting east of the city could clearly be heard in the capital. Without any information about the state of these Soviet troops, their orders, or about the German intentions in Warsaw, General Bohr Komorowski ordered his underground army to rise up against the Germans and seize control of the city. On August 1, at 5 p.m. precisely, Warsaw erupted in a hail of small arms fire, as 600 small units of Home Army troops assailed the 20,000 German occupiers at strategic strongpoints across the city. German units were dug in behind barricades and gun emplacements, and they suspected an assault was coming. The first day went badly for the resistance. In the historic center of the city, Home Army attacks were repulsed, their losses were high, and none of the principal strongpoints were captured. But by fortifying and blockading apartment blocks, streets, and alleys, the resistance managed to carve out 3 central pockets of territory in the city that they could defend from German assaults. They believed they would only have to wait a few days at most until the Red Army arrived. and so the front lines in an urban battle of attrition were laid out in the first few days. Of course, the Germans were infuriated by the uprising and embarrassed at their own inability to quell it immediately. It was essential for them to hold Warsaw, as it was a vital strong point in the entire Russian-German front. Hitler had declared it a fortress city. The commander of the German troops in Warsaw, General Rainer Stahl, called for reinforcements, and by August 4, the Durlwanger Regiment and the Kaminsky Brigade, two notorious units of criminals, thugs, and collaborating former Ukrainian soldiers, had arrived on the scene to pacify the civilian population. In the western section of the city, called Wola, these units went from block to block, herding citizens into the streets and shooting them to death. 30,000 to 40,000 people were shot to death in this manner on or around August 5. Extensive looting by the Durlwanger Regiment accompanied these atrocities, as did the mass rape of the female population and the burning of hospitals. At the same time, SS Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Bach assumed command of the rapidly growing German force in the city. Von dem Bach had been hunting down partisan units across Poland and Russia for 2 years. The Warsaw operation called for his brand of brutality. Aircraft were called in to bomb and strafe Home Army positions. Artillery was rained down upon apartment blocks in which Home Army units might be hiding. Human shields, formed of terrified civilians, were gathered in front of German tanks as they passed down barricaded alleys. In the contested areas, in which 100,000 people now huddled in cellars, electricity and water were cut off. Food supplies dwindled, and sanitation became impossible. By August 14, von dem Bach had 26,000 soldiers under his command, along with 26 tanks, plenty of artillery, and aircraft support. The Germans were severely hampered by fighting amidst urban destruction, huge piles of smoking rubble, narrow streets, and resilient snipers. Thousands of Home Army soldiers managed to survive in this desolation. But their fate was sealed. The Rising could not possibly defeat the Germans in a battle for control of the city. Their only hope was to hold out long enough until their liberators, the Red Army, could save them. Ominously, the Russian advance toward Warsaw, so swift and brutal during the previous 5 weeks, and upon which the hopes of the Rising depended, came to a halt on the same day the Rising began. There were serious military reasons for the Soviet delay, as historian John Erickson has shown. The Germans maintained as many as 15 armored divisions to the east of Warsaw that counterattacked the Red Army in late July and early August, threatening their flank and communication lines. Furthermore, the Vistula River was a major natural obstacle that held back the Russian advance not just at Warsaw but to the north and south of the city. In mid-September, the Soviets took the eastern portion of the city but could not cross the Vistula. In this context, the actions of the Home Army, which ordered the insurrection in the absence of any coordination with the Soviets or knowledge of their intentions, may have doomed the Rising from the start. Yet, of course, it is impossible to detach this purely military explanation from Stalin's own cynical reasoning and his profound suspicion, indeed loathing, for the nationalist Poles. During the first 2 weeks of August, Stalin pretended the uprising was insignificant, a reckless adventure for which he bore no responsibility. Furthermore, Stalin refused to give permission to the Anglo-American air forces to use Soviet landing fields from which to stage air relief efforts of the beleaguered Home Army. Stalin told the Allied leaders that the Warsaw Rising had been launched by a handful of power-seeking criminals, and that far from aiding the Polish cause, the uprising had exposed civilians to danger and slowed the liberation of the city by drawing in enormous German reinforcements. The RAF and U.S. Army Air Forces did launch a relief effort from bases in Italy, But the route was long and hazardous, and the parachuted supplies often fell into German hands. Only on September 10 did Stalin relent, ordering airdrops to the home army in Warsaw and allowing Allied planes limited access to Soviet airfields. But these drops were too late, and designed chiefly to inoculate Stalin from the claim that he had done nothing to help the Poles. Stalin was content to see Warsaw burn, and to see the home army die with it. The failure of the Red Army to enter Warsaw in August and September condemned the rising to death. For 63 days the Poles held out against enormous odds, but finally succumbed to superior firepower, hunger, thirst, and wounds. On October 2, General Bohr-Komorowski capitulated to the Germans. 15,000 home army soldiers had been killed, and as many as 200,000 civilians of this sprawling city of over 1 million had died at the hands of the relentless German bombing and slaughter. Over 200,000 surviving civilians were deported from the city and sent to labor camps or concentration camps. Hitler ordered the city to be razed. Building by building, the Germans proceeded to demolish what remained of Warsaw. By the time of their final withdrawal in January 1945, the Germans had demolished 85% of the city. Warsaw had all but ceased to exist. There is a coda to this achingly sad tale. 1 week after the capitulation of the home army to the Germans, indeed, precisely at the same moment as thousands of Warsaw residents were being expelled from their city and herded into boxcars for a journey to the camps, Winston Churchill flew to Moscow to confer with Stalin about the map of Eastern Europe. For 2 months Churchill had fumed and railed against Soviet treachery in Warsaw and the failure to help heroic Poles. Yet suddenly all seemed forgiven. "We alighted at Moscow on the afternoon of October 9, wrote Churchill in his memoirs, and were received very heartily and with full ceremonial by Molotov and many high Russian personages." That very evening Churchill and Stalin had their infamous percentages conversation about southeastern Europe, through which the Red Army was marching steadily and relentlessly. Churchill suggested a rough division of the spheres of influence, with the Soviet Union holding 90% predominance in Romania and 75% share of Bulgaria. Britain would have 90% of the say in Greece, and the two would go 50-50 over Yugoslavia and Hungary. Stalin assented. Churchill seemed immediately embarrassed by his own high-handedness, and offered to burn the document on which these percentages were written, though Stalin, more comfortable with such methods, suggested Churchill keep it. Even so, the British Prime Minister knew, as he wrote later, the percentages would be considered crude, even callous, if they were exposed to the scrutiny of the Foreign Office and diplomats all over the world. Yet when it came to tidying up the Polish question, Churchill displayed no such qualms. He had commanded the Polish Premier, Mikolajczyk, to appear in Moscow and meet his opposite members in the Soviet-sponsored Polish Provisional Government. He then hectored Mikolajczyk into agreeing to the Curzon line, and seemed eager to be cured of what he called the festering sore of Soviet-Polish affairs. In the presence of Stalin, on October 13, in a meeting at the Spiridonovka Palace, Churchill told Mikolajczyk that the sacrifices made by the Soviet Union in the course of the war against Germany and its efforts toward liberating Poland entitle it, in our opinion, to a western frontier along the Curzon line. Britain, too, he went on, had fought on Poland's behalf, and now had the right to ask the Poles for a great gesture in the interests of European peace. The next day Churchill threatened Mikolajczyk. If he did not accept the Curzon line, Britain would wash its hands of the London Poles. "We shall tell the world how unreasonable you are. Unless you accept the frontier, you are out of business forever." When Mikolajczyk continued to refuse to agree to the loss of Poland's eastern territories to the Soviet Union, Churchill shouted, You are callous people who want to wreck Europe. I shall leave you to your own troubles. You do not care about the future of Europe. You have only your own miserable interests in mind." And finally, with complete exasperation, Churchill erupted, "I feel as if I were in a lunatic asylum." Mikolajczyk refused to accept the fait accompli that had been in place since Teheran. He glumly agreed to take the matter back to his cabinet in London. A month later, unable to persuade his colleagues to agree to the Curzon line, he resigned. Stalin's communist proxies now took center stage, prepared to govern under Soviet rule. The London Poles would never regain power in post-war Poland, and the nation's borders emerged from the war precisely as they had been etched into the map at Teheran by Stalin's red crayon. Sometime in the early fall of 1944, as Operation Bagration gobbled up territory and pushed the Wehrmacht out of the Soviet Union, the Soviet war correspondent Vasily Grossman jotted down in his notebook the following description of the murder of 2 German POWs. "A partisan, a small man, has killed 2 Germans with a stake. He had pleaded with the guards of the column to give him these Germans. He had convinced himself that they were the ones who had killed his daughter Olya, and his sons, his 2 boys. He broke all their bones and smashed their skulls, and while he was beating them, he was crying and shouting, 'Here you are, for Olya! Here you are, for Kolya!' When they were dead, he propped the bodies up against a tree stump and continued to beat them." As the Red Army penetrated into Germany proper in January 1945, scenes like this became common. Brutality was meted out to Germans on a vast, epic, inhuman scale. The Soviet soldiers descended onto Germany in a tidal wave of rape, beatings, wanton violence, looting, destruction, murder. Was this officially sanctioned? Some have suggested that this sort of violence was the fault of Ilya Ehrenberg, whose foaming editorials had seemed to give license to such behavior. Certainly, throughout the war, Red Star had given voice to a chorus of anti-German diatribes, and Ehrenberg was not beyond whetting the sexual appetites of his Red Army readers. In April 1944 he wrote a piece called "The Grief of a Girl," in which he described the pitiful fate of one Zina Baranova, who had been deported from Russia to work as a serving girl in Heidelberg. A group of young German boys, having a party in the home in which she worked, forced her to strip, then diced for her. Zina hanged herself afterward. Ehrenberg stoked up the rage of the men who read his newspaper. "Russian soldier, hero of Stalingrad, Kursk, Korsun, the Dniester. Did you hear what the Germans did to Zina, a Russian girl? If you know what love is, if you have a heart, you will never forgive this thing. You will go to Heidelberg, too. You will find her violators. You won't deny yourself the honor of defending a girl's honor. Thousands of girls are languishing in Germany. They may be saved. They must be saved. They are our flowers, our birds, our love. They are awaiting you, soldier of Russia." It must have been easy for a young soldier, reading this, to conclude that his duty lay not only in avenging the honor of Russian girls, but in violating German girls as retaliation. Even so, what occurred in eastern Germany in the bitter winter and icy spring of 1945 cannot all be placed on Ehrenberg's shoulders. Soviet commanders urged their men to behave as brutally as possible. In January 1945, as his vast army was about to cross onto German soil, Soviet Marshal Georgy Zhukov exhorted his men to crush the Germans without pity. "The great hour has tolled. The time has come to deal the enemy a last and decisive blow, and to fulfill the historical task set us by Comrade Stalin, to finish off the fascist animal in his lair and raise the banner of victory over Berlin. The time has come to reckon with the German fascist scoundrels. Great and burning is our hatred. We have not forgotten the pain and suffering done to our people by Hitler's cannibals. We have not forgotten our burnt-out cities and villages. We remember our brothers and sisters, our mothers and fathers, our wives and children tortured to death by Germans. We shall avenge those burned in the devil's ovens, avenge those who suffocated in the gas chambers, avenge the murdered and the martyred. We shall exact a brutal revenge for everything." With such rhetoric burning in their ears, Soviet soldiers unleashed a campaign of terror in the eastern German lands of Pomerania, Silesia, and East Prussia that was barbaric even by the standards of an already ghastly war. Not only were Germans abused, terrorized, and driven off their land, but they were murdered in large numbers, and women in particular were made into targets of abuse. This violence that the Soviet Union's soldiers now brought to Germany formed a continuum with the violence they had received since 1941 at the hands of the Germans. The war in the East had been predatory and merciless long before the Red Army arrived in Germany. What followed was, quite simply, a matter of vengeance. On January 12, 1945, Red Army forces launched a massive assault from the Vistula River. One thrust sliced north into East Prussia, the other, starting along a 200-mile front from Warsaw to Krakow, leaped across the Vistula, rolled across western Poland, and smashed its way to the Oder River. By early February, Soviet forces were 40 miles from Berlin. East Prussia received the brunt of the Russian ferocity. This easternmost appendage of the old Kingdom of Prussia that had forged German unity in the 19th century was a fist of German power and culture, pushed deep into the heart of northeastern Europe. Lithuanians to the north, White Russians to the east, and Poles to the south gave East Prussia its ancient frontier character, and served to forge strong cultural ties among its people based around the land, the monarchy, Prussian militarism, and Lutheranism. There were about 2 million Germans living in East Prussia at the start of the war. Between January and April 1945, virtually all of them fled. The Germans of East Prussia had been told to fear the Asiatic hordes for years by German propaganda. It was also rumored among both Germans and Russians that East Prussia was going to be sliced away and given to Poland after the war, in which case the Germans would have to leave anyway, by choice or by force. But the speed of the Soviet advance placed refugees on the roads just as the Red Army poured through, making for dangerous and often mortal encounters between victor and vanquished, and spread panic across the country. Josephine Schleiter of Osterode, East Prussia, now Ostroda, Poland, recalled walking for miles to get away from the battlefront, through thick blankets of falling snow with freezing fingers and feet, clutching some bread and milk she had hastily gathered. The roads were choked with refugees, cars, carts, horses, and the flotsam of an entire people fleeing in panic. They were moving northwest, away from the Russian advance, but the troops soon overtook the struggling refugees. Near the village of Preußisch, Holland, now Paszczyk, Poland, Soviet tanks fired on the refugees, then rolled into the column of civilians, crushing whole families. For Josephine, these Russian tank troops were terrifying and awesome. These were strong and strapping fellows, and gun women in the full bloom of health were sitting next to the soldiers, all in new uniforms, all with felt boots and fur caps. We stood at the edge of the road looking at the panzers rolling past and at the soldiers. Most of them had primitive faces, round heads, and expressions of unbounded joy. They waved at us and shouted out, "Hitler kaputt!" Some of them jumped off the panzers, when they moved more slowly, and came toward us. Watches, watches," they shouted hoarsely, and for the first time in my life I heard the Russian language, which sounds hoarse and not pleasant to our ears. What followed was still more unpleasant. The soldiers briskly looted and robbed the refugees, stripping them of watches, valuables, gloves, and clothing. These forlorn wanderers struggled to find shelter in farmhouses or barns along the road. though most of these structures had already attracted a congeries of panic-stricken runaways. Amid scenes of weeping parents looking for lost children, or trembling children searching for lost parents, the Russians looted and robbed, often drinking pilfered alcohol. Josephine, on the road for days, was captured by a carload of Russians, raped, then tossed out onto the road like a broken rag doll. That night she found shelter in a stinking cowshed among 100 other refugees. Terrible hours followed, particularly for the women. From time to time soldiers came in, also officers, and fetched girls and young women. No shrieking, no begging, nothing helped. With revolvers in their hands, they gripped the women round their wrists and dragged them away. A father who wanted to protect his daughter was brought out into the yard and shot. The girl was all the more the prey of these wild creatures. Toward morning she came back, terror in her childlike eyes. She had become years older during the night. 100 miles to the east in Aich-Medin, now Nachmiady, Poland, a prosperous farmer recalled that the Russians took not only his corn, grain, flour, and peas, but also his carpets and radio set. In the evening, he said, one could see everywhere the blaze of burning houses, barns and piles of straw, which the Russians had set on fire. This farmer owned a telephone, and this was considered decisive evidence of his being a great capitalist. He was arrested, put on an open truck, and shipped to Insterburg, now Chernyakovsk, Russia, where he was interrogated and released. He walked home, which took him 5 days across snow and ice, to find his home had been occupied by a troop of Russians who had put his wife into servitude for them. These men ordered her to cook and wash, but they also had seized numerous local women whom they kept for sexual gratification. One of these was pregnant, another but 14 years old. Throughout the long nights the family heard the lamentations and shrieks of the captive women echo through their house. This continued for weeks as soldiers passed through the farm, helping themselves to provisions, linens, clothing, food, and, of course, women. From his locale, young women and girls were deported every day by the Russians to do forced labor in Russia. One such woman, Gerlinde Winkler of Dorbchek, now Prochnik, Poland, was ejected from her home, confined in a variety of sheds, barracks, and jails, fed a thin diet of foul gruel, and finally trucked to a camp at Insterburg. On March 3, she and 50 other women from Dorbeck were herded onto a cattle car and sent on a 21-day journey to a labor camp in Chelyabinsk, Siberia. After 3 years of hard labor, Ms. Winkler fell gravely ill. She was not released until June 1948. Major Lev Kopelev, a political officer in the Red Army, who was assigned by his headquarters to ride into East Prussia to search for German communist networks that could be mobilized against the Nazis, was appalled by what he saw his own soldiers doing. No sooner had he stepped across the border into East Prussia than he saw the villages of Gross Koslau and Klein Koslau on fire. The Germans had fled. Kopelev spoke to a group of soldiers. "What happened here? A clash?" "What clash? They took off. Couldn't catch up with them. Not a single civilian stayed behind." "You mean they mined the town? Set fire to it?" "Who? The Germans? No, there weren't any mines. It was our guys who set fire to it." "Why?" "Who the hell knows? Just did it without thinking." A mustached soldier said with a kind of indolent bitterness, "The word is, this is Germany, so smash, burn, have your revenge. But where do we spend the night afterwards? Where do we put the wounded?" Another of the men stared at the flames. "All that stuff going to waste. Back home where I come from, everyone's naked and barefoot these days, and here we are, burning without rhyme or reason." A few days later, in Neidenburg, Kopelev saw more homes on fire, and the soldiers were dragging bed linen, quilts, oaken chests and tables, grandfather clocks, and other trophies out into the streets. On a side street by a garden fence lay a dead old woman, Kopelev recalled. Her dress was ripped. A telephone receiver reposed between her scrawny thighs. They had apparently tried to ram it into her vagina. In Allenstein, which had been taken without a fight, thousands of frightened refugees gathered near the train station, many of them recently arrived from Königsberg. It was a scene of utter confusion, Kopelev recalled. Train whistles, sporadic shouts, bursts of automatic fire, the tumult of a panicky crowd, a child's cry, a woman's scream, a babble of German speech punctuated by the shouts of our men herding the arrivals out of the station. And then the city was set alight by the Russians and burned for days. Women were raped constantly in plain sight. In front of the post office, Kopelev saw a tragic pair, a mother and her 13-year-old daughter. The woman's head is bandaged with a bloodied kerchief. The girl has blond pigtails, a tear-stained face, and blood on her stockings. They walk away hurriedly, ignoring the catcalls of the soldiers on the sidewalk. Kopelev was so ashamed of what he saw that he wrote it up in a report to his superiors. He was immediately arrested and sent to the Gulag on the charge of bourgeois humanism, pity for the enemy, and agitation against vengeance and hatred, the sacred hatred of our enemy. Revenge, it seems, had become a duty. It is no wonder, in light of such fanatical, officially sanctioned brutality, that the Germans of East Prussia fled the advancing Red Army. About 250,000 people trekked from East Prussia westward over land or rail toward the Oder and into western Germany. The Russian advance along that same route deterred the bulk of the fleeing civilians. Perhaps 650,000 people walked north to the coast of the large Vistula lagoon, called the Frisches Haff. This lagoon was still frozen in early spring, and hundreds of thousands set out across its cracking ice toward the narrow coastal barrier strip, the Nährung. There, hundreds of thousands of weary, frightened refugees gathered along the two-lane road, and amid mud, filth, dead horses, dying travelers, hunger, thirst, and dysentery, they set out on the march toward Danzig. From there, the German Navy evacuated many by sea to western Germany or even Denmark. Still others made their way northeast to Pillau, now Baltisk Russia, a town on the northern tip of the Haff, from which 450,000 people were able to board ferries to take them to Danzig. This was a dangerous means of escape, as Soviet submarines lurked in the Baltic and periodically sank refugee ships. On January 30, the Wilhelm Gustloff, sailing out of Gdynia with over 9,000 refugees on board, was sunk by a Russian torpedo. Yet for those who remained, an awful fate awaited. The Russians captured Danzig on March 28. Anna Schwartz recalled that in her air raid cellar in Danzig, Soviet troops arrived amid a stinking haze of alcohol, sweat, and dirty uniforms. After the usual search for watches and valuables, the now predictable ritual followed. We heard the shrieks of women who were being raped by Mongols. Herded out into the street, amid falling shells, burning houses, and plundering troops, Anna was eventually incarcerated with a group of residents, marched to a railhead in Grodens, about 80 miles away, and then sent into forced labor in Siberia. For East Prussia, the final reckoning came in Königsberg, the ancient hometown of the Teutonic Knights, and a city in which refugees had been seeking shelter for weeks. At the end of January, the city was surrounded by Soviet forces of the Third Byelorussian Front. Ensnared within the German Third Panzer Army, 130,000 soldiers, and a terrified group of about 150,000 civilians. The thick walls of the ancient city, formed in concentric circles, served to keep out the invaders until April 6, when the Russians launched their final assault, preceded by days of massive air and ground bombardment. Late on April 9, the German commander in the city capitulated, having lost 50,000 casualties. 85% of the town was destroyed during this fighting, and tens of thousands of civilians were killed. Hans Graf von Lendorf was a surgeon from Insterburg who had fled into Königsberg in January and worked in a city hospital during the siege. The first days of the Russian arrival in April were worse than anything he had witnessed during the prolonged bombing and shelling of the city. His first glimpse of the invaders was on April 9, when he beheld a group of crouched soldiers rummaging in a trunk. There was something frightening about the sight. I felt like someone who had gone bear hunting and forgotten his gun. Von Lendorf, like so many of his countrymen, limned the Russians in bestial terms: bears, hyenas, baboons, or rats. An attempt by my companion to talk to them had no effect. They reacted with short growling noises, and carried on their work of looting methodically. My fountain pen vanished. Money and papers flew all over the place. My shoes were too worn for them. They hurried away with a short-legged gait over ruins and through bomb craters to the other blocks, and disappeared in the doorways. Their way of moving with a set purpose was bewildering. If the situation demanded it, they used their hands and ran on all fours. A fantastical image of ape-men on the rampage. In Lendorf's hospital, the looting and raping that followed did exceed all imaginings. Soldiers descended on the hospital's storeroom and thoroughly destroyed its valuable contents. Patients on their cots were searched, prodded, some were raped. The nurses took refuge in the operating room, pretending to be engaged in delicate operations. It did them no good, as they were dragged away to suffer the now inevitable gang rape. The arrival of Russian officers in the hospital did nothing to stay the savagery. They happily joined in the raping, and dragged shrieking nurses along the corridors. "What is it we are witnessing here?" von Lendorf asked himself. "Is it not the animal revenging itself on the human? Moreover, this dull, growling speech from which the world seemed to have withdrawn itself long ago. And these maddened youngsters, 15 and 16 years old, flinging themselves like wolves on the women without really knowing what it is all about." When the soldiers discovered a menthol liqueur factory next door to the hospital, events took a turn for the worse. The alcohol stirred the men to new extremes. Now something like a tide of rats flowed over us, worse than all the plagues of Egypt together. The looting was now joined with wanton murder, while on all sides we heard the desperate screams of women, "Shoot me, then! Shoot me!" But the tormentors preferred a wrestling match to any actual use of their guns. Soon none of the women had any strength left to resist. Variations on these scenes occurred across eastern Germany in the spring of 1945, triggering a gigantic outflow of Germans. About 2 million people fled the Red Army from East Prussia. 800,000 fled East Pomerania, 300,000 fled Brandenburg, a staggering 3 million people fled out of Silesia, over 200,000 fled the city of Danzig, and an additional 1 million Germans fled from their homes in occupied Poland. Between January and April, an exodus of truly biblical proportions occurred in eastern Germany that saw the mass migration of some 7.5 million people. In due course, as these lands became incorporated into Polish territory by the terms so breezily worked out by the great powers, those Germans who remained behind, perhaps 5 million people, faced intimidation, beatings, murder, and violence from Polish authorities and citizens. By 1950, there would be few signs left that these lands had ever been the home of 12 million Germans. The brutality visited upon the Germans was by no means limited to the territory that was already assigned to fall under Polish control. As the Red Army fought its way, with extraordinary exertions, into the capital city of the Third Reich, conquering soldiers continued their barbaric atavistic behavior. In Berlin, which was encircled by mid-April, Hitler shot himself in his bunker on April 30. Above ground, his people endured the arrival of the conquerors. Ruth Andreas Friedrich, the Berliner who had hoped that the end of the war might liberate Germany from the Nazis, recalled the fear triggered by Russian behavior. These days have become dangerous to many. Panic prevails in the city, dismay and terror. Wherever we go there is pillaging, looting, violence. With unrestrained sexual lust our conqueror's army has flung itself upon the women of Berlin. We visit Hannelore Thiele, Heike's friend and classmate. She sits huddled on her couch. "One ought to kill oneself," she moans. "This is no way to live." She covers her face with her hands and starts to cry. It is terrible to see her swollen eyes, terrible to look at her disfigured features. "Was it really that bad?" I ask. She looks at me pitifully. 7, she says, 7 in a row, like animals. Inge Zahn lives in Kleinmachnow. She is 18 years old and didn't know anything about love. Now she knows everything, over and over again, 60 times. "How can you defend yourself?" she says impassively, almost indifferently, "when they pound at the door and fire their guns senselessly, each night a new one, each night others. The first time when they took me and forced my father to watch, I thought I would die. They rape our daughters, they rape our wives," the men lament. "Not just once, but 6 times, 10 times, and 20 times. There is no other talk in the city, no other thought either. Suicide is in the air." "Honor lost, all lost," a bewildered father says, and hands a rope to his daughter, who has been raped 12 times. Obediently, she goes and hangs herself from the nearest window sash. For Germans, this widespread sexual violence came to serve as a sort of explanatory framework for their story of the Second World War. In West Germany, where millions of refugees finally found shelter and an end to their treks, it became common to argue that these events in the spring of 1945 somehow served to balance out the books. Germans had been cruel, this argument ran, but they had been victims as well. They had been victims of a rampaging Asiatic army and a vile alien ideology. Even Germans who later accepted some degree of responsibility for Hitler's atrocities could point to these travails of the spring of 1945 as if to say, "We have paid our debt." Such claims have found little sympathy among Germany's former victims. The atrocities of the Red Army can in no way be used to lessen the burden of guilt shared by all those millions of Germans who had applauded Hitler's rise, spurred on the German conquest of the East, and sneered as millions were sent to the crematoria. Yet for all the later unseemly debates about victimhood and the moral authority it bestows, the suffering of countless women in Eastern Germany in 1945 was real enough. For them, the end of the war brought on a catastrophe so great, so unseemly, that it could only be met with a search for transcendence, withdrawal, or even death. An anonymous diarist in Berlin who wrote one of the most searing, terrible accounts of the abusive Russian treatment of German women had a strange vision one morning while lying on her battered, broken bedstead in the room where she had been raped the night before. Her vision might stand as an epitaph for the millions of women who fell prey to these violent assaults. "It was as if I were flat on my bed, and seeing myself lying there, when a luminous white being rose from my body, a kind of angel but without wings, that floated high into the air. Even now, as I am writing this, I can still feel that sense of rising up and floating. Of course, it's just fantasy, a pipe dream, a means of escape, my true self leaving my body behind, my poor, besmirched, abused body, breaking away and floating off, unblemished, into a white beyond. Chapter 5. A Strange Enemy Country, America's Germany. Germany will not be occupied for the purpose of liberation, but as a defeated enemy nation. This statement, made in the September 1944 directive on the occupation of Germany to General Eisenhower by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, unambiguously asserted America's intentions. Your aim is not oppression, but to prevent Germany from ever again becoming a threat to the peace of the world, the directive continued. The occupation authorities must carry themselves like victors. Your occupation and administration will be just, but firm, and distant. You will strongly discourage fraternization between Allied troops and the German officials and population. Above all, Eisenhower was told, he would have supreme power to act in Germany as he saw fit. In a curious turn of phrase that suggests imperial robes, the Joint Chiefs told Eisenhower he was clothed with supreme legislative, executive, and judicial authority in the areas occupied by forces under your command. Rarely, if ever, had a single American held so much power over so many millions of people as General Eisenhower was granted on the eve of America's entry into Germany. It had not been easy for American officials to draw up this directive. Before D-Day, President Roosevelt had shown a maddening indifference toward the details of American occupation policy, and generally delegated the problem to his feuding cabinet officers and the lower echelons of the military. He even said, as late as October 1944, when American soldiers were already on German soil, "I dislike making detailed plans for a country which we do not yet occupy." Such prevarication opened the door to the machinations of his headstrong subordinates. Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, an old friend and neighbor of FDR's from the clubby world of Dutchess County, New York politics, made the best of the opportunity. Since 1943, Morgenthau, unique among Roosevelt's senior staff, had been pushing the president to adopt a more robust public criticism of Nazi Germany's treatment of European Jews, and he had called, not very successfully, for more aggressive efforts to rescue Jewish refugees. By late summer of 1944, consumed with justifiable anger at Germany's barbaric treatment of European peoples, he became the strongest voice in the cabinet for a severe post-war occupation policy. Evincing little hope that the defeat itself would be sufficient to change the German character, Morgenthau argued that the only way to halt the revival of post-war German aggression was to hobble permanently the German economy. Using his access and old personal ties to the president, Morgenthau in August began a concerted campaign to ensure that the United States publicly committed itself to a severe punitive policy in Germany that would make impossible any restoration of Germany's military-industrial might. Roosevelt often seemed to be sympathetic to these views. Welcoming his old friend back from a European trip, he told Morgenthau that you either have to castrate the German people or you have got to treat them in such a manner so that they can't just go on reproducing people who want to continue the way they have in the past. Roosevelt even rebuked Secretary of War Henry Stimson when the president got wind of an early draft of the War Department's occupation handbook that was insufficiently harsh on Germany. The Germans, Roosevelt told Stimson, would not be treated like the liberated nations, France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. It is of the utmost importance that every person in Germany should realize that this time Germany is a defeated nation. I do not want them to starve to death, but, as an example, if they need food to keep body and soul together beyond what they have, they should be fed 3 times a day with soup from army soup kitchens. That will keep them perfectly healthy, and they will remember that experience all their lives. The President concluded in words that reveal the intensity of his antagonism for Germany at the close of the war. Too many people here and in England hold the view that the German people as a whole are not responsible for what has taken place, that only a few Nazi leaders are responsible. That, unfortunately, is not based on fact. The German people as a whole must have it driven home to them that the whole nation has been engaged in a lawless conspiracy against the decencies of modern civilization. Despite continued stiff resistance from Henry Stimson, who was annoyed at Morgenthau's meddling and opposed his economically suspect ideas, Morgenthau pressed ahead and prepared a detailed plan for the occupation that stressed the deindustrialization of Germany. It was entitled, "Program to Prevent Germany from Starting a World War III." Morgenthau knew that he had an unrivaled opportunity to influence the course of American policy toward Germany, for on September 14 he joined President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill in Quebec, where they had convened 2 days earlier to discuss problems of the post-war world. He brought a copy of his plan with him and pressed it on Roosevelt. The plan called for the complete demilitarization of Germany and the destruction of industries which are basic to military strength. It urged a policy of territorial dismemberment, envisioning East Prussia being given to Poland and a smaller chunk of valuable coal mining land in the Saar given to France. In addition, the remaining German state would be subdivided into 2 separate states, a northern and a southern portion. The Ruhr and the Rhineland, and the industrial cities within that region, would be stripped of all presently existing industries, with the bulk of industrial equipment being dismantled and shipped to Allied states as reparations. Once denuded, the area would fall under international trusteeship. Germany would be forced to pay Allied nations heavy reparations. The country's assets would be seized, and some Germans would be enrolled in forced labor brigades in neighboring countries. Schools, universities, and media outlets would be closed until entirely reformed by Allied occupiers. The Allies would create a political structure for the country that took power away from central government and gave it to the states. And they would not take any steps to restore or revive the German economy. Foreign trade would be strictly controlled, and large agricultural states would be subdivided. The Allies would arrest and try war criminals, and ban martial parades and uniforms. At Quebec, Morgenthau managed to persuade not only Roosevelt, but even Churchill to sign off on the plan's basic thesis. In subsequent years, after West Germany became a valued ally of the United States, policymakers and historians alike tended to dismiss the significance of Morgenthau's harsh peace plan, chalking it up to the wartime passions of a Jewish cabinet officer. But Morgenthau's ideas were not unconventional. Even Secretary of State Cordell Hull and Henry Stimson, Morgenthau's chief critics, accepted the need for a severe curtailing of Germany's industrial power. American planners, as well as their British and Soviet allies, generally agreed that Germany would be demilitarized, that its borders would be redrawn and the state partitioned, that the Ruhr industries would have to be broken up and placed beyond the control of any future German central government, and that the Germans would have to pay significant reparations. There had been widespread agreement, too, among the Allies that the political structure of the country was going to be radically decentralized, and that German society would be denazified, meaning that all cultural and political institutions must be wholly restructured. Morgenthau expressed his ideas crudely, perhaps, and went further than his colleagues in calling for the total breakup of German industrial capacity. But in most respects, his ideas were consistent with the general direction of American and Allied policies as they were emerging in late 1944. This convergence was perfectly evident in the directive to Eisenhower of September 22, known as JCS 1067, which, though agreed to by the State, War, and Treasury Departments, bore many hallmarks of Morgenthau's influence. That directive ordered Eisenhower to occupy Germany, arrest war criminals, break up all institutions of the Nazi Party, eliminate the officer corps of the army, abrogate Nazi laws, seize Nazi property, close the courts, close schools and universities, eliminate Nazi textbooks, and halt all political activities. Most important, the document ordered Eisenhower to take no steps looking toward the economic rehabilitation of Germany, nor designed to maintain or strengthen the German economy. Finally, German civilians would be given aid only to the extent that was necessary to prevent disease and disorder. It will be necessary to hold German consumption to a minimum, so the needs of other Europeans could be met first. Taken as a whole, the policy debates and directives that emerged from Washington in the fall of 1944 made one thing perfectly clear: the Germans were going to be punished. Any notion that Morgenthau's plan was a dead letter is belied by Roosevelt's continued support for harsh treatment of post-war Germany. Even after the plan was leaked to the press, causing the media to label the proposal Carthaginian, Roosevelt did not back away from a radical restructuring of post-war Germany. Though he conceded to Secretary Stimson that he did not want Germany to be permanently destroyed as an industrial nation, as Morgenthau wished, he continued to insist that Germany be so changed by the occupation that it could never wage war again. On October 21, while in the midst of a re-election campaign, FDR told the American public that he was going to make the Germans learn a tough lesson once the war was over. Speaking to the Foreign Policy Association in New York, in an address that was broadcast across the country on radio, the President indicated his desire for punishment and his hope for redemption through trial and toil. As for Germany, that tragic nation which has sown the wind and is now reaping the whirlwind, we and our allies are entirely agreed that we shall not bargain with the Nazi conspirators or leave them a shred of control, open or secret, of the instruments of government. We shall not leave them a single element of military power, or of potential military power. We bring no charge against the German race as such, for we cannot believe that God has eternally condemned any race of humanity. We know in our own land, in these United States of America, how many good men and women of German ancestry have proved loyal, freedom-loving, and peace-loving citizens. But there is going to be a stern punishment for all those in Germany directly responsible for this agony of mankind. The German people are not going to be enslaved, because the United Nations do not traffic in human slavery. But it will be necessary for them to earn their way back into the fellowship of peace-loving and law-abiding nations. Even as Roosevelt and his staff prepared for the forthcoming meeting of the Big Three Allies to be held at Yalta in the Crimea, the American government remained committed to exacting serious penalties from Germany. While FDR's new Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius, Jr., shied away from a program of sweeping deindustrialization, the State Department continued to call for economic disarmament, meaning major restrictions on any German industries that might be susceptible to war uses. As for the German people themselves, Stettinius believed we should favor, in the initial period, the lowest standards of health, diet, and shelter, compatible with the prevention of disease and disorder. The needs of the liberated countries should, in any event, receive priority. Even though the State Department called for less industrial destruction than Morgenthau wanted, the President said he was still in a tough mood, and that he is determined to be tough with Germany. It is not surprising, then, that when Roosevelt met with Stalin and Churchill in the hastily repaired, repainted, deloused Levidia Palace at Yalta on the Black Sea shore from February 4 to 11, 1945, the Big Three had no trouble agreeing on a very severe settlement for post-war Germany. Roosevelt brought with him a set of ideas that called for harsh treatment indeed for the defeated German state, and his hatred toward the Germans was stoked by the destruction he witnessed while in the Crimea. On February 3, the President flew from Malta to Saki, 80 miles from Yalta, and then endured a jarring 5-hour road journey along rutted roads through charred, war-ravaged countryside to reach Yalta. "We saw few, if any, trees," wrote the naval officer in charge of the President's daily log, "and many reminders of the recent fight there, gutted-out buildings, burned-out tanks, and destroyed German railroad stock that had been abandoned and burned by them in their flight. In the white granite Italianate palace that had served as the summer palace of the Tsars, and was converted by the Bolsheviks into a sanatorium for tuberculosis patients, the three war leaders discussed the political challenges facing the alliance in the final stages of the war. The agenda was laden with thorny problems, from Poland and its future to the formation of the United Nations organization, the question of German post-war reparations, and the entry of the Soviet Union in the war against Japan. Throughout all these talks, one searches in vain for any indication of leniency or forgiveness toward Germany. Roosevelt struck the opening tone when he said to Marshal Stalin in their first meeting on February 4 that he had been very much struck by the extent of German destruction in the Crimea, and therefore he was more bloodthirsty in regard to the Germans than he had been a year ago, and he hoped that Marshal Stalin would again propose a toast to the execution of 50,000 officers of the German army, as Stalin had done at their meeting in Tehran in November 1943. To this remarkable opening, Stalin replied that everyone is more bloodthirsty than they had been a year ago. He added that the Germans were savages and seemed to hate with a sadistic hatred the creative work of human beings. The minutes record simply that the President agreed with this. As they had done at Tehran, FDR and Stalin marginalized Churchill and pressed for a punitive German peace. Roosevelt supported Stalin's call for the dismemberment of Germany and for significant reparations. "We don't want to kill the people," Roosevelt said casually. "We want Germany to live, but not to have a higher standard of living than that of the USSR. This startling suggestion that urbanized, highly industrial Germany be reduced to the living standards of the peasant-based agrarian Soviet Union would have found favor with FDR's old pal, Henry Morgenthau. "I envision a Germany that is self-sustaining but not starving," Roosevelt said, if only because starving people might require additional aid from the occupiers. The final conference documents left little doubt about the severe treatment the leaders had in store for Germany. Though they kept their agreement to dismember Germany private, they made their overall ambitions plain. "Nazi Germany is doomed," said the official statement released to the press at the conclusion of the conference. "It is our inflexible purpose to destroy German militarism and Nazism, and to ensure that Germany will never again be able to disturb the peace of the world. We are determined to disarm and disband all German armed forces, break up for all time the German General Staff that has repeatedly contrived the resurgence of German militarism. Remove or destroy all German military equipment, eliminate or control all German industry that could be used for military production. Bring all war criminals to just and swift punishment, and exact reparation in kind for the destruction wrought by the Germans. Wipe out the Nazi Party, Nazi laws, organizations and institutions, remove all Nazi and militarist influences from public office and from the cultural and economic life of the German people. And take in harmony such other measures in Germany as may be necessary to the future peace and safety of the world. It is not our purpose to destroy the people of Germany, but only when Nazism and militarism have been extirpated will there be hope for a decent life for Germans and a place for them in the comity of nations." Roosevelt had no doubt that this was the right policy to adopt toward Germany. Leaving Lavidia Palace by car en route to Sevastopol and the waiting naval vessel USS Catoctin, the President saw the devastation of this port town wrought by the Germans. "The city," observed the President's naval aide, "was virtually leveled to the ground, except for the walls of homes and other buildings, which the mines, bombs, and shells in recent battles left standing like billboards, mute testimony of the horrorful, wanton Nazi vengeance." Of the thousands of buildings in the city, the President was told that only 6 were left in useful condition when the Germans fled. The average American soldier, who knew little about governing and had no desire to remain in Germany after the war, would nonetheless shoulder the burden of imposing the Big Three's harsh peace. To prepare soldiers from the transition from fighting the Germans to ruling them, both the U.S. and British armies drew up short guides to be distributed to the fighting men in the field to define the goals of the occupation and provide a basic code of conduct for the occupiers. These texts reveal the profound hostility and suspicion that U.S. military officials harbored toward German civilians and wished to inculcate in their soldiers. The American Pocket Guide to Germany, prepared by the War Department, told U.S. soldiers to remain firm, fair, aloof, and aware. The thesis of the guide was simple: Germans could not be trusted. "You are in enemy country. These people are not our allies or friends," the guide warned. Clearly, military officials worried that the average soldier might put the travails of the war behind him and seek out a rapid accommodation with the vanquished foe. But forgiveness was unacceptable, for Americans were not on a goodwill errand. Rather, the Germans have sinned against the laws of humanity, and cannot come back into the civilized fold merely by sticking out their hands and saying, "I'm sorry." The guide drew out in 50 pages of text some basic elements of the German national character, which compared unfavorably with the American habits of mind. Where Americans were forgiving, democratic, and well-schooled since childhood in the rules of fair play, decency, and the concept of the fair fight, Germans shared none of these ideals. Teachers and political leaders taught German children to cheat, bully the weak, snitch on friends, betray family, fight unfairly, and to brutalize and torture their enemies. The mass program of indoctrination pursued by the Third Reich spelled trouble for the occupation. Germans could be expected to go underground and continue to resist the Americans, or try to manipulate the occupiers, to lie to them, to seek their pity, to blame others for the war and for the atrocities of the regime. The guide also sought to show that Hitler was no anomaly. In a brief historical survey, replete with terms like treachery, henchmen, and gangsters, the guide placed Hitler squarely in the tradition of aggressive dictatorial leaders like Wilhelm II and Bismarck. Hitler was but a cruel new version of an old story of German aggression and war. The guide assumed that a generally unpolitical, war-weary U.S. soldier would be happier making friends with Germans than hating them, and so reiterated the mission of the occupation: "You will be doing a soldier's job on the soil of the enemy." The British War Office prepared its own guide, with a somewhat more sophisticated and elegant text. "You are about to meet a strange people in a strange enemy country," it began. The British guide insisted that the German people bore full responsibility for their present suffering, for they had legally placed Hitler in power, cravenly obeyed him as he consolidated his powers, and failed to throw up any serious resistance to his regime. British officials clearly worried, however, that the defeated Germans, so haggard and unlike the once feared master race of German propaganda, might prey on the sympathies of the British soldier and try to escape responsibility for the war. The Germans might look like familiar cousins, but these first impressions would be deceptive. They could not be trusted. They would tend to whine and complain, and they would try to take advantage of the good-hearted Tommy. Many of them will have suffered from overwork, underfeeding, and the effects of the air raids, and you may be tempted to feel sorry for them. They will protest with deep sincerity that they are as innocent as a babe in arms. But their hard-luck stories will be hypocritical attempts to win sympathy. Thus, the best solution was for the soldier to avoid contact unless they had to give orders, and then give them in a firm military manner. The German civilian is used to it and expects it. The booklet concluded, "Germans must still be regarded as dangerous enemies." Both guides placed particular emphasis on an aspect of occupation policy that was later to cause a good deal of embarrassment. There must be no fraternization. "This is absolute," barked the American guide. This term referred to informal contacts between soldiers and German civilians. The authors of the guides were all too aware of just how much fraternization there had been between soldiers and civilians in Italy, where brothels had been filled to the rooftops with Allied soldiers from their first days on the continent, and in France and Belgium, where bartering between soldiers and local women for cigarettes, food, and sex was commonplace. In liberated countries, such warm relations between liberator and liberated could hardly be denounced by Allied authorities. But in Germany, the occupation aimed to educate Germans about their moral and political failings, and this required a distant, cold, and firm demeanor. The Allied authorities wanted no repeat in Germany of the recent photographs of Belgian girls dancing on British jeeps, which had been pasted across newspapers in Britain and America. While the American guide merely stated the injunction against interaction with Germans, the British guide faced the issue squarely. "Keep clear of German women," it suggested. They would make the most of their distraught, helpless circumstances. Their standards of personal honor, already undermined by the Nazis, will sink lower still, following the defeat of the once invincible Third Reich. Numbers of German women will be willing, if they get the chance, to make themselves cheap for what they can get out of you. Such stringent rules against fraternizing with the Germans grew out of fears that the defeated Germans would try every tactic, both forceful and manipulative, to undermine the Allied occupation of Germany. By the middle of August 1944, Schaeff had outlined policies on these matters that held in place until the summer of 1945. Drawing for comparative purposes on the Allied occupation of the Rhineland in 1918, when German attitudes had ranged from hatred through friendliness to fawning subservience, planners believed that the Germans in 1945 would prove far more troublesome. The Allies' massive air bombardment, the intense ground combat, sustained Nazi indoctrination of civilians, and the total occupation of the country would all make German hatred far deeper and more universal than in 1918. The German master race ideology was thought to be so widespread that the Germans will accept defeat only as a temporary phase of a continuing struggle. Plans for an underground continuance of the struggle are believed to exist. As a result, occupying forces could not lower their guard. They must be prepared for civil disorders, including sniping and assaults on individuals, sabotage, provoked riots, perhaps even organized raids. Hidden arms will undoubtedly be available. Yet more worrisome than underground activities, which could be dealt with through sheer force of arms, Military planners worried about ideas. There is likely to be, their initial document on fraternization argued, deliberate, studied, and continuous effort by the Germans to influence the sympathies and thoughts of the occupying forces, with a view to minimizing the consequences of defeat and preparing the way for a resurgence of German power. Germans would wage a word-of-mouth propaganda campaign. Its methods will include attempts at fraternization by civilians, especially by children, women, and old men, attempts at soldier-to-soldier fraternization, and social, official, and religious contacts. This campaign would make appeals to the occupiers for pity and sympathy, while also playing on the shared racial and ideological solidarity of Germanic Anglo-Saxon peoples against the Slavs. Most common would be the portrayal of Nazism as an alien idea implanted against the general will in the cultured and unaggressive minds of Germans. For these reasons, Allied authorities insisted on a strict separation of officers and soldiers from the German people, meaning the avoidance of mingling with Germans upon terms of friendliness, familiarity, or intimacy. No billeting among the civilians, no marriages, not even common religious services, no shaking hands, playing of games or sports, accepting gifts, no walking with Germans on the streets, attending dances, and certainly no discussions and arguments with Germans, especially on politics or the future of Germany. The Germans, as Eisenhower put it simply, must be ostracized. No sooner had Allied soldiers put their toes onto German soil in mid-September 1944 than the ban on fraternization ran into trouble. When units of the 7 Corps fought their way through the West Wall into the towns of Rotgen and Stolberg, just south of Aachen, a few timid Germans appeared in the streets to speak to the not unfriendly Americans. U.S. Army press photographers snapped pictures, and these immediately appeared in newspapers under captions suggesting that the German people had given Americans a warm reception. Eisenhower reacted immediately. Press reports and those from other sources indicate already a considerable extent of fraternization by U.S. troops with the German civil population, Ike wrote to General Bradley, commander of the 12th Army Group. This must be nipped in the bud immediately. Having then received an earful from Washington about these press reports, Eisenhower told his public relations staff that the President has noted with concern pictures of American troops fraternizing with the German population. There was only one way to handle this matter: censorship. All pictures of American troops fraternizing with German population, together with any stories playing up fraternization, are to be placed on the censor list. Between October 1944 and early March 1945, the Allies held merely a tiny sliver of German territory, mostly south of Aachen, and after February the narrow band of land between the Ruhr and Rhine rivers. Fighting here was fierce, as it had been during the December to January Battle of the Bulge, and Allied soldiers had no difficulty in finding reasons to hate the Germans. There were incidents of fraternization behind the lines, and accounts from press reporters suggested that American GIs were indeed tempted to act with expressions of kindness toward elderly, homeless, war-weary German civilians, and toward the children who flocked with curiosity around the foreigners. Yet there was a palpable distance between occupier and occupied. Drew Middleton of the New York Times reported in October that American soldiers' initial reaction to Germany and German civilians is a mixture of contempt and indifference, and in the case of many front-line outfits, hatred. There's very little fraternization of any sort. Their attitude seems to be that of the old Indian fighters, that a dead German is the only good one. Middleton also noted in a later article that the German civilians were adopting precisely the self-defense that Allied planners had most feared, and which had motivated their ban on fraternization in the first place. In a piece called "The Great Alibi in the Making," Middleton depicted Germans as engaged in massive denial for the crimes of the Third Reich. They refused to accept responsibility for Hitler, claimed to have no knowledge of his atrocities, and affected to have been anti-Nazi all along. In the same breath, however, they were happy to acknowledge that at least the Germans had saved the world from Bolshevism by fighting so tenaciously against the Russians. Middleton found these explanations an indication of the moral poverty of the German nation, and suggested that Americans would have to be on their guard against this exculpatory German propaganda. "No one is a Nazi. No one ever was," wrote the caustic American journalist Martha Gellhorn of this exculpatory banter. "It should, we feel, be set to music." Then the Germans could sing this refrain, and that would make it even better. Clifton Daniel of the New York Times also hinted at the difficulties ahead for the Americans. Writing from Aachen in December, he reported that Germans and Americans pass on the streets without looking directly at each other. They manifest no hostility, but they invite no intimacy. The Germans accept the authority of the military government and obey orders. But they were sycophants who try to ingratiate themselves with their new masters. By their very docility, the Germans help thwart those who advocate rougher treatment of the civilian population. Beneath this outer docility lay a cynical attempt to deny responsibility for the war. "The Germans generally show no consciousness of wrongdoing," Daniel reported. "They seem either surprised or distressed at suggestions that collectively or individually they may be held responsible for Germany's crimes." Judging from early encounters in Aachen, Americans concluded that controlling the Germans would be fairly easy. Persuading them to accept responsibility for the crimes of the Third Reich, however, looked like a far taller order. Poised to enter farther into Germany in spring 1945, Schaeff remained on guard against fraternization. Not only did Schaeff release the pocket guide to its soldiers, but it also ran radio spots on Armed Forces Radio that tried to boil down the issue in simple terms. These spots, placed at intervals between regular programming, reveal the anxiety of military planners toward the natural inclination of soldiers to make friends with the local German civilians. "Remember, the Germans you see now are just the same people who strutted with pride when Warsaw was bombed, who roared with approval when Rotterdam was flattened, who cheered when London burned. These are the same Germans. Don't fraternize." After a good clean fight, you can shake hands with your opponent. This hasn't been a good clean fight, not on the German side. You can't shake hands with a Hun. Don't fraternize. Don't be misled into thinking of Germans, "Oh, well, they're human." So is a murderer. So is a cannibal. The German people have loved war too long. Let them see it doesn't pay. Show them clearly. Don't fraternize. That Frau going to market may look harmless enough. The odds are she walks in a dead woman's shoes, sent from the murder furnaces of Majdanek. Don't forget that in a hurry. Steer clear. Don't fraternize. Kids are kids all over the world, except in Hitler's Germany. Sure, they're lovable, but 10 years ago the Jerry that got your buddy was lovable too. It's tough to do, but make the kids realize now that war doesn't pay. They may remember when they think about starting the next war. Don't fraternize. You can't tell a rotten egg by the shell. Don't let looks fool you. When you're tempted to fraternize with the friendly-looking German civilian, remember the rotten egg. Don't fraternize. Soldiers wise, don't fraternize. These radio spots sought to sustain the wariness of soldiers about civilians, and also to reinforce Allied policy that all Germans were responsible for Hitler's crimes, that the German public bore collective responsibility, and that they must be collectively punished. But when the Allied soldiers moved into full command of Germany as occupiers, they confronted a nation that looked as if it had already been punished, indeed, punished more severely than anyone could have imagined. "It was in Cologne that I realized what total destruction meant," wrote the poet and author Stephen Spender. He had gone to Germany in July 1945 on an official British government assignment to seek out German intellectuals in the hopes of finding some non-fascist life still flickering amid the ruins of the Reich. Spender knew well what aerial bombing had done to London and other cities in the British Isles, but what he saw in Western Germany, where he had once lived and studied, stunned him. "My first impression on passing through was of there being not a single house left. There are plenty of walls, but these walls are a thin mask in front of the damp, hollow, stinking emptiness of gutted interiors. One passes through street after street of houses whose windows look hollow and blackened, like the open mouth of a charred corpse. In England there are holes, gaps, wounds, but the surrounding life of the people themselves has filled them up, creating a scar which will heal. In towns such as Cologne and those of the Ruhr, something quite different has happened. The external destruction is so great that it cannot be healed, and the surrounding life of the rest of the country cannot flow into and resuscitate the city, which is not only battered, but also dismembered and cut off from the rest of Germany and from Europe. The ruin of the city is reflected in the internal ruin of its inhabitants, who, instead of being lives that can form a scar over the city's wounds, are parasites sucking at a dead carcass, digging among the ruins for hidden food. They resemble rather a tribe of wanderers who have discovered a ruined city in a desert, and who are camping there, living in the cellars and hunting amongst the ruins for the booty, relics of a dead civilization. The great city looks like a corpse, and smells like one too. The destruction Spender saw was also visible in over 70 German cities at war's end. It was the result of the massive Allied bombing campaign against Germany that began in 1940 and increased steadily, slowly, until by the end of 1944 it had become a gigantic force of unequaled power, and for Germans, unequaled terror. The strategic bombing of Germany, distinguished from tactical bombing in support of soldiers in battle, is a dimension of the war that has generated a long controversial history. It conjures up a gallery of ghastly images: burnt corpses being gathered up in wagons, shriveled, carbonized bodies stacked 10 feet high, blackened churches, shattered homes. The slaughter of 500,000 German civilians, and the means by which it was delivered from the sky, thousands of feet above the battlefield, has tarnished the record of the Allied war effort ever since. Randall Jarrell, the American poet who flew in these missions, captured something of the grotesque indifference of bombing with these lines: "In bombers named for girls, we burned the cities we had learned about in school. They said, 'Here are the maps.' We burned the cities." Yet during the war, many intelligent people accepted the massive bombing of Germany's cities, and the large numbers of civilian deaths such bombing caused, as essential to defeating Hitler and winning the war. Why? At first, the British bombed Germany because it was the only way they could do Hitler any harm at all. Having swept the Poles, Dutch, Belgians, French, and British land armies aside in 1939–40 like tin soldiers, the powerful Wehrmacht and its allies commanded all of Central and Western Europe. From July 10, 1940 until October, Hitler threw his air force at the British, hoping to wrest control of the skies over the English Channel from the Royal Air Force, RAF, and so opening the way to his planned invasion of Britain. The pilots of the RAF managed to hold off the Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain, and Prime Minister Churchill paid these young men a great tribute in the House of Commons when he said on August 20, 1940, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." But Churchill, not wishing to appear as if Britain was condemned to remain on the defensive, continued, "We must never forget," he said, "that night after night, month after month, our bomber squadrons travel far into Germany, find their targets in the darkness by the highest navigational skill, aim their attacks, often under the heaviest fire, often with serious loss, with deliberate, careful discrimination, and inflict shattering blows upon the whole of the technical and war-making structure of Nazi power." Such bombing, Churchill told the House, would soon attain dimensions hitherto undreamed of, and would offer Britain a certain road to victory. Germany's war power, Churchill prophesied, would soon be shattered and pulverized. This was pure bravado. In 1940, British bombers had not the power, range, or technology to reach far into Germany, nor could they find their targets at night. On August 25, 1940, at the height of the Battle of Britain, the RAF sent bombers to hit Berlin. Perhaps 50 aircraft got to the German capital and found the city covered by thick cloud. Unable to find their target, they dropped their bombs anyway and missed badly, with most bombs falling well outside the city limits and doing little damage. But the raids infuriated Hitler, who now ordered large-scale terror raids on London. From September 1940 until May 1941, the Germans killed over 40,000 British civilians in attacks on British industrial and port cities. Up to 1944, they killed another 10,000 or more, and then Hitler's V-1 and V-2 attacks from 1944 until March 1945 killed another 9,000 people. In this environment of aerial assault on civilians and on economic targets, it seemed to the British government not only reasonable and justifiable, but a vital military necessity to develop the RAF into a force capable of delivering massive, punishing blows to the industrial heartland of Germany. The man who designed the strategic bombing campaign of Germany's cities was Sir Arthur Harris, the Commander-in-Chief of the RAF Bomber Command. Though by no means the sole proponent of strategic bombing, he had the strong support throughout the war of Winston Churchill. Bomber Harris did more than any single individual to push the idea of sustained massive air raids against German cities as a tool to win the war. When he took over Bomber Command in February 1942, his force of bombers was small, and it was incapable of doing much damage to Germany. The RAF had to resort to bombing at night, without fighter escorts, using darkness to hide in. This made specific targets still more difficult to identify. Rather than aim at specific factories, damage to which could in any case be repaired rapidly, Harris proposed something far simpler and far more lethal: the area bombing of all Germany's cities that possessed any war-related industries. The policy of destroying industrial cities, Harris later wrote, and the factories in them, was not merely the only possible one for Bomber Command at that time. It was also the best way of destroying Germany's capacity to produce war materiel. Harris believed that by saturating Germany's industrial cities with devastating bombardment, he could create a kind of domino effect. Bombing cities would destroy railways, roads, bridges, electric power plants, and any industrial facilities inside the cities, and kill large numbers of people who might work on behalf of the German war economy. The effect, over time, would be to erode the capacity of the German economy to get arms, fuel, and supplies to the front. Harris argued that limiting bombing to factories within a given city could not achieve this sort of knockout blow. The city as a whole had to be destroyed. The U.S. Army Air Forces, USAAF, which reached sufficient strength to play a major role in the bombing campaign only by the end of 1943, never fully accepted Harris's emphasis on area bombing as opposed to precision bombing. The Americans chose to try their hand at daytime attacks on specific targets such as submarine bases, aircraft and ball bearing factories, and later oil refineries. At first, they faced the same problems the RAF had experienced, and American bombers were shot down in high numbers. But the Americans developed a new tactic, the creation of a fleet of long-range fighter escorts that could accompany the large bombers on their runs across Germany and engage and destroy the Luftwaffe at the same time. The destruction of the Luftwaffe in the air gradually opened the way toward total Allied mastery of the sky, just at the moment when the bombing fleets had grown to massive and threatening size. Although the Americans continued to try to hit precision targets, they also grew increasingly willing to bomb cities in much the same manner as their British counterparts, indiscriminately. In the spring and summer of 1944, the Allied air forces concentrated their efforts on France in preparation for the Normandy assault. But after the breakthrough across France and Belgium in September 1944, they reverted to hitting targets inside Germany. In the 8 months between September 1944 and April 1945, the 8th U.S. Air Force and the RAF dropped 729,000 tons of bombs on Germany, more than they had achieved in all the previous months of the war combined. In March 1945 alone, the two air forces dropped 133,000 tons of bombs on Germany, the largest total for any month of the war, and about 10% of the entire tonnage dropped on Germany during the war. What were the results of this massive bombing? We have a great deal of information to answer this question, because hard on the heels of the first Allied units into Germany came teams of investigators from the United States Strategic Bombing Survey. This group of over 1,000 military and civilian experts undertook to examine the impact of the bombing campaign on both Germany and Japan. In Germany, they gained access to many records from German official ministries and were able to draw up 212 remarkably detailed reports on the effect of bombing on all aspects of German war industries, transportation, communications, armaments production, as well as civilian morale and civil defense efforts. The summary report, which was released to the public on October 30, 1945, claimed that Allied aircraft dropped 2.7 million tons of bombs on Germany, destroyed 3.6 million dwellings, and killed at least 305,000 German civilians. That was a minimum figure, and the number of German dead was surely higher. Even the survey's own documents suggested the number of dead was closer to 500,000. Allied bombing wounded 800,000 people and left 7.5 million people homeless. It forced the evacuation of 5 million people from stricken regions and deprived 20 million people of utilities for some period of time. The report noted that the huge attacks the RAF and USAAF mounted after June 1944 were especially damaging both to the German economy and to civilian morale. Allied air power was decisive in the war in Western Europe, the report concluded. Not only did it make the invasion of Europe in 1944 possible, but it brought the economy, which sustained the enemy's armed forces, to virtual collapse. The Allied bombing campaign brought home to the German people the full impact of modern war with all its horror and suffering. The words horror and suffering were appropriate, although there has long been a debate about the actual economic effects of the bombing. There can be little doubt that the human effects were appalling. In their efforts to determine precisely how many people the bombing killed, the survey team did extensive research in German medical and civil defense records. These revealed that Allied bombing had killed in a variety of gruesome ways. Civilians were buried beneath rubble, dismembered, or mortally wounded by bomb fragments, or burned to death by incendiary bombs filled with napalm or phosphorus. Germany had developed a sophisticated and extensive system of air raid shelters for civilians, and these served to protect many people from death. But in the case of a firestorm, as in Hamburg, or simply extensive incendiary bombing, carbon monoxide poisoning killed thousands of people both inside air raid shelters and even outdoors. In addition to deadly gases, the heat from fire killed civilians in shelters, basements, and brick buildings. Others died from choking on inhaled dust, heart attacks, internal hemorrhages, and skull fractures. In Hamburg, at least 40,000 people died after repeated Allied airstrikes on July 24 through 29 and August 2, 1943, triggered a roaring cataclysmic fire that contemporaries called a fire typhoon. Temperatures in the city reached 800 degrees Celsius, 1,472 degrees Fahrenheit. German documents revealed that thousands of people had been trapped inside air raid shelters and had been roasted alive. Civil defense workers found whole families inside shelters whose bodies were dry, shrunken, resembling mummies. Similar scenes had played out across Germany between the spring of 1942 and the end of the war. The single most notorious attack came on Dresden, an eastern German city of limited strategic importance. On February 13 and 14, 1945, Allied aircraft struck the city with high explosives, incendiary bombs, and flares, triggering a firestorm that devastated the city and killed at least 25,000 people, perhaps twice that number. The first American and British press accounts from the occupied Rhineland reveal that even to those reporters who had covered the war in Europe, the bombed cities of Germany were a ghastly revelation. Cologne, Germany's fourth-largest city and the capital of the Rhineland, fell to the Allies on March 6, with American tanks of the 3rd Armored Division of General Collins's 7 Corps driving into the center of the town and right up to the twisted wreck of the Hohenzollern Bridge over the still uncrossable Rhine. Press reports spoke of the utter destruction of the city, its twisted, rusty rails, battered trucks, and deep piles of rubble from which dust and smoke were still rising. This city had been a favorite target of the RAF. Between March 1942 and March 1945, Bomber Command sent no fewer than 22 major airstrikes against Cologne, dropping about 30,000 tons of bombs on it and destroying over 70% of the city. Only Essen and Berlin received a greater tonnage of bombs. At first, the scale of the damage did not seem to perturb Allied commanders. Such destruction had been intended. On March 13, just a few days after the capture of Cologne, General Eisenhower issued a public message of praise to Air Chief Marshal Harris, saying that his visit to the Rhineland cities revealed striking evidence of the effectiveness of the bombing campaigns. City after city has been systematically shattered. Ike acclaimed the heroic work of Bomber Command and the U.S. Air Forces. Such sang-froid proved hard to maintain. General Walter Bedell Smith, Eisenhower's chief of staff, saw Cologne shortly after its capture. "The center of the ancient town was completely flattened," he wrote, "a picture of absolute destruction greater than I had seen anywhere." This from a man who had seen every American battlefield in the European theater. Time magazine's Sidney Olson wrote that Allied soldiers who had exulted over 1,000 plane assaults and 3,500-ton bomb loads could now see for themselves what strategic bombing had achieved. A mud-stained veteran stared with dazed eyes at the desolation about him, murmuring over and over, "Ain't it awful? Ain't it awful?" Olson was struck by the silence and emptiness of the city. A few timid cellar-dwelling citizens appeared, shaken and jumpy, deathly afraid of the sound of aircraft. In a remarkable survey of Cologne in late April, titled "Dead German Cities," the London Times correspondent wrote that there are simply no words to describe the devastation of Cologne. The future of the city seemed in doubt. No plan for military government, however foreseeing, can have reckoned with the reality of the fearful retribution that has fallen upon the cities of the Rhineland. The fundamental problems of living, of picking up the slender threads of existence from the mountain of rubble, were sure to stymie Allied military government, for bombing had turned the region into a wilderness of blasted stone. The correspondent felt it necessary to say, as if bucking up his courage before gazing at the horrors before him, that we have to remind ourselves that the enemy brought it on himself. But it was hard to see this once vital, bustling place in ruins, without water, gas, electricity, transportation, even roads or rails. Cologne, indeed, is a dead city, silent as the grave, and full of the grit and dust that swirl from the hillocks of rubble. As for the inhabitants, it seems a little foolish to talk of the attitude of the people. So far as one could judge, theirs is the numb bewilderment of any people who have survived a cataclysm and are down to the clothes they stand in. Press reports spoke of the densely packed factory-filled cities along the Ruhr River as inert, lifeless, spectral and morose, looking like the bowels of the earth. Ben Hibbs of the Saturday Evening Post wrote, "Cologne is finished, I should imagine, literally erased from the map forever." As Allied armies pushed farther into Germany, similar scenes greeted them. The cities along the Ruhr Valley that formed the great industrial powerhouse of Germany had been hit repeatedly. Essen, hit by 28 major RAF attacks between March 1942 and March 1945, Duisburg, Düsseldorf, Dortmund, Wuppertal, Bochum. These towns burned like torches for a night, smoldered for a day, then lay blackened and dead, until they were reignited by repeated airstrikes. Frankfurt, just a few miles across the Rhine, and the city that would soon become the headquarters of the American zone of occupation, was taken by the 5th Division of 12 Corps on March 26. It had endured 11 major RAF attacks and received over 23,000 tons of bombs. The London Times reporter who arrived 4 days later described Frankfurt as a melancholy sample of Germany's cities. The shopping districts were in ruins, the streets clogged with rubble. In front of one of the cultural shrines of the city, Goethe's birthplace at No. 3 Grosse Hirschgraben, a cardboard sign had been propped up with a handwritten message. Here was the house where the old great poet Goethe was born. The house was gone, as was the museum next door, and indeed the whole street and neighborhood. The Rommerburg, the medieval marketplace, was vaporized. The opera house was roofless, and its walls gashed open. The cathedral scene of the coronation of German emperors had lost its roof. Only the tower remained, a blackened finger pointing skyward. "I have been in Frankfurt before," reported Time magazine's Percy Noth, "but today I found no single landmark I recognized. In these miles and miles of ruins there is nothing but dullness and apathy, a scene that seems like a sleep-walking trance." Farther down the river Rhine, the city of Mainz, which had endured repeated incendiary raids, looked like the evacuated ruins of an earlier civilization, or like watered-down fragments of children's sand-castles. To the east, Nuremberg fell to the Americans on April 20, Hitler's birthday. It was a heap of cinders and stone. Richard J. H. Johnston of the New York Times reported the next day that there is no more hideous spot in Europe today than Nuremberg, shrine city of the Nazis. Not one building inside the walled old city remained standing. Like timid ground creatures, a few Germans came up from their shelters, caves, and cellars this morning to blink in strong sunlight and stare unbelieving at the awful mess that was their town. The ancient churches, historic homes, and cultural monuments were in pieces. The glorious church of St. Sebaldus was reduced to a clutter of broken stone, bits of broken stained glass, and little chunks of melted lead and statuary. The storied buildings that had made the city a glittering showcase, such as the Gothic City Hall, the Hauptmarkt, the Frauenkirche, all were in total ruins. Beneath the rubble lay uncounted dead bodies. Johnston concluded gloomily, "Nuremberg is a city of the dead." Cornelia Stabler Gillum, a young Quaker from Philadelphia, who signed up with the USO to play piano concerts in army canteens across occupied Germany, wrote home to her family in late June and described her first journey from Belgium into Germany along roads lined with shattered tanks, concrete pillboxes, and devastated villages. The destruction of Aachen stunned her. Not a house was left standing, she wrote, and it makes you tremble inside, people crawling like rats out of the ruined buildings where they live. Sad-faced children trying to play in the streets blocked with stone and plaster. I was afraid several times that I would cry, and I knew it would be misunderstood. I would not be weeping for the Germans, but for all the world. The American zone of occupation extended over 41,000 square miles of southern and central Germany, including all of Bavaria and some chunks of Baden-Württemberg and Hessen. This area, the size of Tennessee, included about 15 million Germans, a number in constant flux due to the large refugee flows across Germany in 1945. The Americans had 1,622,000 men in Germany on VE Day, a number that began immediately to decline as troops were either reassigned to the Pacific or sent back home. The U.S. zone included some of the most beautiful landscape of Germany, including the Bavarian Alps, where Hitler had built his mountain retreat at Berchtesgaden. Its main cities were small. Munich had a pre-war population of 800,000, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, and Stuttgart about 500,000 each, Mannheim less than 400,000, Karlsruhe 300,000. All had been heavily bombed, but the countryside in Bavaria had not been badly damaged, and the zone contained a few miracles, like the ancient university city of Heidelberg, which emerged from the war wholly unscathed. With amazing speed, the Army dispatched 269 military government detachments across the zone to establish official control and begin the process of registering civilians, rooting out top Nazis, arresting war criminals, and assessing the state of the damage in the zone. In small towns, a military government unit could work effectively. But in a city like Frankfurt, the shortage of American staff was readily apparent. 19 officers and 24 men had to look after the shattered city by themselves, carefully avoiding the use of local administration until they had been vetted for Nazi Party connections. A reporter who watched the work of these initial detachments was impressed by the orderliness of it all. The prostrate body of a city is given artificial respiration. The dead are buried, and the streets are cleared. Wherever possible, the water system is restarted as a first check against epidemics. Reliable Germans must be found to run the show. I say they must be found because every military government team in the American zone has, from the start, been so desperately understaffed that it could not dream of operating without civilian assistance. Luckily, there was no hitch in getting the civilians to collaborate. To everyone's amazement, most Germans did not seem to bear any grudge against the invaders. Besides, the Germans are well trained in obeying orders and putting themselves at the disposal of the authorities, whoever they are. Whereas Schaeff had prognosticated darkly about pockets of fanatical armed resistance, sabotage, underground terrorist cells, and so on, occupied Germany was extremely quiet in the first months. Advance units reported that the people were passive and were in a state of stunned despondency over their misfortunes. Other than petty looting and a good deal of theft and sporadic violence by migrating displaced persons and former forced laborers, the country was calm. The only thing that irked occupation officials was the marked tendency of Germans to disclaim all responsibility for the action of both the Wehrmacht and the NSDAP, Nazi Party. Many, for instance, when told of the horrors of the concentration camps, have almost indignantly disclaimed all knowledge of or responsibility for these institutions. Otherwise, the weekly field reports reported little crime committed by Germans, and an attitude of civilian cooperation and resigned adherence to occupation policy. American soldiers, by contrast, were not always quiet and cooperative. The behavior of some of the troops, according to an American officer attached to the Psychological Warfare Office of Schaeff, was nothing to brag about, particularly after they came across cases of cognac and barrels of wine. I am mentioning it only because there is a tendency among the naive or the malicious to think that only Russians loot and rape. After a battle, soldiers of every country are pretty much the same. The Army's Judge Advocate General was even more direct. A tremendous increase in the number of rapes occurred when our troops arrived on German soil, concluded the JAG's report, which also noted that 88% of the reported rapes of German women by U.S. soldiers occurred in March and April 1945. We were members of a conquering army, and we came as conquerors, the JAG continued. The rate of reported rapes sprang skyward. The JAG believed that the sudden increase in rape was partly due to Nazi propaganda, which had prepared the way by telling the German people that the American troops would rape and pillage and kill. The German population was cowed. This explanation seemed to blame the victim. A cowed woman, it suggested, was a vulnerable target. In fact, the American army had spent the previous year instructing soldiers to view German people as treacherous enemies, prone to sabotage, deceit, and malice. The fighting of the winter and early spring had been extremely difficult, and the Germans had put up a ferocious resistance to the advancing armies, only stoking American hatred. And the discovery of the concentration camps and the massive publicity they received in April made soldiers feel that the German people deserved whatever awful fate awaited them. In the words of the JAG, the situation was ripe for violent sex crimes, and the avalanche came. In the typical case, one or more armed soldiers entered a German house, either by force or by stratagem, such as a pretense of searching for German soldiers, and engaged in sexual intercourse with one or more of the female occupants. Sometimes the act was accomplished through the application of direct force, at other times by submission resulting from the occupants' fear for their lives. Housebreaking, larceny, the shooting of firearms, and the commission of various violent crimes upon the occupants were common concomitants of these rapes, and an increasing occurrence of acts of sodomy upon the rape victims was noted. The JAG report claimed that it was only in a very exceptional case that the German victim vigorously resisted her armed attackers. In the great majority of cases, there was no such resistance. The German victims were apparently thoroughly cowed by the threatened use of the weapons in the hands of members of the conquering army. Their mortal fear was not entirely groundless, as demonstrated in a number of cases in which the Germans who sought to prevent the soldiers from carrying out their designs to commit rape were mercilessly murdered. This lack of resistance became a puzzle for the military court. If a soldier, armed as he was required by orders to be, enters a German home and engages in sexual intercourse with a German woman who submits to his lust through fear of his weapons and fear sometimes engendered by Nazi propaganda, giving no outward signs of resistance, is this rape? Even though German accusers told the courts that it was best not to resist. Otherwise we would be killed. The courts believed that in some cases a failure to resist might indicate some degree of consent, or at least it could undermine a finding of intent to rape. Generally, however, the Army courts-martial found that the context matters. Armed men, in a country under military occupation, had enormous power as well as enormous responsibility. A man who enters a strange house, carrying a rifle in one hand, is not justified in believing he has accomplished a seduction on the other hand. The Judge Advocate General's report referred to the increase in rape cases as an avalanche, though the actual number of cases it considered, 552, seems small when one considers that 1.6 million U.S. soldiers were in Germany at the end of the war. To be sure, as the JAG's report acknowledged, many more rapes undoubtedly occurred than were reflected in general court-martial records. Rape charges were often settled on the spot by officers. Unknown numbers were never reported. This was an embarrassing subject for the Army, and it was not one they wanted aired in public. When, on March 14, a Stars and Stripes reporter filed a story about the widespread prevalence of rape in the Rhineland, it was promptly suppressed by Army censors. That piece noted that since the records of such assaults come from reports of the Germans themselves to U.S. military government officials or other Army authorities, it is probable that the total number of rape cases is considerably higher than the number that had made it through Army channels. Yet there may be another reason that cases of rape were not as numerous as the overall size of the U.S. military presence might have predicted. U.S. soldiers who wanted sex did not have to resort to the use of force. They could buy sex cheaply. From the moment American troops put their boots on German soil, they sought out German women. The fraternization ban that General Eisenhower had imposed in September 1944 never worked. As early as October 1944, the editor-in-chief of Stars and Stripes, Major Arthur Goodfriend, prepared a devastating critique of the policy and passed this up to his superiors. Goodfriend, who was then passing through the Army in the guise of Private Arthur Goodwin in a bid for good story material, wrote that American soldiers found it easy and even enjoyable to talk to German civilians. If they were to be punished for doing so, the Army would have a massive disciplinary challenge on its hands. In towns outside Aachen, Goodfriend saw American soldiers help German housewives with their chores, play with children, and, through other acts of friendship, make living more tolerable through the creation of a friendly atmosphere. In the eyes of the GI, the Germans fared well when compared to the French, said one trooper. These people are cleaner and a damn sight friendlier than the frogs. There are kind of people. One commanding officer of a battalion told Goodfriend, "When I see 2,000 or 3,000 old and fear-crazed and feeble women and kids with all their belongings and their houses and futures all shot to hell, I can't help but feel pity. We have no qualms about knocking down a city, but we do have pity for the old and weak." Soldiers were looking for companionship, a respite in the agreeable cleanliness and warmth of German farms and homes, and a sanctuary from the misery and indignity of living and fighting through a winter campaign. Soldiers were not looking chiefly for the company of elderly farmers. Saul Padover of the psychological warfare team put the situation bluntly. To a man bored and fed up with the company of other men, almost anything in skirts is a stimulant and a relief, and German women were not just skirts. They were undeniably attractive in a wholesome, physical, sexy way. They were what the boys called easy. G.I. and Fraulein were magnet and steel. American troops, now fanning out into the cities and towns of Germany and setting up barracks and camps as part of the occupation administration, found German women willing to exchange sex for food, cigarettes, chocolates, soap, and other luxuries. As the historian Petra Getty has noted, the border line between love affairs and prostitution became blurred in occupied Germany. German girls who lacked so many goods used their bodies as bargaining chips. They resorted to prostitution to save themselves and their families from starvation, or to gain access to scarce goods and cigarettes. And the G.I. had an astonishing quantity of goods to offer. The army provided him with candy, coffee, cigarettes in limitless abundance, soap, towels, writing paper, pens and ink, clothing, and 6 quarts of liquor a month. In the Post Exchange, PX, the soldier could buy at reduced price whatever little luxuries he might desire, and in clubs, mess tents, barracks, and snack bars that were erected for his comfort, he could get doughnuts, coffee, ice cream, theater tickets, haircuts, and recreation. With his pockets filled with desirable and scarce goods, the G.I. found himself able to buy sex with the greatest of ease. This illicit sex economy threatened to erupt into a major health crisis, as venereal disease rates soared among G.I.s once they moved into Germany. Medical Corps officials complained that the fraternization ban deterred G.I.s from getting checkups at prophylactic stations for fear that they would be fined for fraternizing. Eisenhower, on June 11, had to issue a special order that made nonsense of his own non-fraternization policy. The contraction of venereal disease will not be used directly or indirectly as evidence of fraternization. Soldiers who got treatment for VD would be spared the $65 fine that those caught fraternizing had to pay. How could one contract VD from a German in the absence of fraternization remained unclear. Another factor helping to spread VD. In summer 1945, the Army suddenly found itself facing a condom shortage. Supplies fell from 6 per man to 4 per man each month. VD rates skyrocketed. In June 1945, Army VD rates were at the highest they had ever been, with ground forces hitting a record rate of 140 cases per 1,000 men, or 14%. By September 1945, the figure reached 190 cases per 1,000 men. The alarmed chief surgeon of the U.S. Forces, European Theater, Major General Albert K. Kenner, noted that with 2 million men in the European theater, he might have as many as 380,000 VD cases on his hands. In November, American aircraft flew in emergency doses of penicillin for the treatment of gonorrhea among German civilians. VD rates did not subside until the middle of 1946. Clearly, the American soldier liked to fraternize. On June 2, General Eisenhower made an important gesture. He cabled his superior in Washington, General George Marshall, seeking approval for an easing of the ban on talking to German children. "Everyone must recognize," he wrote, "that the American soldier is not going to be stern and harsh with young children, but, on the contrary, feels an inner compulsion constantly to make friends with them." General Marshall agreed, and replied that there is a natural tie between the soldier and small children. An order revising the ban on fraternization with German children was soon issued, but this only opened the floodgates. A wave of press criticism erupted as reporters wrote stories depicting hourly breaches of the fraternization ban. In the British zone of occupation, it was common knowledge that it was being ignored. On June 25, the New York Times ran a long piece by Drew Middleton reporting that senior officers in the U.S. military government opposed the ban. It was simply unenforceable. German girls wait on the roads near the woods outside the occupied towns and villages for soldiers who stroll out of town with their pockets stuffed with candy, chewing gum, and cigarettes. According to one GI, girls throw themselves at you if you give them half a chance. On July 14, Eisenhower conceded the fraternization policy was a failure by rescinding restrictions on public conversation with German adults, though GIs had been openly defying the ban for months. In October, all restrictions on fraternization were lifted. The lifting of the ban merely acknowledged the close and intimate ties that had sprung up between Americans and German women. A Time magazine reporter, himself evidently taken by the charms of the Germans, asked a few women in a Bavarian lakeside town their reaction to the news. Ilse Schmidt, a gorgeous 19-year-old brunette with a figure designed to make men drool, seemed bored by the conversation and asked the reporter for a cigarette. A 28-year-old blonde, blousy German girl named Helga, who had been sharing a hotel room with an American GI for over a month, was pleased that the two did not have to hide their romance anymore. Two other girls leaning out of the window of the hotel, Bridget Heidenrich and Ingeborg Gassau, both 21, were giggling like bobby-soxers when they were publicly propositioned by two GIs. One of the soldiers shouted up, "Hey there, Bridget, how you doing, baby? How about us coming up? It's not verboten anymore." The door swung open, and in he went. Had love conquered all? It is tempting, in light of these stories about German-American sexual relations, to depict the first summer of the occupation as suffused in a pink glow of love, lust, and giggling intimacies between youthful girls and brawny GIs. The sweet passions of the heart had triumphed, it seemed, over ideological foulness. The German girls were not only pretty. They were so neat and clean in their freshly washed and pressed summer dresses, their bobby socks and their long braids, gushed an enthusiastic reporter. Overall, the American soldier was amazed at how surprisingly well-dressed and healthy the former enemy was. Germans also worked hard. In a matter of weeks, cities that had been deathly ruins were transformed into neat piles of brick and stone. Bombed houses, patched with scraps from neighboring heaps, became habitable hutches. In a short time, the angers of battle, the horrors of the death camps, were wearing off. The dutiful Germans and the big-hearted Americans seemed inclined to forgive, forget, and move on. Certainly many Germans initially seemed pleased by the remarkably forgiving attitude the Americans and British demonstrated toward them. The Strategic Bombing Survey conducted 3,711 interviews with civilians in 33 Western German cities in the summer of 1945. Though their intention was to uncover the impact of wartime bombing on civilians, the first question Germans were asked was, "How is it going with you now under the occupation?" Invariably the answer was, "Good." Germans were enormously relieved by the end of the war and the end of the terrible bombing. They were pleased to find themselves under American or British control rather than Russian, and they were amazed at the leniency with which they were treated. They had been pumped full of horrible propaganda in the final months of the war, dark invocations of rapes, kidnappings, forced labor, extermination that lay in store for a defeated people. The reality was wholly different. "We were delighted that the war had ended," said a 53-year-old housewife from Münster. "I've had enough of raids. I'm scared stiff of them." The occupation, said a 24-year-old house cleaner from Witten, was going quite well. One has rest finally, and one doesn't have to run into the cellar. The foreign troops were quite friendly. The occupation was much better than I expected, said a relieved housewife from Dortmund. "We were told that the most terrible things would happen, rape, looting, robbery, even that our own children would be taken away from us, and we would be systematically starved. But she had no such problems." A 40-year-old lawyer from Munich was distressed at the criminal behavior of DPs, displaced persons, but the Americans had been very well behaved. A former clerk in the highway office in Munich said he was satisfied and delighted the Americans came. A 63-year-old worker in an aluminum factory in Neumünster said that he really could not complain. "If I ever feel anything disagreeable, I only think that the war is over due to these occupation troops, and therefore those terrible air attacks on Neumünster stopped. I greeted the Allied troops as liberators from those bad bombing attacks." A housewife from Kempten in the Rhineland told her interviewers that when the Americans did not kidnap her children and proved to be villains, the women of the town broke out laughing and couldn't stop, their fear had been so great. "I laughed more in the last few weeks than I have for years." A 38-year-old housewife from Dortmund, who had worked in a factory in the last stages of the war, thought the troops would despise us, and that they might even be cruel to us. "But they are very friendly and helpful. I can't get accustomed to being treated so well by your men." A success story? Perhaps. Yet these same interviews also revealed a remarkably ugly side that the somewhat comical pocket guide had presciently predicted. The bombing survey asked each respondent why they thought Germany had lost the war. Many referred to America's better equipment and the use of heavy bombing. Others spoke of the large alliance arrayed against an isolated, encircled Germany. A common explanation for Germany's defeat in the war was treachery. "Hitler was surrounded by traitors who deliberately sabotaged his plans," said a 32-year-old secretary from Nuremberg. "Let me tell you one thing," said a 20-year-old housewife and mother from Hamburg. "You all misunderstood Adolf Hitler. He was really an idealist and wanted the best for Germany. Hitler was a competent leader, and it is not his fault that he didn't win the war. The army worked against Hitler, who in any case was a genius." Often, explanations for Germany's defeat centered on the Jews. The persecution of the Jews had harmed the war effort, many concluded. A 38-year-old housewife from Hamburg, whose husband was in the army, asserted that since Britain and America were controlled by Jews, they went to war against Germany to save them. "Everyone knows that," she said. "The Nazi leaders should not have forced the Jews to leave Germany," said a 26-year-old woman from Darmstadt with a husband in the army. "They should have taxed them very heavily and let those who wanted to leave go, and the rest stay here." Do you think that the Americans, who have always stuck together with the Jews, would have bombed our cities if they had known that there were Jews living there? Persecuting the Jews had been a political mistake, mused one 24-year-old student in Munich who had served in an artillery unit in Russia. The Nazis started out fine, but overdid it. Hitler's government was good, and had been doing wonderful things for the German people before the war broke out, said a 45-year-old nurse who had served in the German Red Cross in the war. The Jews, as you know, fought against National Socialism, and in time of war that cannot be tolerated. One young woman in Hamburg, a mere 18 years old, expressed disappointment about losing the war because now the Jews will come back and they will soak us again like they did before 33. After Hitler threw the Jews out, order and honesty was in Germany. We will lose that. Having pinned the defeat on treachery, the Jews, or simple political mistakes, many respondents then went on to suggest that the bombing of German cities, while no doubt a kind of payback for German bombings of British, Dutch, and Polish cities, had been tantamount to a war crime. The air raids were the lowest thing possible. Even the SS would never do that, declared an outraged 20-year-old woman in Kempten, who acknowledged that our leaders were criminals. Germany suffered much from bombing, according to a woman from Nuremberg. The war should have been ended to spare the people suffering. The people themselves always wanted peace, but were unable to do anything about it. For a woman from Hamburg who had lived through the bombing of that city, the bombing was worse than Hitler's atrocities. It was bad in the concentration camps, but not as bad as seeing human torches running down the streets. I feel the German people have suffered enough through the terror attacks to more than make up for the sins they committed in the concentration camps. The innocent have to suffer for the crimes of the guilty, but they have suffered. A woman from Bremen sniffed. I don't think any people had to suffer as much as the German people. Germany has accomplished miracles. These average Germans, it seemed, had no desire to accept responsibility for the war or its consequences, were prone to self-pity, found it hard to hate Hitler, viewed the Russians and any communist as the real enemy, continued to blame Germany's misfortunes on the Jews, and saw themselves as having already paid for their sins by suffering through the Allied bombing. More worrisome, the Germans were not the only ones who expressed some of these views. In September, journalist Tanya Long of the New York Times penned a scathing article about the effectiveness of German civilians in pressing these opinions on American occupation forces. U.S. soldiers were now quite ready to spout the enemy propaganda line that the Germans knew nothing about the concentration camps, or that Germany was forced into war by Hitler against the wishes of a peaceful nation, or about how the Germans and Americans must join hands against the Russians. The superficial aspects of German life, such as their cleanliness, their higher standard of living, and their willingness to work hard, are confused in the average soldier's mind with the whole. The basic factors that govern the German people, and have made them the world's problem children twice within a generation, are forgotten in the face of Germany's modern highways, chrome plumbing, and well-dressed girls. What to do with such a people who could be gracious, charming, flirtatious, welcoming, obedient, cooperative, hard-working, and capable of spouting hateful nonsense as if it were Scripture? Officially, the United States was committed to a policy of exacting heavy reparations, dismantling German factories, breaking up large industrial cartels, and controlling every aspect of Germany's own economic life. Americans planned to arrest war criminals, control education, and remove all members of the Nazi Party, there were 12 million of them, from public office, and even from positions of leadership in private firms. All this was designed, as the Allied powers said at the Potsdam Conference in July 1945, to convince the German people that they have suffered a total military defeat, and that they cannot escape responsibility for what they have brought on themselves. In practice, These policies, like the fraternization ban, simply could not hold up against the day-to-day pressures of restoration and recovery. How, for example, could the American military government find capable, efficient Germans to help run local municipal government and services, as indeed they had to do, given their own rapidly dwindling numbers of army personnel, while at the same time they were supposed to be arresting and interrogating all Germans who had served in such posts under the Nazis? General Eisenhower's deputy for military government, General Lucius D. Clay, complained to Eisenhower in July that U.S. policy left the average local military government officer in a serious bind, for all too often it seems that the only men with the qualifications are the career civil servants who were active in the Nazi Party. Clay needed 300,000 local and municipal employees in the U.S. zone alone. Where was he to find so many people without a blemish on their record? The military government dutifully prepared a questionnaire, the Fragebogen, that required Germans to lay out in detail all their previous political affiliations. Military government eventually collected 13 million of the completed forms. By September 1945, 82,000 former party members were incarcerated in internment camps, ready to be investigated and tried, and an additional 100,000 people had been dismissed from public employment and private enterprise for their previous ties to the Nazi Party. But everywhere the military government turned to look for capable administrators, they found people who had worked in some way for the Nazi regime. General George Patton, now commander of the Third Army military government in Bavaria, spoke for many of his subordinate officers when he said it was silly to get rid of the most intelligent people in Germany. He then caused a furor by telling a reporter that far too much fuss has been made regarding denazification in Germany. Though Eisenhower immediately forced Patton to retract these unguarded comments, his remarks revealed that U.S. military government officers viewed the denazification process as wasteful and certainly incompatible with restoring order, stability, and security, objectives that Patton said mattered more than politics. Although Patton was disciplined for speaking his mind on the subject, he was probably right that the large-scale political reorientation of an entire nation was not something soldiers had been trained to accomplish. General Clay himself soon realized that the problem of denazification would be a prolonged and painful one, involving thousands of investigations, and it was a problem he felt his administration could not handle. In mid-1946, he handed the whole thing over to the Germans themselves. The results were predictable. Of the 3.2 million people the German authorities investigated, only 1,284 were convicted as major offenders. Another 100,000 people were found to have been offenders or lesser offenders. The punishments were laughable. About 8,000 people received brief jail sentences. Others were fined. The Germans were quick to sweep the Nazi past under the rug, and the U.S. military government supplied the broom. America's growing leniency appeared in its approach to the German economy, too. Despite the severity of the language of Potsdam, the Information Control Division of the U.S. occupation used its English-language newspaper, News of Germany, to trumpet the Americans' achievements in restarting the German economy. In July, headlines blared, 6 rail lines resume operations, and IG Farben factories to produce medical supplies. In August came news that 33 trains depart now daily from Frankfurt, while Bavaria's rapid 3 months' progress disproved the prognostications of the Nazis that the American occupation would unduly punish the Germans. The town of Pforzheim, which had been totally obliterated by Allied bombing, was rebuilding in the pattern of freedom, the paper reported. Würzburg, 85% ruined, rebuilds. Osnabrück plans modern city. Auto manufacture starts here soon. 5 trucking firms operating in Ansbach. First steel plant in U.S. zone starts piece production. More railroad lines restored to service, and so on. These were the sorts of indices that American information officers clearly liked to report, far more encouraging than charts indicating the number of former Nazis languishing behind bars. It even seemed worthwhile reporting the good news that I.G. Farben, which had manufactured the Zyklon B pellets used to exterminate millions of Jews, was now helping the occupation by making DDT to keep lice-borne typhus at bay. Farben-made DDT powder fights typhus. In a message to the German people on August 6, General Eisenhower enumerated a long list of successes that the Americans had achieved in their zone. In addition to crushing Nazism, the Americans had begun to transfer political authority to the German people, started reopening schools, courts, newspapers, and even allowed unions and political parties to form. Not all the indices, however, were encouraging. Eisenhower acknowledged that the coming months will be a time of trial. They will inevitably be hard. All signs point to shortages of food, fuel, housing, and transport. Most alarming, coal will not be available for heating houses this winter. In the next few months, you must cut and gather enough wood in the forests to take care of your essential needs. But Eisenhower told his German subjects that you can redeem yourselves through your own efforts. It lies in your power to build a healthy democratic life in Germany and to rejoin the family of nations. And the Germans would not be facing these challenges alone. It is indicative of the shift in Allied opinion about the Germans that military leaders in the British and American zones approached the challenge of feeding the people with great zeal. General Clay, Eisenhower's deputy, wrote later that he was certain that we could not arouse political interest for a democratic government in a hungry, apathetic population. George Bernard Montgomery even dubbed the food effort the Battle of Winter, perhaps to evoke the successes of previous great campaigns like the Battle of Britain, the Battle of Stalingrad, and the Battle of Berlin. Success in those great military campaigns required killing large numbers of Germans. Success in the Battle of Winter meant feeding them instead. The British zone of occupation faced perhaps the most serious food crisis. This zone contained the Ruhr Valley, Europe's largest concentration of heavy industry. But its great coal and steel-producing cities had always imported food from eastern Germany. With the Soviets now rapidly denuding their zone, and with transport in any case wrecked, there was no food to be had from the east. Hamburg and Hanover had some modest stocks of food, but these were quickly exhausted. The British and Americans had agreed that their own stocks, accumulated in the last stages of the war, would be enough to ensure a diet in their zones of 1,550 calories a day, mostly made up of bread, potatoes, and oatmeal. There were few vegetables to be had, no fruits, little fats. This ration could not sustain people for long, and it certainly was inadequate to feed the heavy laborers whose work was needed in the coal mines. The only thing to do was import food into Germany from Britain and the United States, a major turnaround from Schaeff plans that had envisioned Germany living off its own supplies. In the summer of 1945, the British zone imported about 70,000 tons of wheat per month, and also distributed 50,000 tons of potatoes imported from Britain, as well as surplus army ration packs. But these were only stopgaps. Without fertilizers, coal, transport, and manual labor, there was no hope of getting self-sustaining agriculture up and running. By the fall, the British zone was forced to cut back its official daily ration to just over 1,000 calories, virtually a starvation diet. In November, Field Marshal Montgomery called the food situation more critical than at any one time since we entered Germany. A detailed survey by the Times concluded that Germans are going to have a miserable time this winter, not so bad as those they brought upon Allied peoples, but still bad, precarious, lean. The conditions in the American zone were equally bad. Historically, the area under American occupation had imported 25% of its food and had never been able to sustain itself. General Clay thought he could supply the Germans in his zone with 1,500 calories a day, but only with significant imports from America. Military government set up community kitchens, which served over 4 million meals a month. One survey in late August concluded that 60% of the Germans were living on a diet that would lead to disease and malnutrition. By October, random weighing of German civilians revealed a fall-off in body weight of 13 to 15% in adult men and women. Children, pregnant women, and the elderly suffered most. Their diets lacked sufficient protein and vitamins, and cases of rickets were common among infants. In December, the U.S. government announced that it had approved private relief agencies in America to begin collecting food and clothing for shipment into Germany. 6 months after the bombs stopped falling on Germany, Americans were packaging up bundles of supplies for humanitarian relief. This irony was not lost on military government administrators. In one of their weekly information bulletins, an unsigned article mused on the problem of Germany's food shortages. We can say they should have thought of that before they started the war, and then let them starve as best they may. That might be all right if we were not trying to maintain law and order in the country and convince people that democracy is the best way to live. It is difficult to govern, much less persuade to your views, a hungry people. And so military government buckled down to work, urgently trying to restore coal production, repair transportation, find fertilizer and farm machinery, and secure additional imports from overseas to keep the German people alive. German observers understood the significance of the shift in their fortunes and in Anglo-American policy. The Stuttgarter Zeitung, one of the earliest post-war publications to appear in Germany under U.S. license, profoundly approved of the efforts that the Allies were making on behalf of the German people. If we consider what unbelievable sacrifices Hitler's war has demanded from the Allies, the paper wrote in an obsequious editorial, how the strengths of nations were taxed to the utmost, it fills us with immense gratitude and the sense that humanity still has a place in this world when we hear that the Allied occupation governments have adopted the German cause as their own. The Germans could see that the new struggle at hand was one of recovery and stability in Germany, and that Americans and Germans would fight it side by side. The American-produced German-language press echoed this newfound sense of solidarity. The Allies have created the essential conditions for the long and difficult, yet hopeful, process of German reconstruction, said a Heute magazine editorial, by assuming most of the responsibility for the preservation of public order and public life in Germany. This opened the way for Germans to do their part in the work of recovery, and the results have been positive. Water and electricity are up and running, thanks to the support of the military governments. Railroads are partially repaired. Trams are running in cities. Moreover, the occupying powers have begun to import food from overseas to regions that suffer most from a lack of food, regardless of the principle that Germany has to feed itself as much as possible. The United States could not have been more open about its aims, to feed, clothe, house, and nurture the German people. Americans had arrived in Germany as conquerors and occupiers. In September 1944, U.S. military directives insisted that Germany will not be occupied for the purpose of liberation, but as a defeated enemy nation. Within weeks of the end of the war in May 1945, this policy changed. Americans went to great lengths to help Germans, to repair the damage Allied aircraft had caused, and to build the foundation for German recovery, just as the Allied armies had done in France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. This required a willful forgetting of the intensity of American hatred for the Germans just a few months earlier. It required an almost schizophrenic ability to separate the occupier's duties of denazification and re-education from the liberator's role of giving comfort and aid. Americans, uncomfortable with the punitive occupation of Germany, chose to transform themselves into liberators of their former enemy. In doing so, they had a great deal of help from the German people themselves. After all, both Germans and Americans had a common interest in laying claim to liberation. Americans did not wish to occupy if they could liberate instead, while the Germans gladly embraced the notion that they had been liberated from Hitler and his alien ideology, Nazism. Germans were quite happy to get on with the tasks of recovery, side by side with these wealthy, generous, earnest, sometimes messy and provincial, but protective Americans. Liberation arrived late in Western Germany, but it arrived all the same, accompanied by a gratifying forgetfulness.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.